Open up the stream overlay kit. How did you feel about Pathfinder at Kingmaker, Carl? I actually felt pretty good, actually. I felt actually pretty good. Hello, people. We are crossing over from the other stream. I'd give you like 5 minutes to settle yourselves in. Yeah, go over to the other stream. We gotta go to my Discord. Item.
Hello.
We gotta cross over to my Discord.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Give you guys like 5 minutes to get your drinks and your food. We're going to try and run a straightforward show today, ladies and gentlemen. Carl's mental is at an all-time stressing high. Please play with my patience at your own risk. That's all I'm going to say about that. Play with my patience at your own risk. Last time on Power Rangers Time Force, ladies and gentlemen, we were reacting and actually started running out of time with the content wars. Our young man, the kid, the legend himself, XQC Felix, was locked in dead-on combat with peak form Ethan Klein, and he was fucking losing. Some of the best shit you've ever seen. I believe we were at the 56-minute mark. I think. Let me cross-reference really fast. I think that's where it was.
What would you 15% figure 50 what?
Value of the
Alright.
I know.
XQC?
Yeah.
I think that's where it was. No, we were past that. 1 hour 3:53? Yes. 1 hour 3:53.
So I think we need like a therapist to give us a hint on where church sells on the first wave.
2, 3.
I think I have something interesting to say. It's just the problem is that you're running so fast.
Okay, we can slide in from there. So you're right about here in this.
You got yeah. Wait, where'd it go? Okay, yeah.
Let me go ahead and broadcast this
Got
to
it.
the server. You got the watch together link?
Yes.
Okay, coolio. Okay, so going to project watch together here. Like this. So we're looking at my notes. Felix goes in on the internet, talks really wild about calling everybody a content thief who's jealous of him. Does no debate prep, despite having done a conversation with multiple people, including Mauler and Destiny. Goes into the debate with Ethan. Completely gets felted within the first outing. And spends the majority of his time floundering in front of the camera. Because his entire angle, apparently, was, well, you're a hypocrite, you do it too, so you can't criticize me. Ethan did enough work not only watching those streams as debate prep, but also spent the time to actually find a person he could contact of people whose content has been reacted to by XQC, and found a person who basically demonstrated what all of us know, but
Hmm? We're usually in the wash together, right? What's going on? I'm just hearing like squeaky noises. Okay.
Sounds like a squirrel.
Yeah, I think his mic.
Hey, shut the bed. Ah, jeez.
Oh, there it is. Ooh, it's still doing it.
Mm.
Oh,
Can anyone hear me now?
What was that?
Can anyone hear me now?
Yes.
yes.
Yes. Okay, I
Okay.
thought that was you. Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Squirrel's out of the tumble dryer.
I don't know what the fuck. Everything was working fine, and then I connect over here, and it fucking breaks. Why is that? Discord, what are you telling me?
I think whenever you touch your desk, it does that.
I don't know why.
I have no clue. But it did that.
Where did my voice cut off?
Right as XQC, and I'd say probably like 2 minutes.
So, XQC demonstrates in his conversation with Ethan as they go forward, once he reveals the, I think it's Freddy Fresh, whoever the person was, connection, that he took his content, used it, and in the person's testimony about why he didn't feel okay about that, what he said, and I quote, was he didn't want to have the drama of confronting him, which reveals what almost all of us already know about Twitch streamers in general. Anybody can be guilty of it, both YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, whatever. But they will take your shit, and they will use their size versus the guy's size. So whatever XQC's sub number is, compared to the guy's, 400k? I think he tried to contextualize it as a smaller channel, but the problem is that I'm a smaller channel. 400k is mid-level size channel, if we're being honest, but that's not the point. The guy took his content, and he used the idea of his clout as a deterrent threat from people coming forward and admitting that he had taken their shit and that they were uncomfortable with it. And that this was a big issue, because if the issue is that people's content is just freely based and freely used because they just feel like taking it for whatever reason they choose to do so, it is specifically and clearly and can only be that they take it because they don't care and believe that if somebody complains, they won't have a real reason to cry. Because, hey, I platformed you. And if you tell them, don't listen and don't take my shit again, They will use it as a, well, I was benefiting you by using your shit, but I'll make sure that you never benefit from me again. I'll make sure to never watch your content, which really means they'll watch your content, but they'll make sure you never get a single fucking bit of clout off of it. Designed just like in XQC's case versus San's case with JXE. They use this as an optics angle to justify freebasing everybody's shit, where they know that what they're doing is wrong, and the only way to get money from them, which I don't think he's ever paid money, and I'm sure they got to this point, because I've seen more of this now, but there's another video behind this, but we're going to do this anyways, because we need to see the conversation unfold before we get to the fallout of what happened after. That basically, the Twitch streamer mindset is, it doesn't matter if you're Universal, it doesn't matter if you're me, it doesn't matter if you're Aiden, it doesn't matter if you're Jubilee, it doesn't matter if you're literally Paramount or Microsoft. I will take your shit, I will take your videos, I'll take your video games, I'll take your movies, and I will literally stream them, because there is no difference. It's all content. Like, there should be no concept of copyright, where I can just simply take your shit and just have it, for whatever reason. That is the working framework that we are dealing with today, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you who are coming in from the broadcast that weren't here before, that is the framework. We are basically seeing a man who is a content weasel try to justify why he's allowed to take your shit versus somebody who we would all classify as a weasel in his current form, having to stand the fight of, you can't just take people's shit. This is wrong. We stopped at 1 hour and 3 minutes. I've been talking for at least 5 to 10 minutes. Let us begin.
How long do you want me to sit here and listen to you, watch you crawl around on the ground like a worm? I have a show to do, dude. Unlike you, I actually fucking organize and put work into my show. I understand for you, you're just burning time. You could sit here for 12 hours. That'd make your life easier. You wouldn't have to go steal videos. But me, I planned this. I have a show. I have a schedule. This is stop being interesting because you're just sitting there saying silly shit and doing the worm. So with that being said, Ethan, thank you for calling. I feel like it was very illuminating, and I wish you the best, and I hope you have a great stream.
How'd that go, like? Did you watch it or not?
I watched it, yeah.
How did I do? Tell me how, actually. Just don't straight up. If I did really bad, you just don't. I don't care. Listen, I'm not trying to cash in a win or whatever.
Ben, what a bad opinion. Did you watch my performance against the person I needed to debate against, who's literally the guy of copyright? But before you tell me what your opinion is, I don't really care. But I'm asking you, but I don't really care.
Ethan's really fallen off, but yeah, like, Ethan came back for this to just, to school him, yeah. Old Ethan awoke from the depths.
He's got felted harder than fucking Machine Gun Kelly with the kill shot fucking this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Came out through the adipose.
If only he had been roasted hard enough that he changed careers so he didn't have to be a streamer any goddamn more. But unfortunately, no.
Genuinely.
I give you a 2.5 on a 10 scale.
Okay, tell me why.
That's generous,
Okay.
Destiny.
There's a couple things,
Yeah,
okay?
very
So,
generous.
one, okay, I think it would help to organize your thoughts before a debate, like do like a formal outline, because I think...
Organize your thoughts before you get up in the morning.
What kind of thoughts does he have, though? I am yet to be convinced that XQC has thoughts.
One could say that the words that came out of his mouth were a string of thoughts. They weren't...
It's a string of consciousness. I don't know if it's fully formed thoughts.
It could pass for a Turing test. If he were a
Maybe?
if he were a calculator.
Ethan does have it. It helps him to keep his thoughts straight, because you want to like rattle off a lot of different things, and it's tempting to go to a lot of different places. So that's one. And then two, I think you gotta bring the chill way up and the snark way down, because it seemed like you were getting like really mean really quickly.
But you told me this was about optics. If it is all about worldview and morality, I had to just get him mad, and I got him mad.
Why? What gave you that perception?
He wasn't mad. He was disgusted. There's a big difference.
He was mocking you, also. Yeah.
But this is also the thing I hate so much about this type of online debate culture. Notice how they're talking about optics as if the goal of the debate, like, obviously anyone who's a realist knows the goal of the debate is not to change the other person's mind, it's to win. But it's the fact that, like,
Well,
It's literally XQC, who isn't a debate bro, or even he, all he's concerned about is, did I win?
Yeah.
I don't think it's.
I made a video about this recently. It was my second most recent video, besides the one I put out today. But yeah, is that I do actually think the point of debate should be to try and come to some sort of consensus or figure out like what our disagreements are. That's not what internet debate is. Internet debate is, did I win?
Right. I think that's the bigger issue, is that you're not really having a discussion where you're going to come to some type of impasse. You're just slap fighting in the streets, hoping that the people that are around you that are watching will give you the nod that you won. Like, I don't know where, again, this is not the Coliseum. You're not solving the problem. You're just sitting here just pontificating, smacking each other around, and it's not okay. Ethan did the best he could to make the point. XQC's just everywhere.
Yeah.
The bigger issue.
XQC has no idea what's going on. That's the problem.
The bigger issue for Felix is that this literally is an optics issue for him. He has to look better than what he is. Because everything he's been doing has just been an optic sell after an optic sell. You tell people that you don't care about taking their content. You tell established content creators whose content that you've used on your stream that they make garbage content that you watched and that you can't even remember watching. When it's brought to your face that you did that to Murahar, you then immediately try to backstep saying, what, bro? What the fuck you want from me? What is this about? You try to make it about money, then you try to make it about clout, then you try to make it about size, then you try to make it about reach and engagement. You say people don't have the numbers, they don't have the actual statistics to say that you're wrong. Then, in this debate, you're presented not only the statistics, you're shown physically on tape you being guilty of the thing that you did. And then you say, well, you were sucking his balls. You were sucking Hassan's balls when you clearly didn't watch what he was involved in. He was felting him just as hard as he was felting you and taking Hassan to task. Every single commentator, from myself to Mahler, has witnessed you embarrass yourself for days after days after days on end. Conversations held politely amongst people where you're having conversations with Destiny, with Abba, with Mudahar, with Karanos, with Mahler, and all of a sudden, you don't understand how these concepts work. But in your own assessment of the very stream, the same stream that you claimed you didn't know about because you saw that he was pushing him in, you said yourself that these were lock-in phrases that you didn't want to agree to because that meant that you were acknowledging that you were doing what is effectively a crime, literally a crime, as well as just morally stealing from other people.
It's the criminality aspect is debatable. I do think it probably is criminal, but it's very debatable.
It's in the criminality case of taking a YouTuber's video, that's a morality thing. Streaming the entirety of the Dark Knight on stream, that is direct criminality.
Yeah, that is a crime, yeah.
You're demonstrating that you are somebody who needs to be fucked by all matters of the rules when it comes to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, and just to the basis of fair use, so that you can be used as a video example on that dumbass, fairly use-tale article that they have on YouTube that I'm sure all of us have seen when we upload videos. That there needs to be a video next to you that's just basically all 6 of these debates. And a open-shut example listed chapter 1, reason why you should care, and then you giving a dumbass clip and then explaining why that clip is wrong. You can't go to Destiny and then ask him, how did I do in this debate? And then start talking about optics. Because you're telling us that you didn't absorb a single damn thing.
No, he didn't get any of it.
I don't think he was ever mad in that conversation. I think he probably feels pretty good about all of that. I don't think he was...
I don't think there's a singular creator that likes to be at their peak viewership and exit out of a convo room saying that he's balling out and he's happy. You don't believe that either. I think you're just kind of trolling.
Let's repeat that. That didn't sound like a sentence.
Creator that likes to be at their peak viewership and exit out of a convo room saying that he's balling out and he's happy. I don't
think there's a single streamer that at the top peak of their viewership and engagement, where they're getting all the money and all the super chats and all the reactions from people in the audience, that they're going to go out at the top of that viewership and say that they're balling out and be happy with, open parentheses, sick, the performance they had, close parentheses, sick. That's not a sentence, but if that's what you were saying in that sentence, what the fuck do you mean? You
knows?
were embarrassed to the point that he just said, I'm done with you. I'm done. Like, he was a server after a brothel. He had his way with you. He handed the money off to the madam and said, I'm done with this one. I'm out. Clean up after yourself, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
You mean, Felix?
You don't believe that either. I think you're just kind of trolling.
Okay. Well, if you think I'm trolling, I won't give you any feedback at all. I know for a fact, 1,000,000,000%, we can come back in 2 years and revisit this, but he's absolutely not mad. That conversation probably went better than he could have ever expected it. He had you crawling around like a worm on his screen while he was like getting you point after point after point after point after point.
Well, I'm garnering views, and I guess I'm stacking deals in cash when he's mauling out there, man.
I'm stacking views and cash while he's mauling out. Okay. I don't care what he said. In translation, I'm getting views and I'm still making money anyways, so who cares?
That's what he's saying.
Oh dear God! Again, this
He doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, it's the optics game. Again, how cool did I look on stream versus did I make a proper assessment of the situation? Did I give context and give a good defense for my situation? No, I just look cool and you're gonna pay me money.
I mean, even if it's not even looking good. He's saying, I don't care if I did poorly, I'm still rich. It's worse than that.
I'm rich. He's just flexing. It's disgusting.
Like, I'm doing pretty good for myself, to be honest. I should have sprinkled some content. My bad. Next time I'm just gonna sit here and wait till Ethan rolls out 1,000 word rant and have his wife come in and fucking support him with some character, man.
Pause. You insulted Gila Klein and tried to insinuate things about their business brand. And you also insulted him. You insulted his appearance. And you made all of this because you had nothing prepared. You didn't look at the clips that you brought to demonstrate how he was supposedly doing bad faith content. You tried to throw your editor under the fucking bus because you didn't look at the fucking material he provided you.
Which is unbelievable. Yeah. It's not unbelievable. It's part of the course, though, right?
I don't know how you could walk away from this other than an inflated ego of self that makes you think that you did not embarrass yourself in front of multiple live studio audiences. But hey, it's okay. We'll be making money off you today.
Right?
Yeah. Just remember, Pog guys, Twitch. Oh my God, this Twitch lingo in real life gets me.
You're looking for a megalol. We're looking for a megalols here, boys. Remember to post out your Kappa prize and your Carl pride. I didn't make that emote for nothing.
What was that, man? Well, I don't get it.
Well, I think if the goal was to just make money or make content, I mean, you're always winning there. But I don't think that's what the debate is, right? Just
he tried to make the money argument the whole time.
No.
No.
What are you talking about? The goal is to see who has more money by the beginning and end of the debate. Obviously, you won that, right? But
then don't bring fucking antics and whatever, because I mean that's the only.
Some antics? What antics did he do? Is antics when you get
any idea?
Is antics when you get smurfed on by a media figure with a team at his disposal to help put together media packets of your failure?
I guess so.
I mean, if that's true, Anna Kasparskian did indeed do antics on Voss when she demonstrated how she doesn't like him because she went to bat, when she went to bat for him literally 7 months ago, and Voss claims that he never had a single bit of engagement with the Young Turks whatsoever. Because
that's hilarious. Yeah, of course you didn't, homie. Okay. Yeah.
Get the point across.
You got a lot of your start based on TYT. Vosh, what an idiot. They just always lie. They can't help themselves, I think, at some point.
The point across that, like... Yeah,
I think there are strategies before doing the worm that we can employ to get points across, I think.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead. So, I'm supposed to not anger him and bring the stats way down.
Yes, that's the point of a debate. You're debating, not insulting.
Don't trying to insult people. Yep.
The first man to throw an ad hominem is the first man that loses.
Yep.
Even if you want to go like, well, Carl, internet debates are supposed to be fun. We're supposed to have spice. Okay, be funny. If you're gonna be angry, be funny. Be catchy. Be witty. Show us some of that. Show us some of that fucking chutzpah. Come on, show. And it is called chutzpah. It's not shutzpah. It's chutzpah. Show us some of that chutzpah. Show us some of that goddamn moxie. Where's your charisma? Where's the $100 million streamer? Huh? Is 51% of that just theft?
That's actually very true.
Literally, in his case, we could be able to actually ratio out how much of his career was made possible by him stealing other people's shit. But where is that $100 million kick deal signing superstar rockstar streamer. Here I am shaking my giblets with a box of fucking chicken bones, and you're telling me that you can't be able to understand how to be charismatic in a debate with somebody else who, in his own style, is charismatic? Impossible! There's no way you're like this.
Yeah, I think that like being more chill, unless the other person is freaking out. I think that if you go like really hard, I think I think it looks a little bad optically.
The what?
What? Sorry, Bill was trying to get my attention. Sorry.
Yeah, I heard.
Too hard, you think?
Yeah, I think you went way over the top really quickly. In terms of like,
I thought he went over the top like crazy. He kept not letting me talk, asking questions, and then not letting me answer.
That did happen, and he did apologize for that, especially in the places where it mattered in terms of his argument and how he was making the argument, especially in the 45-second argument, where he said and apologized to you. You're right. 45 seconds of content isn't really a fair barometer to judge you on there. I'm sorry. And every single time he said that, you said, well, take it back. Take it back. You called me a content thief. Take it back. Take it back. No, you're still a content thief. He can still be able to admonish the point and agree that, no, actually, that's not really a fair monicum because you don't even have clips prepared to defend yourself with. And he got you on that too, as well. But he can be able to give ground, but you gained no ground. You literally lost ground. If the debate was a progress bar that started at 50-50, he pushed you off the fucking bar. You are on the floor doing the worm. He is standing on the edge of your bar, and he is looking over the rim like, what is he even fucking doing? Like, what are you doing? That's where we're at there. What do you mean, Felix?
Didn't want to bring up data. He brought
up plenty of data. He had at least one data set. He had multiple extrapolations that he could use with that data set. He had multiple clips of you in guilt doing so. He not only had the videos in question, he also had examples of the thumbnails in question. He had the data set of the person who you were willing to do the experiment with, who had a layout of rules and stipulations which demonstrated the point that he elaborated. He elaborately put together, probably on his fucking outline that he had on his laptop, a full dissertation of how he wanted the conversation to go. He hit all of the major points in his main ideas. He was adding on a couple of fucking flavor bits that you gave him just simply because you admitted to them. He didn't plan for it, but you did it anyways. How? How did you get there in your head just now, Felix?
On video, he bought my video and watched the whole thing, but when it's time to play my video, he just kept pause, comment.
Pause, Andy.
I mean, this is not a fair representation. It's not how
Pause, Andy.
we conducted an argument.
sure. I mean, I agree he was cutting you off a lot. That was true. And it was fair for you to bring that up, to ask to finish your point. That's true as well. But like, when it came to comparing the videos, what do you think his issue was with your video over his video of you?
Oh, because he has the impression that we're editing and we're cutting it, right? Except we're just pausing and it's spliced in.
Oh my god, you're so stupid. Say it again, Felix!
Over his video of you.
Oh, because he has the impression that we're editing and we're cutting it, right? Except
that we're editing and cutting, but
we're just pausing and it's spliced in.
We're pausing and editing cuts. He's concerned that we're editing and cutting out his criticisms, which you were, and splicing together the pauses and cuts, because you believe that if you splice together content where he was supposedly not giving a strong reaction, that was equivalent to you giving weak reactions. Which is how that apology came about. Granted, the problem is, even with the example of, well, here in this 45 seconds, here in this video of these 2 minutes, you have these weak seconds, because you stream 12 hours a day, and this is just what he referred to from the material recently, if he had somebody go through your back catalog that's part of his team, start documenting all the examples of you doing this, they would have a lot more than 45 seconds of your weak commentary. It's not that hard to do. Anyone technically could do it, it's just that nobody wants to do the work, which is half the reason you guys also use that analytic argument to defend yourself, because you use that to justify why you do it. If the numbers went in your way, you would say, well, see, this helps them, so why are you guys upset? And if it went against you, you'd be like, well, that's just one example. So if somebody brought more examples of you doing this, you would get extremely fucking frustrated, because then that argument wouldn't work anymore. But you already gave the ground on that because you just said that you like stealing. You don't care. It's not a moral argument. You just do it because you want to. So.
Kind of. Well, his issue is that, like, if you're going to evaluate whether a video is like a transformative fair use video, the whole video is pretty important to consider. So his issue is if you're just editing moments of silence in a video, that's not really what he's talking about. It's not necessarily the same thing as like, the overall video.
So the only reason why we brought these arguments is that I used his argument against him of the 40 seconds. He's just sitting there. 40 seconds. He's just sitting there, right? When in his videos, he does a lot of sitting there and 40 seconds no talk, right? That I'm flipping back the points on himself, and he had no argument. He had to retreat twice from both arguments. And when I was going to go to the third one, he said, "Let's change topic." He did that both times. I don't know what I'm supposed to do there. Am I supposed to reel him back or start crying or do a tantrum? I don't know how to reel him back at that point.
So learn how to debate. Learn how to debate, Felix. If you didn't know how to debate, if you just came out of the internet yesterday, you had no idea about actual internet debates, you had no idea about the monk debates, you had no idea about the Hippy Dippy Championship, about the title grand belts, you had no idea of anything to do with Twitch Bros. First thing you would do is learn how to fucking debate. You don't have to have the Rational Wiki open in front of you. You don't have to have all this extra bullshit, but you do have to learn how to talk. If Aiden and I were to have a debate, like literally before we crossed over here, about our favorite JRPGs that we've played, both Western and Eastern, I would never do what you did to Ethan. I could have memes, I could make jokes about whatever fucking storyline or quest line she went down, but I wouldn't mock her for things that she's not, one, supposed to be ashamed of or guilty of, and two, I wouldn't act like a little piss baby who gets mad that he's being put in his place because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. You can start there. Start by trying. That implies that you actually try about anything in your life other than the video games that made you popular.
Well, I think the issue isn't sitting there in silence for 12 seconds or 40 seconds. I think the issue is in the totality of the video. How much additional content do you offer? I think that was the argument.
I need to find that to you multiple times.
I was trying to make.
So is that something that in his examples, do you think he did?
Yes. Extensively.
Yes. I think we've cleared that hurdle.
So we can be able to say that Felix does have the brain of a goldfish. It happened in front of his face, and he's like, "Oh, that happened. That happened."
Did you see that? Oh, this is literal Blue's Clues. Did you see it? I didn't see it.
I was brain dead. This man, he doesn't even have a head.
His brain. See, this is what happens. This is what happens when you let airheads dye their hair. It just soaks into the brain and erases knowledge. He possibly has motor function skills. That's why he talks like that. That's a joke.
No thoughts, only Overwatch.
In general, yeah.
In general, it seems like So
keep in mind that Ethan is like one of the only people on the internet that's actually gone to court for fair use and won, right?
Yeah.
So if anybody's gonna know like what it means to be transformative or what fair use, that's like the one area of expertise that I would be really careful just trying to like say he's an idiot on, right?
Fair enough. So then what happened with his wife then?
Well,
what?
The difference with his wife is it sounds like there was a mistake that was made, but it sounds like they acknowledged it. They fired the person and they tried to rectify it.
I do want to say something about that real quick. So what XQC mumbled there that made it very difficult to understand, but to explain what he was trying to intimate is the fact that Teddy Fresh stole designs.
Mm-hmm.
Which is absolutely true as far as we can tell. I don't believe, by the way, the Klein's explanation that it was just one person and we fired them on our staff. I don't buy that. I just don't. Considering it's a luxury clothing brand and they were stealing stuff from like old catalogs and other things like that. I don't buy it. I mean, you can believe what you want about that. I don't really care. I just personally don't believe it. I think that some of the stuff they stole, and it was a lot. It wasn't like, here's the thing.
It wasn't a little bit. There was like multiple
brand,
pieces.
Yes, and the whole thing is that it's Ela Klein's personal designs, and then the whole thing came out from that, allegedly came out from that controversy, is actually Ela doesn't design any of it.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of random people who design it, and they just steal stuff, which is why would you pay then $60 to $70 for a t-shirt if it's not designed even by Ela? Because that was like the whole selling point, is that it's her brand.
Mm-hmm.
And she's doing, I remember like she used to show off like her sketchbooks and stuff. And this is not the first time she's gotten in trouble, because remember the colorway designs a couple years ago, where also it looked like just everybody else's colorways, which I don't think you can really copyright colorway designs, but then they were claiming that they were getting ripped off. I can't remember by who. Was it like Belle Delphine or something? I can't remember who it was. Possibly. They claimed they were getting ripped off because somebody used a similar color design to them, and they just blocked colors. So I don't trust Teddy Fresh as far as I could fucking throw Ethan Klein, and he weighs 3 times what I do, so I can't throw him. So I don't fucking trust them at all, and I do think that they steal designs. So I think that is a legitimate criticism of Ela Klein and Ethan by proxy, is that they have also been thieves in terms of intellectual property. And that is a good point to bring up, XQC, but you can't.
He's not smart enough to be able to tie it over.
He can't fucking explicate it, yeah.
He can't bridge that
explain
point
himself.
Because he's too eager to insult Ethan to his face, and he completely flubbed the opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
It was something
that can't understand understand how to explain it.
It was one of the things that Mueller mentioned in his own coverage of this particular broadcast. And the worst part about it is that if you were to compare how this happens in the general industry of fashion as a whole, that is actually something that commonly happens. Somebody creates a clothing line. For Rihanna, it's her Fenty line. For I don't even remember what Beyonce's clothing line is. I think it's Sasha Fierce. Somebody fact check me on that. Whenever they make a clothing line, it's always made by somebody in a sweatshop, but the ideas of the actual designs basically are the same shit that you'd find in any other design. It's just like the way that they particularly do it is their particular fashion. That's probably very common amongst celebrity fashion, and I'm not a person who buys that kind of shit, you know? I'm not a Supreme buyer. I'm never going to buy influencer brand culture shit. And nor do I think I'd sell it. Of the designs that I have in my own shop, which we do have a shop, people, it is at teespring.com/SinglePlayerCarl. I don't... Hold on. Somebody's calling my phone.
By the way, the clothing line, it's Balmain.
Okay. But, even when it comes to things like merch stores for Teespring, or merchandise in the form of the bobbleheads that EFAP is selling for the hosts, those things are not comparable to the fashion sense styles that we expect to see from people like Teddy Fresh. It is something similar to back in the 2000s to Russell Simmons' FUBU. No. Russell Simmons wasn't the one behind FUBU. I'm pretty sure that was P. Diddy. Yes, for him, Fat Farm. Where they will make those kind of clothes, places like, I forget what it's called. It was a fucking clothing store brand that actually sold shit from people like Steve Harvey, but it closed down after a while because the Urban Outfitter that it was designed around was just pretty much like a pumping up store, like a clothing farm that's like Spirit Halloween. It was in my town for like maybe a year and a half, and the shit closed down because not enough people were buying it because the shit was cheap. It's not good quality clothes to begin with. It's overpriced. It doesn't hold up over time. The only way it would hold up is if you're absolutely very, very careful with how you wear it. Like, you put this shit on a hanger, you put that shit in a goddamn vacuum sealed bag, and you protect that shit more than, well, before they allowed that fat ass Kim Kardashian to wear it.
I was talking about this in the previous stream.
The Marilyn Monroe dress.
I was talking about this in the previous stream. Is that I've got shirts from PewDiePie. They're high quality as shit. They're super high quality shirts. It's one of the most comfortable shirts I've ever bought. And I own like 5 different PewDiePie shirts now. But the most recent one I bought, and every single time I've bought a PewDiePie shirt, they've all been high quality. But these are like super duper high quality shirts. And so you're not just paying for the influencer stuff. You're also paying because it's a high quality product. And that's why you pay like 40 or 50 bucks for it. For a t-shirt, which otherwise... Like, hell, I'd pay 50 bucks for... I don't think it was that much, but I think it was like 35. I don't remember.
even
Maybe
if
40.
even if we made the industry influencer brand merchandise to be a design printed on a Gildan cotton medium shirt to extra large shirt for testing control, it would be better than what Teddy Fresh puts out because it's just money that's going down the drain. It's not worth it ever. But he didn't have the temerity and he doesn't have the intelligence to be able to bridge the point to make that point. So in his future endeavors, Felix should stay away from trying to do things that smart people can do because he is not smart.
Wife then.
No.
Well, the difference with his wife is it sounds like there was a mistake that was made, but it sounds like they acknowledged it, they fired the person,
Sort of,
and they tried to rectify it going forward, right?
Right, so when there's a big mistake, couldn't I just hire more editors and throw one under the bus and then we make a mistake?
Yeah, but the difference here is one of intention, right? Like, they seem like they're trying to do their best to make sure their design's unique, but in your world, you're like, I don't give a at all what happened anyways, I don't care. It's not, you don't even think you did something wrong. They think something wrong did happen, but it was by way of accident, not by way of intention, I think.
Okay.
The other part is that, in your case, you specifically look at it as a situation of, you just said it again, I hire more editors, I throw them under the bus, instead of, this is something that is a part of my brand, because this is tied to me, I must get ahead of this and solve the problem.
Yep.
And I must make whole what I have broken. You don't have any duty in your mind to doing the maximum effort to ensure that if there is harm, you can establish the harm. And if there is not harm, you say, okay, here's what we're going to do. Here's the monetary amount I pay as a minimum. Here's the amount I pay as a maximum. Somewhere between these two numbers, you're going to receive this plus other things as well. So you believe that I have enriched, I have defranchised you of X amount of views. I'm going to look at what I made during this pay period that I watched the video. I made this amount of money. I'm going to do some napkin math. Here is a stipend for that I took. Then here's an additional amount of money for any other videos I might watch from your channel. And I'm going to fucking talk to you for a month. Every single day, I'm going to chat with you. We're going to hang out. We're going to play video games. A streamer standard like that is the beginning of what we would say as a restitution hole. Because if the problem is supposed to be a position of money, then just pay the fucking money. $100 million deal? $100 million deal. You ain't got the money to pay? Nah, baby. Nah. Open that pocketbook, baby.
Exactly.
Oh, he did it. It happened again. When he hit the desk, that's what happened. Yeah, when he hit the desk, it chipmunked him.
Hang on.
Here.
Yep, you're back. You're back, Carl.
Sure that my microphone is tied into. Anyways, where was I? Yes, if it's an argument of clout, I'm waiting for the chat to catch up. Chat can hear me. Yes, chat can hear. Waiting for the chat to say yes. Yes, wonderful. Also, hello, Yeppers. So, if it's an argument of money, open your pocketbook and let's hurt some pockets. If it's an argument of clout, pay back the money. Seas of yeses. Pay back the money through the effort of streaming with the person. Because if we, as content creators, have the ability to raise up and uplift the opinions of the people who are involved with us, for any streamer ever involved in any situation, all you gotta do, put him on a microphone. If the argument you want to make, and I did this way back at the beginning of my career when I was accused of being a clout chaser by Natalie Casanova. That's a zombie unicorn for anybody who doesn't remember people by name. Her accusation was that everybody who was attacking her over her bad take of We Don't Do Booth Babes at E3 2018? 2019? I think it was 18 or 19. Was, you aren't interesting enough. You're mad that I have clout. instead of just accusing somebody of that, if you have the money to do so, write a life-changing amount of money that you can simply give freely, directly, to somebody. For him, let's say, if I, in a negative universe where I was a dumbass like fucking Clout Shark, came around and said, the only reason people like you is because you made money off of big movie titty streamers and clout and stealing money. If he was smart, if anybody were smart, the first thing you would do, and you'd be like, okay, so what's your name? Your name's Carl? Okay, Carl. Show up at this time tomorrow in my Discord and have a PayPal open and ready. PayPal $100,000. PayPal $10,000.
What?
PayPal exactly enough money to buy a new rig. Send and deliver to their home a new rig, new microphone, new equipment, new everything. And it's like, okay, I'm going to give you a challenge, Carl. We're going to stream together for 2 months. In this 2 months, can you take this energy, can you take this influence, and can you build this into a career? If that were the way that some of them acted, even though that feels like it's a challenge intended to intimidate you, any person with the skill to do so would simply rise to the goddamn challenge. This would be where the wheat gets cut from the chaff. And at that point, you can't say that you weren't given an opportunity. You can't say that they're just fucking losers that never have an opportunity and has-beens and never will be. You simply say, listen, that guy, I gave him the best opportunity some people never get in their life. I picked him up off the street with my hands. I dusted him off and I polished him into a fine piece of jewelry. And then I say, go, here go, you're free now. You don't have to pay back anything. Have fun. Do something with yourself, and look at where they're at now. Back on the street where I found them. I should have left your ass here, you nappy-headed Negro. If somebody wanted to do that to anybody who'd ever accused them of this, and actually made content out of it, legitimate content out of it, they would be justified. It would get attention, it would get coverage, it would become a perpetual meme of itself. No matter how much you pre-act, Felix, there is no take that you can give where you can pretend that what you're doing is fair. It's just not. It just isn't. It can't be. There's no world, no way, no shot. Just no shot. Mm-hmm. Because they'd be back on the street, they'd be back where they were, back there, by her accusation of me. I'd be back as a 200-follower Twitter account, still tweeting at her, supposedly only caring because, look, when he was having this debate with me earlier and he was like showing me the pictures, the reason he's mad is because he's one of my simps. It's like, no. I went and I simply put into Google your name and I went to the first 10 links that were there that had your name associated with them. Because for her, she was in the news because she was painting her titties. Which is something that they are now back to doing again on Kick after they left Twitch. Every single one of them that were doing it. But, besides that, if you wanted to say, the reason I'm interesting is because, insert here, let's use Caitlin's argument. Let's use Amaranth's argument. The only reason I was in this shit was because my husband forced me to do this sexual content. I just want to be a streamer like myself, bro. First thing that happens is you go to Kick. The next thing you do after you're doing that is you got your fucking knees up to your chest with your titties out in a push-up bra shirt, playing Diablo 4, screen as wide as can get out, with a fucking ratio, I'll even use my webcam to demonstrate, where the ratio to the screen and what's on the screen is instead of this, is this, sitting there, knees up, playing the games, titties perky. Oh my god, guys, I can't believe my husband is still forcing me to do this after 6 months of outing him after I tried to hide his appearance for 5 years.
Yeah, good point about that with Amaranth, by the way. Pardon me, excuse me, lady. Your whole argument is that the only reason that you do this titty streaming is because you were forced to do so by your abusive husband, and then you keep doing it.
Well, of course. That's what makes the money. She, again...
Really?
Yes.
That was all a ruse. Yes, that was all a ruse. That was all for show, for people to go and grasp on and go, oh.
Yeah.
Listen, I saw it when it happened and said, you know, I really don't trust this take. Let's give it 6 months and see what happens. I wasn't wrong.
Like, how are you going to tell me, dear viewers in the internet, that, oh, just a random viewer of Amaranth just decided to send the $1 million streamer $10,000 and a force multiplier through the mail, which is illegal, by the way, but send a force multiplier with ammunition and $10,000 specifically for hiring private security from the man she's still married to? Sure, certainly, sir. You are joshing me. Certainly, you're not that dumb. No one's that dumb. I hope not. Then again, people on Twitch are that dumb. Well, sympathetic, I should say. Oh my god, how can you say that it's not real? Would a person who's lying do all that? Yes, they would do all that effort. Yeah, it doesn't take much because none of you have the camera on her 24/7. Yeah. The example I used before with Caterino, we only found that shit out because all the guys figured out who they were at each time, and they came together and they made a music video with Howie. It's still a banger to this day. That's the reason we found out about that situation. So why would that be surprising there?
It's self-evident. If it really were the case that Amaranth was being forced to do the hot tub titty streams because of her husband who is abusive, then why did she keep doing them? Like, I'm sorry, like, there's no other... How? What do you want me to think? How can you possibly ask me to be sympathetic towards you? And that's why, I remember, like, at the time when that shit came out, people were like, oh, Aiden, don't you understand? Like, she's being abused. Where's your sympathy? And I was like, because I can't see any evidence that she's actually been abused? That's why?
I'd love to get abused like that, man.
If I saw any evidence that she was actually being abused, then yeah, I would be sympathetic. But unfortunately, I don't see any fucking evidence of that. What I see is a woman who is a titty streamer who doesn't like the fact that she's being judged for being a titty streamer, but is still going to keep being a titty streamer after... I'm sorry, what? Like, make it make sense. I would love to be abused in that way. I would love for nothing more than to be abused like that. I swear to God, I would love for nothing more. But it's not.
Here's
it's not real.
Here's your $1 million abuse check. Here's your $1 million abuse check. Oh, by the way, you got $200,000 from all of your fans who felt sorry for you. Does that help you? It would. It would help me so much.
Much better afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh my god! She turned off the fucking camera and then started smoking some of that fucking Californian ganja.
Oh, it's so disingenuous.
So the whole point is just the fact that he says he doesn't do something, right? And then the point he does bring that I do, right? He also does. If he didn't want me to get him on the 40 seconds and he's just sitting there or he's eating, he did all of that.
No,
right?
But the issue is one of intention. It's like it would be like somebody saying that like you cheated on a test, and then you're like, okay, but don't you lie too? And it's like, well, what do you mean by lying? It's like, well, yesterday you said you'd be home at 5 o'clock and you didn't go home until like 5:15 because traffic was bad, so you lied. And it's like, that's kind of true, but it's not really the same thing at all. So like, his criticism of you is that he's claiming that you steal content and you don't even feel remorse over it. And you go, well, don't you steal as well, like in the Teddy Fresh design? And they did, but that was an accident. It was an employee. The person was fired, and they think that
I don't believe that, by the way, Destiny. I mean, he's good. You're being good faith Gary, which is fine, but like, I just don't believe that.
There's 4 videos where he doesn't transform anything at all.
Which 4 videos?
There's 4. I can link them to you right now if you want. He wouldn't play them. He just said, let's move on. Like I had a lot of stuff to unpack, but he just kept saying, let's move on. So I had to jump from one point to the other, because if we're not gonna sit on a point and actually go through the whole thing, which is
well, you can, if you want, you can shoot me one of the videos and we can look at it. But
well, I have 4 of them.
Shoot me one of them.
Okay. I'll show you now.
I feel like we're gonna need to go back there and hold on to that for a second.
The fact that he says he doesn't do something.
No,
right?
They at 5 o'clock. That's why they.
He just actually go through the whole thing on it. Like I had a lot of stuff to unpack, but he just kept saying, let's move on. So I had to jump.
I had a lot of stuff to unpack, but he kept saying, let's move on. He specifically pulls out your videos and he says, all right, we got 4 of these things here. You just go ahead and pick one, and we're just gonna play this out to conclusion. Then he plays it out to conclusion. You get mad and keep interrupting him. He then tells you verbatim, are we playing it like, tell me when you want me to stop, or do you want to move on? Because he's already proven the point. Even then, when you pull out your clips and he finds that you have edited them so that you have removed the content that has been created through the context he provided for transformation, you get angry and say, no, but you do the same thing, though. And he says, no, and also, why did you change this? He moves forward because he knows you're not going to sit there you're not going to address the topic, and you're not going to address his concern. So when you say...
Jump from one point to the other, because if we're not going to sit on a point and actually go through the whole thing, which is...
if we're not going to sit on a point, if you're not going to let me hold you in a holding pattern and talk about what I want to talk about and stop you from moving forward, what's... the point... The point is, you need to prove how he's done something wrong. Something he said to you again. It's not his job, and the onus is not on him to demonstrate how he is guilty of something you are doing. It is your job to prove how he is guilty of something that you are doing, and how he has done the exact same thing to the exact same tenor, to the exact same energy, with the exact same intent. And you can't prove that because you're too lazy to do the work yourself. You festooned it onto your editor. Then you tried to throw your editor under the bus for edits that they made off your direction, believing that it would be good for you, or worse, them not understanding the problem of the situation, and you going in without understanding what you had in your hand because you never looked at it your fucking self, and not having the clip prepared, ready to go, in your hand, saying, here, I got you, right here on this evidence, we're gonna go through it right here, we're gonna watch this shit. I can't say that this is debate bro tactics, because he has the energy of a debate bro, but he's completely fucking befuddled. It's really sad.
That's an interesting thing about him. He's got that same energy, like you said. Like, he's got the debate bro energy, but he doesn't have... And I'm not saying that, like, obviously a lot of the debate bros are really, really, really stupid. But XQC is kind of next level, because he just doesn't know... like I said, I think he might, before when we talked about this, I think he might have some kind of brain damage.
He might have
a
learning disability.
I don't know how he got that way, but...
He might have a learning disability.
There seems to be something wrong with him. Like, he can't... He seems to be unable to, like, comprehend basic concepts. And I know that I don't want to be rude in that I know that English isn't his first language, but he's been speaking entirely in English for a long time now, and the fact that he can't comprehend, like, really simple ideas, I think he just relies on the English as a second language thing at this point.
I do.
When
I
he
agree.
Makes stupid fuck ups.
It's not a language barrier. Because, I mean, even if you spoke another language, you would still be able to interpret the point very, very simplistically. It's not a language issue.
And he speaks in English all the time. All his streams are in English. Yeah, it's skill issue.
Literally every single day you fucking stream in English, bro, and you still can't speak the language. Get good. But when I say...
At this point, come on, homie, yeah.
When I say debate, bro, I need you guys to understand and visualize, we're talking about people like Vosh. We're not talking about people like counterpoints, not contrapoints, counterpoints, Connor of counterpoints.
Yeah.
We're talking about people who have the ability to discuss. We're not talking about Kayla, not so erudite. We're not talking about we're not talking about Connor of counterpoints. We're not talking about Sean Fitzgerald of Actual Justice Warrior. We're talking about people like Christopher, I don't know his last name because I didn't care to learn, of Shark03. We're talking about, I don't know the name of the person, but people like Soul Bunny. We're talking about people like, I don't know the name of him, but a foreign man in a foreign land. We're talking about people like Orenati. We're talking about people like Lance of the Surfs. We're talking about people like Ian Kaczynski, Vosh. We're talking about people like pretty much all the people who just left TYT's moderator system because they didn't like Anna's takes.
Yeah.
Those are debate bros. People who have only ever been in bad faith arguments, and when made to stand on a point, try to do, as he said, the worm to get away from how bad they're performing. Optics trolls.
That's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life, though, in terms of just being like, I'm doing so poorly, I'm just going to literally just start dancing, essentially.
I mean, it was funny.
Like, it's basically, it's like a human interaction version of a Kafka trap where you're just like, okay, what am I supposed to do with this? Like, you're befuddled because you're befuddled.
Answer on my argument.
If he had any less respect for his audience, he would literally be jangling keys in front of the screen.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Like,
I think the vast majority of his audience is so young that they would be entertained by dangling keys, but like, so that's what he's used to.
I mean, but look at his audience. His audience is people that are mainly kind of either like him or think better of themselves because of him. So when he does these things, the lower end of his audience is doing the whole, oh, sick burn, bro. They're not understanding the context that this is an actual debate. And your guy is basically just like doing this whole like spin in place, do weird moves and go, you can't copy me. Whereas the other guy's like making an actual point. And what he brought to that entire engagement was absolute trash. He brought edited content to try to play the game of, see, I got you on this, but you don't. And he knows you don't. And you got walked off because you didn't have anything.
Welcome, Jeff.
I think something that you actually... Hello.
Hi.
I think something you might have brought up that was of import is that they think that his audience probably thinks that they're smarter than him. And so they're kind of like looking at him as kind of like a regular dude. Then it can improve their own ego by going like, well, XQC is funny, but at least I'm not as stupid as him. I think that's a real possibility.
There's
a clown show. Yeah.
There's possibly people who are ironic fans of him who watch him to see him bungle, just like Darkside Phil. But I would argue that they're probably the more caustic element that is at play here, because if they didn't hate watch him in order for him to have that, even then people who watch him would be like, what? I don't understand. What is the issue? What is the problem here?
Because I'm not even saying this is a hate watching element.
Of course.
I'm saying that there's an element of his audience that is just legitimately
absolutely, like they're
like, it makes them feel better about themselves, and they're not hate watching. They are watching legitimately because they think it's funny to watch the retard.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, there are people who are definitely going to be
watching the clown.
There are going to be people who are watching him and seeing it like, haha, I might not be smart, but I could never be like him. This shit's entertaining. And they're just as bad as an element as he is. Because that is the element of midwittism that we keep seeing in these situations, which is why this was so painful and so jarring and so upsetting and also so humiliating. Not just for those who call themselves streamers like myself, but to pretty much any person who could ever be labeled as a content creator. This is embarrassing not just to my particular spiel of content interaction, but also her element of content interaction. This makes me and it makes Aiden look bad, because this is the person who people will know the name of. They might not know me. They might not know Aiden, but they will have heard of him because he's been in the news for money. And if you bring it up to a regular person, if you put this on Jimmy Fallon, if you put this on any late night talk show host, God forbid it be Stephen Colbert, and Stephen Colbert has to explain the reason why this guy signs the most lucrative multimedia streaming broadcast deal to a website that will be painted as Nazi adjacent, because there are people who have been banned before that have gone to the site because that's where they went to, and they've done their job to try and keep those people from being there. They've made sure to ban people like Baked Alaska and Nick Fuentes, at the very minimum, when it comes to Kick. But much like Cozy TV, they will give it the spiel that, oh, this is the person who's supposed to understand this, and let's say instead of it being any of the shows that he's stolen, he's literally freebasing Colbert at Night. And on the segment, Colbert sees it. Colbert's real opinion is, how dare you steal my fucking content? And then whatever he and Samantha Bee and all the other people who have been his writers for years, from when he was on The Daily Show to The Colbert Report and whatnot, they are going to say, as stupidly as they can, the most normie perspective take of the same thing they said about COVID, which would be, oh my god, can you see this? Well, he certainly is a streamer now, isn't he? Like, whose face is that? Yeah, that's mine! Insert laugh track. It's me! It's me that you're streaming! It's going to be painful, because that's the face of streaming now. That's us. That's what people think of when they hear, oh, do you know about Destiny? Do you know about XQC? Oh, you mean the content thief? The guy who steals movies that were being filmed and shown in theaters? That guy? That's your job? Do you do that too, Carl? That's gonna fuck all of us.
Nope. I mean, yeah, it will fuck. It does fuck over other people because, yeah, like, it really gives the false perception that everybody who streams. And here's the thing that why, just to make more clear about why this is a false perception. Nobody else but XQC can get away with this shit. It's only because of the size of his channel, and then he still acts like I'm being victimized when he does get any kind of clapback for streaming just completely copyrighted stuff. It's not just him. Hassan does it too, and they all deserve the criticism that they get. What's so goddamn infuriating about this is that the rest of us have to come out here and do. I don't know. I don't care if you think that streaming is real work or not. I'm not interested in that. The reality is that doing streams, this
is work.
Where you're providing your own and making your own content, whether or not you think it's valuable or not is not important here.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is that what we're doing right now, what Destiny's doing on his stream and doing reactions while he's playing video games and reacting to this is transformative. It's unique. It is not replacing the original content. It is completely unique. It is not replacing the content. It is not in any way a replication of it. It's unique and transformative.
Mm-hmm.
These are the primary tenets of fair use. You can like it, you can dislike it. That doesn't really matter. But what XQC does is not transformative. It's not fair use. So just him just sitting there, we're like, whoa! And same with Sniper Wolf. And I do hope that they get the fucking hammer dropped down on them on the law, by the law over this stuff. Because, as you said, Carl, it makes all of us look bad. Every single person who makes content on the internet looks like a freaking moron because of these people.
You look like
and a thief.
Indeed. $5 super chat from Roan Harushan. What's sadder? Watching a nitwit or funding a nitwit so you can feel better about being smarter than the nitwit. Definitely Darkside Phil and his cult vibes. If I had to choose which one is sadder, I would say funding a nitwit. Because anybody can go about the internet and find out about a lolcow and be like, let me see what this person's about. They can go down a Momocon timeline. They can go down a Smuguroko timeline. They can go down a Yang Yi timeline or a music or movie Bob timeline and be like, oh yeah, this is what this person's about. This is what they are interested in, what they're into. Oh, that's wild. That's really interesting. That's really bad. And they can never pick up that content again. Sanitize their entire watch feed of it. You go and you give money to the lolcow, thus encouraging them to continue with the behavior that they do. That's worse because they will have the incentive. First you'll have the incentive of enabling them, but then secondly, you'll give them the false perception that, oh my god, they like me, they really like me. And even if you were to take a farm's angle of let's build up somebody who we can always embarrass and have as free content, we'll always be able to entertain ourselves with this person's failures. Eventually, you will have enabled them with money to fail upwards. So,
I just largely agree, but I have to ask, you said Yang Yeah, what's the drama with Yang Yeah?
He's decided.
He's now. He is the best.
He's gotten into the woke scold VA circles now that he's a voice for. I'm sorry.
I love Yang Yeah for years. No way! Don't ruin him for me.
I'm sorry you had to find out this way.
I'm sorry, Aiden, but I saw the tweets.
He did this like 2020 way with the election stuff. It was very weird for Yang Ye to even get involved in it, but just to keep it light. Like that was one of the moments that Yang Ye got a Wojak of his own just because of that. And that is what happens when you become a lolcow. You get a special Wojak just for you, not just for you to fund.
When's my soy jack? I've been considered a quote unquote lolcow for let me go down the list here. Being a fan of Pro Jared, apparently fucking a drug dealer who doesn't even live near me.
Did you?
No.
Okay, Pro Jared. Let's be clear, Pro Jared got done dirty.
Yeah,
he
made a comeback though.
But people act like you can't support him despite that or be a fan of him.
I mean, that's people on the internet. But Ron made a weird point. He made a very interesting point I wanted to touch on real quick just to get out of the way. So when Ron mentioned that is why XQC feels he puffs up as big as he does, because those numbers add to his ego. So when he interacts with a smaller entertainer or a smaller person, those numbers, being that these are, I would say maybe at least 60% of his chat, or maybe less, are people that are just there to just watch the spectacle that is XQC. Give him an overinflated sense of ego that he walks onto the stage and goes, "Yeah, I'm the shit. You know, I'm really that guy." It's like, no, I don't think that you are. People are watching you because you're going to say something dumb and they're going to get a laugh out of it, and they're only there for the entertainment value. They're not there for you.
He doesn't understand their people are laughing at him, not with him.
It's very interesting when he describes it the way that he does, because he gives the implication when he says, I'm easily replaceable, that he understands that the perception that he gets when he then steals people's content is, oh, I'm easily replaceable. So what I have to do is I have to take other people's content to make sure that they stay here, because if they find somebody else to replace me with, I will be replaced by them. So that's like if we're assuming that most streamers, because let's be honest, there are a lot of Twitch streamers that bought their fucking followers. There are some that don't. They just happen to have that much amount of people. But there are some people who just outright bought their followers, and I'm of the belief that XQC is part of the people who probably did when he started out, until it was big enough that he no longer had to fake it until he made it. If his audience were to come across somebody who was... Basically, it's... If they took a clone of Felix, but that clone was more entertaining, more witty, more studious, more hierophantic, that his perspectives were better than Felix's here. And he was able to say the words that Felix could not say in that debate. And they had to be on a stage. And there was an actual room that could fill all the fucking fans that he supposedly has and exists. If on one side, all the people that were the real fans for the human Felix stood up and went over to the AI-assisted Felix and was like, you know, like, you can be funny or whatever, but I spent more time laughing at you than with you and your jokes. He's better than you are. I'ma go. If he physically had to see that amount of people disconnect, not just nobody wants to see this because he said this in the debate. Nobody's going to constantly look at a screen to try and keep up with things. No one's going to constantly switch channels. If he had to physically watch that number of people that he believes he controls in his audience get up and walk away from him and take their money with them, he would physically get it then. He would understand, oh, this is what I did to them. And then, when he thinks about it in his head, when the gears finally start turning, and when they came to me about their content being taken, I don't know. When they came to me with their content being taken, I said to them, hey bro, this is business, get your money up. Damn, I'm really an asshole. I don't think he can do that. Because if he did, he'd be like, well... I
don't think he can.
He'd be like, oh, fuck it, I guess I do something else. I guess I just gotta make money some other way. It wouldn't occur to him. He'd feel a twinge of embarrassment for like half a second, but if anybody ever reminded him of that half a second, he would throw the biggest shit fit. But then he would just pretend like, oh no, they were just trying to get an L on me. They're just trying to mock me, bro. They're just trying to mock me. It's like, can you be a human for half a second? Can you stop? No? Well,
no,
okay.
He's just so internet brained. Like, that's the thing with XQC is the absolute like poster child of internet brain. He just can't think outside of weird, I don't know, like Zoomer shit. He has no idea what the fuck's going on in reality, and he lives in a complete farcical, false world.
Mm-hmm. It's terminally online. It's the terminally online thing where it's just like, I'm on the internet. This is how it is on the internet. But functioning in real life outside of the internet is a total different thing, and he doesn't connect.
Some of us gotta wake.
So he's not connecting any of that,
Like, the way that I started my morning today is I got up and 5, now possibly 7 hours, but it feels like it stopped now, just dealing with the squirts, in, out of a room, talking to my chat. One person was there, then 5 people, then more, and now we here are with, what are we looking at right now? 27 here, and I think maybe 2 on Twitch. Even within that number, I'm happy with that number, because the number's not 0, right? I don't care about the number to begin with, but if I had to say, today, did I entertain somebody? If that number was 0, I would still say, yeah, I'm fine with it, because I entertained myself. I had fun
there you go,
by myself.
You know?
For him, he would hear that and be like, bro, that's such a loser perspective. What do you fucking think this is? You think it's Yu-Gi-Oh, bitch? You think it's Heart of Cards? I swear to God, that's what exact words coming out of his mouth. Because in his mind, if I'm hanging out with the bros, if all of these people here, of which I'm sure some of the people who tied over from my audience, from Aiden's audience and other people's audiences, if this was the first time they ever saw me, I have to think that the words in their head is like, who the fuck is this chocolated man? I've never seen him before. I guess I might as well listen. He's friends with Aiden, which means he must be good. So we've already gotten past the first hurdle that most people don't get through, which is social proof. He said he's good, so I gotta give him a shot. They stay around and it's like, well, shit, I came for the content, but this guy's kind of based.
It's a thing that it is something that I'd point out about the nature of live streams, of which and Twitch and a lot of what XQC and Hassan both said is that it is and I brought this up last time we talked about this, is that it's parasociality, is that there's this feeling of like most people are doing other shit, by the way, while they're listening.
Of course.
They're doing other stuff. They're working, they're browsing the internet, eating, they're doing whatever, like they're doing their own thing, but you want to have this feeling that there's like other people around you. And I know that like Bill has criticized me for this because I am terminally online in my own way, in that but I've been this way since before the internet, actually, in that even when I was a little child, like, you know, a very, very young, like a toddler, I needed to have the TV on in the background, because if I didn't hear someone talking, the creeping fear of death or something would like, consume my brain. But as long as there's somebody else talking, I don't really care what they're talking about. They're just saying stuff.
Embrace death. Stop being a pussy.
As long as there's somebody else talking, though, it made me feel like, oh, I'm safe. You know, that is, and this is my experience, but it moved like, oh, okay, like, there's other people around, I'm safe, I'm cool. And I mean, and it's not just me, it's clearly genetic, because my dad's the same way. I mean, he's never expressed it to me in that way, but my dad, who grew up in an age where there were only radios, I mean, there were televisions early in his life, but it started out with only radio. But he was that way too, where he'd have the radio on all night, and then when he got a television, he'd have the television on all night. That was not a thing that people did back in the 60s, but it's just clearly that same kind of like, I just need to know that there's like other humans around right now, or else I'm going to go insane.
The heat death of the universe is now shunted for 5 seconds.
I just need to know there's other human beings around.
The social aspect of streaming and broadcasting has made it so common that has allowed for social media to serve that itch. And live streaming, I believe, is one step further in that direction. Because first, you have the video, where you're talking to the person, but it's only through the comment section with whatever media they've posted. Then you have the social blogging aspect, which is you can talk to them live, but you don't see them while they're doing it. Until if they're doing a broadcast on something like Twitter, then that's a little bit different. Spaces adds another element to that, where you can have the conversation now amongst a group of people who may be in your circle and orbit, maybe even limited specifically to you. But then the live streaming aspect is somebody throws money at the screen. I'm not going to throw this at the screen because I'm pretty sure I'd damage my fucking display if I did. These fucking pointed edge meant for my nails. You throw virtual or literal money, or even a message at the screen. I see it, and that leads to an instantaneous reaction that can act as a springboard into further content while I'm already performing some style of content, whether it be a musical performance, a watch together, a debate, or just video games. Prepare yourselves, people, tomorrow, because this is going to be in live effect with Path of Exile. No matter what it is the live streamer's doing, you still have that open element of what is effectively a television channel and your ability to switch to it, which is probably the most intelligent thing he actually said about that. Because there is an element of that leads to the issue, but the issue is that having 1,000, 1,000,000, 1,billion different connections to make doesn't help anything. Because if I wanted to go see SinglePlayerCarl, there's only one Carl. If I wanted to replace SinglePlayerCarl with more of his content, I can only have past content, not new content. So if I want something from specifically me, but I'm not live, you'd have to find someone else to fill that time. And the way that he describes it is he feels that if a streamer isn't live, because technically this is true to the element of streaming as a broadcaster, if your channel isn't live, your channel is effectively dead. So you send people to your side content, so when your stream isn't there, you have the ability, oh, Carl's not live, but he dropped a video the other day. He might not be streaming exactly at this moment, but he dropped 2 videos in perpetuity, and he's also giving updates about what he's editing, and he's also microblogging with videos that he reposted from him making shit on TikTok, and then maybe those videos might get used as a part of content for a video that he might make down the line that might be part of the main shit he's making, or a side project he's doing. There might not be a stream that's live at this exact moment, but he probably dropped a writing piece about something that he cares about, like Baldur's Gate 3. There might not be a stream that's live at this exact moment about something that I want, but there might be shit that he'll make in the future, or he's streaming right now, but he's talking to somebody who I don't know, so, like, even though I don't like the content he's talking about at this current moment, maybe there's a past broadcast I can watch where he's doing something. Oh, look, he's cooking in his kitchen. I might not like old school RuneScape, but I'll watch him try to make snacks. No matter what it is that you're doing, there's always something that a person can tune in to watch to do. But realistically, the element we're talking about here today is the element of a broadcaster taking somebody else's content and effectively justifying the idea of, well, see, XQC is streaming, but he's streaming the Minos to his video. Are you gonna go watch the Minos video? I mean, I guess I could, but I already watched it on a stream. You know, want to watch any of his other videos? I mean, I could, but, you know, I'd rather wait to see him watch it. So, like, I want to hear what he has to say about it. Why don't you just ask him what his opinion about it is right now? I mean, I could, but I don't really want to, so what's the point?
Exactly. That's the thing. Like, it's like everybody gets something out of. I don't want to like shit on people's interest in content to a certain degree because I get So, for example, ASMR does nothing for me. It just doesn't. I have nice headphones. I have nice earbuds. It just doesn't. Spoon, you know, my co-host. He'll send me these like ASMR videos, and it's like, oh, man, getting a haircut, ASMR, and I'm like, it does nothing. I get that it like tingles some people's taints, but it doesn't do anything for me. Maybe it's autism. I don't know. It just doesn't. Some people like get an extreme amount of like just enjoyment out of that. Some people love mukbangs. Yeah, but some people love the that really does something for them. Some people love mukbangs, and there's something about that deeply gives them enjoyment.
You fall asleep listening to fucking political podcasts.
Yes, I do.
You do not
Bill.
have a fucking leg on which
I'm not. That's why I'm saying I'm not judging anybody. Because again, I fall asleep listening to people talk about politics. So I'm not saying that I have any room to. I'm not trying to stand everybody. Anybody else's choice in content.
There's trying to sleep.
I know. I love you too, Bill. But but yeah, like I listen to political podcasts and esoteric, fucking weird shit when I go to sleep. And that's the stuff that I like to listen to. But I get that other people want to watch mukbangs or listen to ASMR, and I totally get that it's not my cup of tea. But I understand that people have the kind of content they want to listen to. And we live in a mediated world at this point where it's constantly mediated all the time. 100% of the time is that you're jacked in to something, which is why YouTube and Twitch and all these other platforms, why all of us who do make content on them can succeed, is because there is a constant 24/7 demand for more and more content. That's how it is.
No matter the wheel will keep turning, no matter what. Go ahead.
But XQC and Hassan are people who take advantage of that, and because they don't, in my opinion, they don't make their own content. They just reuse the shit that other people make, and
they're not content creators. Yeah,
that's just theft.
They're not content creator. They're context creators. Insert that Metal Gear Solid reference, boys. And that voice, that voice you hear in the background is our DM. Bill, you can hear him next week on Tuesday when he torches us whatever the fuck is about to happen in our campaign next, which is a great segue to talk about. Even if you don't like what I'm talking about here, you could tune in Tuesday to Rolling in the Isles and see what we get up to there, and that might be your cup of tea. Everybody has their kind of content they can watch, whether it be Aiden falling asleep to Sitch and Adam. I don't know if you do. I'm just taking a shot in the dark.
I have done that.
Or you watching me sit in front of a screen mauled at myself because I can't hit a drop rate for an item in old school RuneScape or in Path of Exile because I've spent thousands and thousands of in-game currency trying to find the thing, and it's like, oh, well, back to the maps, I guess. It doesn't matter what kind of content you watch. Even if you're watching Review of the Week, eat food in his car, there is content for everybody. And if they were to have their way, they would justify taking that content, saying 20 minutes of air gasps over it, stitched together like Randy the Macho Man Savage taking in breaths of air, just man, that's so base. That's the content. It's unacceptable. We can do better than that. We can do better than that. We can try to do better than that.
I don't actually think it's unacceptable because you have to understand that people like XQC are largely entertaining children. So I don't really care if it's like, whoa, guys, whoa, okay, whatever. Like, dude, do that. I know it entertains children, but you can do that. You just have to make your own shit. There's a couple of rules that I think we've all decided you have to live by as a content creator. You can be stupid, you can be retarded, you can make terrible streams, or whatever you want to do. It just has to be your own stuff. And it can't be weird sexual shit like Elsagate crap. Do you know what I mean? That's it. Just don't do that stuff and you're typically fine. If you want to entertain children. And that's what they're doing, is he's entertaining children. He's a babysitter.
I would try to argue that even then, if they're willing, if they never want to make an interest of making a single video that they produced and edited themselves, not just I paid an editor to do this, it's like, there's something that is going to be made, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to watch it, you're going to take my reactions and you're going to clip it, and we're going to release it as a 6-part video of my opinions. I did this with Barbiegate. I think Jay's working on her version. If she's not also working on hers and mine at the same time, I should also probably do it edited myself. If we do that for content, and then we also stream, that's great. You can't just take my shit and then decide that that's going to be a reaction about Barbie. Is you're going to listen to somebody else's opinion. Kind of like Hassan did when he was listening to the Critical Drinker's review of it. And him just come up with weird talking points about nothing at all to do with Barbie. And more to do with basically the culture war. And you call that streaming. That's worthy of a reward.
It was so... What was it about Critical Drinker's review in particular that apparently like triggered everybody on the left? His review was not that much different from anybody else's, but for some reason he really pissed off every like left bread tuber. I don't know why.
It was the characterization that Hassan gave specifically about him supposedly being a alt-right freak.
Alt-right?
Yeah, but I mean that was something Hassan. Hassan said it, so then they all had to repeat it.
Yes.
I guess that's it. Yeah.
They gotta defend the big man. But let's move forward.
Come on, you can shoot me one of the videos and we can look at it. But
well, I have 4 of them.
Show me one of them.
Oh, genuinely. It felt to me like he knew he was going to lose on a lot of these points. He wanted to move on because I already proved them wrong.
If a person thought that he were going to lose on a point and he was going to move, he wouldn't have specifically spent so much time gloviating about how he was dog walking you. Continue.
Yeah.
On 2 of them, and the rest was coming up.
Sure. Look, let me just... I understand, and we can disagree, or you can look back at it later. I promise
here's
you,
one.
At no point in this conversation did Ethan feel like he was going to lose. Did Ethan feel like he was on the back foot, or was Ethan mad? This conversation, in his world, probably went better than he could have ever expected. I don't think he feels mad. I don't think he felt on the back foot. I don't think that was going to lose on any of these things.
He's bald,
especially when you bring... This is another thing, too.
He's bald. He's mad and he's bald.
Like, I don't know
This
how
is
much you
true,
watch
though.
my
Destiny's
content, but
right.
when people bring up, like, oh,
True.
aren't you a cuck? Like... Yeah, I've heard this argument like a million times. You're not gonna get me on this one, right? That's the same thing as bringing up like the Teddy Fresh. Like, did you guys still design? Like, they've been criticized for this a million times. Unless you've got some novel or new thing, it's unlikely that you're gonna like, you know, dent his armor with this attack that they've dealt with a million times in the past. You know?
Okay. So, as a point of defense, you're saying that it would be pretty good.
One sec, actually.
To have
Yes.
Destiny brought up a really good point there. Is that and I raised and said, like, yeah, there are real criticisms of H3 regarding the Teddy Fresh stuff. But the reality is it has nothing to do with the conversation at hand. So XQC bringing it up does make him look desperate. And yes, H3, Ethan, whatever, he knows. Just he's well aware, just like as Destiny is well aware of the cuck allegations or whatever the fuck else people claim about Destiny. That's not going to permeate their armor. They know what's happening there, so it's not going to do shit. So yeah. Even though I think there's some real shit there with the Teddy Fresh stuff, it's not going to permeate Ethan's armor. Good point, Destiny. Yeah.
I mean, at that point, if you keep seeing the same shit and you're molding it all the time, that's an easy way for people to get under your skin.
Yeah, like her 30 employees.
You can't be a debater and have people easily be able to fucking chink at you because of something that is tilting to you. That's way too easy.
and say, guys, let's do better, right? And just keep firing one every time that something goes wrong and say, I had the right intentions. That seems like it would be a pretty good strategy, right?
Well, yeah, but that's not what they're doing, right? If somebody was doing that, that would be fair criticism, but...
1.2 million
Okay, hold on. So this is a 2-minute video, 1 second.
views in 6 hours?
I'm watching this for some real quick. Give me 1 minute.
Finally over. Logan Paul apologized. Coffeezilla, your slang is, he is a lopsided journalist with an agenda, more like an internet criminal. Oops, wrong video. That was the first response. He actually apologized.
Sitting there like a moron. Look at this idiot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not my effort.
No. This is like that. I mean, hold on. Let me get a taste of this. He didn't talk about it. He's literally just sitting there quietly for the first 30 seconds. You should sue him. You thief bitch.
Turns out it's actually on his secondary channel.
Okay, so the question is, from this original video that you cut this from, how long was the original video and how long was like Ethan's reaction to it?
Okay, so Destiny, I've just told you this. Okay,
Just
Yeah.
play
you know,
this.
I would entertain the full-on arguments. I don't have to, since he's the one who sets the parameters.
I didn't watch the video, guys. Listen, I don't know what the hell's in here because I just brought it here because my editor handed it to me. But hey,
Yep.
you know,
Wow.
I guess it works, right?
He gets dumber every time I give him an opportunity. It's like, maybe this is his level of intelligence in my brain. No, that's harder. Use
I
harder.
don't even get this lazy. It's, you know, again, I released a video today, as you watched earlier on the stream, on your stream, Carl.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually a very short video for me to upload and to edit. Whole thing took about 3 weeks. 3 weeks, right?
Uh-huh.
The people like this, they just it takes them 10 seconds. They hire editors, which I don't have a problem with necessarily, but like they don't do any work. They just sit there, they react to other people's content, somebody else clips it up for them, they don't even bother to do that, and then they become millionaires. And I'm sorry, am I a little salty about that? Why did I come out? Why was I Canadian there for a second? Am I a little salty about that? Yeah, a little bit. Only a little bit, because this stuff doesn't appeal to me whatsoever. I don't want to watch XQC go whoa every 5 minutes. I mean, you know, it doesn't appeal to me. So, but I'm not a child, so then again, maybe it's not for me.
Crash Bandicoot does indeed appeal to children, but I never imagined that he would be Canadian and fucking French.
Damn, that was a little strong.
What do you mean? I'm allowed to say that? I am French. Oh, god damn.
For the argument that by saying he sits there, dumb he doesn't talk for 40 seconds, bitch ass, and then he says while he's eating or something like that, right? So all I'm using is his own point and flip it on himself. I don't have to get the whole thing. I generally don't, right? That's not what he attacked.
His issue attacking you wasn't that you had 40 seconds of silence. It was that you had 40 seconds of commentary to add to an 8-minute video. Those are fundamentally different points.
That is incorrect. Watch a video and you're going to see his commentary about my initial react and his criticisms, which I flipped round to him. You are wrong about that, by the way. Just look at it.
It's not my effort. No. This is like that. I mean, hold on.
He's wrong.
He didn't talk about it.
Okay, wait. Which part of this video do you want me to watch, or?
You're going to see in the audio in the back, my editor edited in his criticism on my actual...
You can't even tell him the fucking timestamp.
Content.
He didn't watch it. You know what I'm saying? It's too hard.
4 seconds or whatever. So all I did is I just flipped it on him. Just watch the fucking
when Ethan said the 40-second thing, right? I think he acknowledged, even in your conversation, that technically it wasn't the 40. His issue was just that he was watching you watch a video. There was 40 seconds of silence. But if that would have been 40 seconds of silence couched in a whole, like, decently critiqued video, he probably wouldn't have brought that same criticism up, right? Like, if you had, like, a 10-minute reaction video...
You can physically hear his brain reboot as he's presented that operant.
Windows noise.
Wasn't Windows XP with AOL Messenger?
Oh, God.
Like, decently critiqued video, he probably wouldn't have brought that same criticism up, right? Like, if you like...
Oh, god damn it.
Like a 10-minute reaction video to like a 3-minute video or something, and during that 3-minute video, or your 10-minute repost of it, if there was like 40 seconds of silence, you probably wouldn't have an issue. The issue was that, like, that seemed to be like in concordance with your entire reaction.
So why not attack that then?
I think that's what
I mean, other than the fact that he did.
he was attacking, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's implied, right? It's like I'm supposed to know that.
Well, I mean, no,
So
I mean,
What?
like,
What?
that's
What?
that
It's
is his
implied.
argument.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What are you
you're
talking about?
you're supposed to be smart enough to recognize that.
He's too stupid. He's too. Or do you think he's actually this stupid, or is he playing at be? Is he pretending to be retarded?
No.
Without having
that's too high.
I think he actually might be this stupid. And that's the
without
problem.
having access to a camera inside of his home, where I can see and hear him at all times. I'm going to assume that a little bit of this is him being content brained and not paying attention to the discussion. However, I do not have high hopes for his intelligence on an average situation case.
Right.
Well, then he's
He did it again! Oh my god!
I go on all his old points and reiterate the main point, which I don't think he did a really good job of doing because I didn't even know he was. All he did is.
Even the chat room is saying he's too autistic to understand.
No way.
It's that.
Sheesh!
I wish you would watch all 4 videos, or at least 2 of them, so we would have had a better idea.
Okay, I can watch the second video you sent me. Hold on. You sent me number 4. I'll watch number 3. 1 sec.
Number 9.
You want to vlog number 9 with a number 7
Mr.
with fries.
Your attention to the screen, please. Hey, got a bag of great
like,
value
I mean, just right off the bat, what the fuck
see
is
if we
this
can't put this in my deep fryer.
sitting there like a
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Get that up there. I don't think I can fit any more. I think I can fit a couple more in there. Get up there.
He didn't talk about it. He's literally just sitting there quietly.
I
for
haven't
30 seconds. You should
fuck
see him.
shit, fuck.
You FCC, you thief bitch.
I actually haven't even seen the Meat Canyon video that this is referring to. That's wild. How did that pass me by? I should pay more attention to Meat Canyon.
It's a really good video.
Better not leave these in too long.
40
We got a couple of
seconds. Not a single comment or introductory
So, Mr.
statement.
Chew, that video didn't go viral. That was my video. What does it take exactly for someone to get, I don't know, at least 20, 30,000 likes on your platform?
I don't.
My criticism of him right now is that he uploaded this to YouTube. Because I understand the nature of live streaming. You sit there, stuff is going on, like you said.
I don't really understand the question.
It's to YouTube. Because I understand the nature of live streaming. You sit.
I don't.
My criticism of him right now is that
That's
a
me.
compilation clip.
Oh no, what
Wait,
just
am
happened
I
there?
getting confused? Is that an actual clip of?
Yes, that's a
Ethan's
compilation.
line?
It's a compilation of Ethan's voice describing the thing that XQC is mad at him for doing, that he's trying to use as a, look, you're doing the thing. And if you listen there, and look at Steven in his moment, Steven, as he's listening to this, and just
Yeah,
listen,
he's
just
a little
listen,
bit frustrated.
listen to that sigh.
nature of live streaming. You sit there, stuff is going on, like you said.
I don't really understand the question.
It's to YouTube. Because I understand the nature of live streaming. You sit.
I don't.
Me too, Steve. Me too.
My criticism of him right now is that he uploaded this to YouTube.
Okay, Ethan, let me find the search hole. Ethan reacts to Meat Canyon's new video. 1439.
Meat Canyon video. Let's see, we got a new.
Mr. Chew, can you direct your attention to the screen, please? Hey, got a bag of great value tots here. Gonna see if we can't put this in my deep fryer, if you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Get that up there. I don't think I can fit any more. I think I can fit a couple more in there. Get up there.
This is pretty hypocritical, Ethan. Come on.
Pickle. So, Mr. Chew, that video didn't go viral. That was my video. What does it take exactly for someone to get, I don't know, at least 20, 30,000 likes on your platform?
I don't really understand
Now,
the question.
Mr. Chew, if I can interject, 20,000 likes seems more than reasonable. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Chew? I mean, at least 20.
I don't know.
Mr. Chew, if you could direct your attention back to the screen, please.
Oh, yeah.
This seems very hypocritical of Ethan.
That's a Yukon Gold potato if I've ever seen one. And guess what? I've got 4 of these bad boys heading up to the deep fryer right now. Hey, woo! Supper time! Let's ride! Oh, man! Oh, I don't think this one's gonna fit. Oh, no. Wait, there we go. God damn! This mother bird's about to lay herself a couple quail eggs. Woo!
Do you know what she's had to sacrifice to get this video out, Mr. Chew? Between recording the video,
And
editing it,
ironically, that video would definitely get a lot of views on TikTok. There's no question about it.
giving lobbyists everything they want, raising campaign funds, and sending every one of her constituents straight to voicemail.
I'm not sure I really even understand what's going on
Sacrifices,
now.
Mr. Chew. Sacrifices. And a lot of them.
Yeah, I hate to interject for a moment, but Mr. Chew, this here's a Yukon Gold potato, okay? That may not mean very much to you in China, but
Questions, Mr. Chew.
a rust potato.
For a short video, if you don't mind.
What's the,
This really
what are we doing here?
Not the rusted in the vagina, but I did not see that clip of her. Yeah, that shit was annoying as fuck, dude. Are kind of on my side on this whole thing, which is that it's so,
right here, but
so I got the link to what the
association with like 2021. Well, as was pointed out.
Okay, I mean, I would say that this reaction is pretty shit in terms of like what would qualify for his thing. Is this the one that he said he had explicit permission to react to? That Meat Canyon asked him to watch it?
Nah, he doesn't have the actual. Oh, you can do this. He's just kind of like, well, he's my friend by whatever. It's just like some assumption bullshit. It's not like he actually cares. Let's be honest.
Well, wait.
The irony, other than the fact that one, yes, he did tell you that, and even if he was lying too, you've lied before. We don't believe you with the people you claimed you gave permission to, or that you had received permission from, or that you compensated, because you never explained or ever demonstrated that you actually did compensate anybody for when you did content theft. Yeah, that reaction's pretty shit in terms of a low energy react. On a scale of, well...
It's a Meat Canyon video, like the stuff that happened on the screen is insane.
Yes.
Like, you should be able to have some kind of reaction to it, but instead, or if you can't react to it, then don't watch it. And just tell, I mean, I do this every time we do a stream. If I'm like, I just think you guys should watch it. Like, okay, so we watched a minute of the 3 minutes of Richmond, North of Richmond last night on my stream. And then I said, okay, I'm going to play a minute of it. Everyone else go watch the song. Go listen to it yourself. I'm not going to play the rest of it. That's what normal content creator, that's what normal people do, okay? Because what am I going to do to react to a song? You know, there's not much I can do.
Other than how, like, you personally felt when you listened to it, how you engage with the lyrics, not a lot. It's not like...
I did a bit of, but still, like, there's not a whole lot I can do to react to a song. And I played a minute of it and said, go listen to the rest of the song if you like the song. That's how a normal content creator should react to stuff like Meat Canyon and being like, okay, we'll watch a couple seconds of it.
Because other than the, oh my god, bro, that's wild. Oh my god. Oh, dude! Even if it's that element of, I can't believe how surreal this art cartoon is, there's not much you can do other than become vocal. Of course, reacting harder. I would say on a scale of Felix to Carl, that's a pretty Felix response from Ethan. That's really bad. But if he's been given permission, I'm sure that even if that's shit, it's better that he put the video on the screen and that Meat Canyon got recognition, even if we were like, that's clearly Meat Canyon. It's good that Meat Canyon's able to get the fucking reaction seen and the video seen from Ethan, from exposure. Unironic better exposure than your exposure, since it's a YouTuber to a YouTuber, rather than a Twitch streamer grifting and cannibalizing content from a YouTuber. There
That's
is
a good point, by the way.
Well, it's probably one of the biggest reasons that it's an issue amongst content.
Is that YouTube is a very small ecosystem comparatively? Well, it's a contained ecosystem. It's not small. It's a contained ecosystem. So it's very easy to say, like, hey, here is the YouTube channel of the person whose video I just watched. With Twitch, people don't want to go off-site. Same thing with YouTube. If you want to link to a Twitch streamer, people don't want to go off-site. It doesn't matter if it's Twitch, it doesn't matter if it's Rumble, it doesn't matter if it's Odyssey. I wish they did, but people don't want to go off-site.
I got the video up. He actually links back to Meat Canyon's video directly on the description. So it's right there.
Plus, that's also the other part of XQC's argument that he made, specifically about people not wanting to flick off. When he's talking about people not wanting to flick off, he doesn't want to incentivize people to click off of his stream and go do something else that he didn't do as a call to action. Which, as much as we don't like call to actions, because realistically, if I got up and I was like, listen guys, if you like the stream and you like this content, you should be able to give money to SinglePlayerCarl. He might need a new black flower pick for his hair. Come on guys, you gotta give him money. $5! $5! Even if I were to do that, there'd not be people who'd like, yeah, let me go ahead and bring up Sally's Beauty Store. Let me look for that. What is this fucking number? Patent number 238821. Registered trademark, black power fist, peace sign pick with metal extension rods that are easily replaceable. Let me go ahead and find that particular piece. Not many people are going to want to do that if it's not directly there inside of like a panel on the bottom of your Twitch page, inside of your gift boss section, where it's like, want to buy me food? Click here. It's much easier and much more streamlined to do that, or to click a Streamlabs link to donate money to the streamer, than it is to tell them to go off-site to another place to potentially order you something in the middle of a broadcast. A super fan and a power user might do that, especially if they're a long-time watcher of a stream, but no, they're not going to want to click off. But that's not a justification for you to then justify your actions, because it's much harder for us as content creators on YouTube to take somebody's video, cannibalize it, and try to act as though we didn't take from a video. Because when you start referencing other people's material in your coverage, it becomes really hard for you to pretend that you did not get that from a source that you could claim is behind a paywall. So if somebody took my video, which this has already happened, I'll use a different example than Christopher. If Foreign Man in a Foreign Land were to bring me up in a conversation with FD Signifier on FD Signifier's streams, I don't think he streams, I think he has conversations that then lead to streams when he gets contacted in private with other people that isn't Illuminati. He was mentioned something to Signify saying, "Hey Siggy, do you know about this man called SinglePlayerCarl? He watches our content on his channel all the time." And he would go over to the channel and be like, "All right, let's go see what this African American male is all about." And he was to hear the nappy-headed shit that came out of my fucking corn-fed mouth. Probably very fucking angry. And if he were to take videos that I made and to take footage from streams that I did, it'd be really hard for him to pretend that he doesn't know that it came from my content. Because the first thing that would happen is like, isn't that my fucking title for VsChat? Isn't that my font layout for my fucking stream? So that's clearly a stream that I made while I was recording. Is that not my fucking my fucking Switch overlay screen that I just finished creating for the ability to stream like this? Is that not aided in the chat? So I know the day that it happened, because I remember who was there in the voice chat. I remember the topic we were on. Do we not see the progress bar on the screen? We can see exactly where I am in the content. So if you were to say something that is incongruent to the actual truth of what's happening, I can simply show up in the comment section and say, "Hey yo, why the fuck you clip my shit like that?" And if you were to delete my message, I can then go to Twitter and be like, "Hey yo, FD Signifier put content of mine in his progress and he like ripped out 40 seconds or 40 minutes or 40 days worth of content over the entirety of my channel to try and make a dog shit point about how I'm alt-right." It's really hard for you to cannibalize that and pretend like you're not getting called out for something that I can easily be able to prove. Whereas on a Twitch stream, somebody can take whatever from anywhere and they can just simply play it without editing and without stopping, or they can choose to cannibalize what parts they wish to play and play other ones to play them out of context as though to make them seem as though they are talking about a different point than what they actually are talking about, especially if they're for the purposes of satire. If you took something that is an obvious joke and you played that as being serious, like if somebody were to take the call sign for the Radio Carl jokes and be like, "See, he's an alt-right Nazi. He calls the fucking radio show 1488. Come on, it's clear. Open shut case. Get him banned, boys." It'd be very easy for me to be like, "Are you stupid? Do you not hear the easy listening voice that I choose to use? Do you not know that when we do these jokes and I'm doing the Radio Carl bits live, playing ideas and springboarding off my audience, that I'm laughing by how funny it is to me, and they laugh too? Because even though you could say, these are ethnically enriched jokes, Carl, do you really think people should be hearing this? Yes, I think having something like," and let me go ahead and open up the file right now and just put it on screen, just in case nobody knows seen nothing about it. I did. I think jokes such as Black Romeo and Juliet, Tyrone and Jusica, HotKnots.com, the Methodist Church of BBC and Chicken Wings, and the Snort Negro Toppy to Go, as well as the BBC Migraine Powder, Jim and Toby's Ethnic Enrichment Playground, thanks for that, Bill, Cringe on Demand, Glockbuster Entertainment, Uncle Tony's Riot Seasoning, and Smart Negro brand Colonized in the Sheets dating app, with a tagline saying, "Are you ready to trade the picket line for the picket fence?" is hilarious! That's funny as shit. It's great. It's great content. Why? Because you got the jokes up front. The sheer delivery of the fucking joke in radio format is what sells it. The ability for you to hear that at any one random moment while I'm on stream as a part of my playlist is an element that not only does what you guys can't do, which is entertain the audience whether or not I'm in the frame or not, but you cannot say that it's not something that came from creativity either amongst myself alone or from a group of people. Because whether or not you understand the in-joke, If you can't tell the difference between somebody like Nick Fuentes standing in front of a strobe light screen talking about how he hates the Jews, between me making jokes about, hey, yo, fam, I don't care if she's Jewish or not, I'ma eat her fucking brush. Like, I love meat. Have none nagila. If you can't tell the difference between these two things, you're not fit to talk about whatever the fuck it is you want to talk about. Because there's no way that you can take me seriously and think that that's supposed to be anything else other than a joke. You could ask me and be like, well, is this supposed to be a joke, Carl? I'm like, yes. Go back through any of my content and find a single case example where I show a full-throated support of the Nazis. You can't find it. You wouldn't be able to find it. Then we can have ourselves a real Vosh versus Dankula style debate of, is Carl really a race mixer? It'd be hysterical. It'd be content all about. And all of that being incited from one event that, whether or not you want to be faithful about it or not, is an element of how content is made. You cannot be able to create content without consuming content. If we are able to find that you consumed something you probably shouldn't have consumed and you regurgitated it, which I think is the best way to really describe it, you regurgitated somebody else's content and tried to pass it off your own, we're gonna smell the bile. We're gonna feel how icky it is when we're consuming it ourselves and watching it, and we'll regurgitate it ourselves and be like, bro, that was ass. It tasted like straight seasoning. There was no love in it. It's just pepper and salt. I feel like that is something that most of us understand innately, even if we aren't people who create. Audience members can get it, but for us that make the shit, it's even more egregious because we understand the multiple steps it took for you to get to that point. There's the amount of faith that it took for you to do good faith coverage, and then the amount of work that it took for you to try to create content specifically to make us look bad, that's 10 steps removed from the original 2 steps where you could have been like, okay, here's his take, here's his channel, I disagree with him, I think it's cringe, but I don't know. Versus, here's SinglePlayerCarl demonstrating how he actually loves Nazis. And it's just fucking weird, clipped up version of my speech that's very clearly start and stop edited as though you've created a ransom note using my voice, like we're playing fucking Amanda the Adventurer. I feel that's what I'm trying to get to right now.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm just
Nah,
telling you,
what
like,
is blood
you
doing?
didn't have any email or
Hey, Amy.
understanding of nothing. You just
What is
I have to
blood
assume that he does.
about?
We are talking about content, specifically about content thieves.
So then,
Oh,
I just said
cool. I bet that discussion is in no way equivalent to stage 4 cancer with radiation treatment.
Indeed.
that for the same as everybody else. We're in an argument. I think it's important to lay out the foundation. And
how can I help you, Amy?
Their patient is getting less radiation treatment from actual radiation treatment than we are from this conversation.
Indeed.
Have concrete proof for stuff. Otherwise, you have, do I have to accept that it's the truth because he says so? I mean, that's,
well, if we're saying that everybody's lying, it puts us in a weird spot, right? Because I thought I heard Ethan say explicitly that.
Paid my fine, so I got my license back today.
Yeah.
This dumb bitch totaled her Mustang.
That's wild.
Woman moment. Totaled my Mustang. This is so fun.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I stayed up for like 3 days straight, and I got the job back at like the nursing home at that time, and I stayed up for so long I fell asleep at the wheel and front-ended into a light post a couple months ago. I wasn't hurt. It's just minor scraps and bumps, but...
Okay. And a guy told him to watch it on stream, but that he explicitly got permission for it.
Carl?
Well, the live stream that we're in the middle of. Most of that.
Oh. So you just like doing no talking, or?
No, we're watching a piece of subject matter that I'm currently live streaming to the broadcast.
Oh, bye-bye. Yeah. I think we can all admit XQC is stupid. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I'm disappointed that this man is French.
But
Did you see
maybe that might be
the
incorrect.
squabble I got with on Destiny fans on Twitter? That shit was
the joke.
Cancer.
I did. However, we're trying to focus on this content right now. Amy.
Be right back.
No problem, Seth.
Correct. Okay, so what is the argument or the point I guess you're making with this?
I'm saying that his main concern when he watched my video and he cooked me on the Hassan podcast is that one, he said,
Speaking of the drip,
40 seconds
Marines noises in the distance. The fuck?
True. Amy, do you not mind muting your microphone just for if you didn't have anything to add to the stream right now?
Well, I need to catch up on what's going on, and then I will have something to add to the stream.
Okay.
10-second react. Why wouldn't they cut that out? That's all. This is air. Why didn't they cut that out? Every point, I just wish that all I wanted him to do is reel those 3 points back because he does it a lot, right?
So you literally did want him to take back the insults because it triggered you. Okay, got it. Wonderful. Thank you, Felix.
And then reiterate the main points of it. Well, it's the whole thing has to be this and that and this, and we get a pro. But he, instead of doing that, he just said F it after 2 points. We're moving on, and then he just ran away, and then we had to go to the next point, which I think this point I would have been good to elaborate because we could have went. And
So if he had done what you demanded him do, then you would have been comfortable with him having 2 points and then moving forward? Or are you just mad that he got his points out, he made his argument, and he didn't have to address yours because that's not how the format of the debate works?
So I think it's the latter.
I think mauled because bad because French. I think mad because French. Mad because French.
in a long direction with that, but he just escaped it.
Do you think that when he was being critical of you for this 40-second thing, what do you think his issue was? Do you think it was just like 40 seconds of silence? Was that his issue, or?
That's a ripoff. That's it.
Yeah, but do you think it was because there was 40 seconds of silence? Do you think that was his issue?
Well, yeah, otherwise he wouldn't have brought it up, right?
I think
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think the issue wasn't that there were like 40 seconds of silence. I think the issue was that in the totality of the video that you reviewed, that you're adding very little new stuff around the video. I think that was his, broadly speaking, I think that was his argument.
Yes. Let's see Felix's response.
So my point of view on this, I guess how I view the world.
Much better when he just played Overwatch and reacted to small little 60-second clips.
Yeah, we didn't have to find out how stupid he was when he tried to talk about fair use. If he had stayed in his fucking lane, none of this would have happened. Say la vie.
Let's say.
I don't know what Felix's twisted, demented version of fair use is, but haha, yeah, none of the shit he's done recently would constitute as fair use, even though like the court of law.
Well, keep watching. You're gonna find out really fast.
Gambling, fuck sponsored gamblers, or whatever, right?
Fair use is when I'm allowed to steal the content from all the poor people.
True.
FTC.
True.
Well, you as a creator, if you take the high road, you have to be pretty tight about never gambling shit like that, right? I think that's a fair point to say because it makes you look like a hypocrite, right? You would agree with me on that?
I guess, but whether or not he's a hypocrite isn't really relevant to the conversation, right?
Well, when you're using your platform on Twitter and everyone to shit on me, right, for having the high road, and you don't have the high road, I think it's a very important point to go on.
Pause. Whether or not he had the high road or not doesn't illegitimize the point that you are guilty of breaking the DMCA rules as well as the fair use rules of YouTube. You would still be sanctioned. It doesn't matter if, as you're being hauled into court to pay the fine at your sentencing, no, he's still too! He's still too! Get him too! Okay, so they get him too. Do you feel better now? Probably. It doesn't change the fact that you're still fucking guilty.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole thing. Like, well, why'd you pull me over? There's a dude that's like doing like 20 over right there. Get him! It's like, yeah, I'll get him in a second, but I got you. You're here. We're talking about you right now. I'll worry about that guy in a minute.
Guys, this guy was also involved in the shooting. I know I shot him 30 times, but this guy pulled the last 2 bullets. Get him!
It's just the idea that he doesn't understand. Like, I don't think... Every single time that he asks him a question, do you hear that deep pause where there's just like there's like a rat on a running wheel?
Yeah.
Where his brain is just cycling and he's just like, how do I answer this? Normal humans don't have to think this hard about an answer.
Bro stutters more than Joseph Benedict Biden.
It's a bit concerning, especially since this is now, what, the 5th time he's looped this? 6th? 7th? I think this is the 7th time he's looped this specifically to Destiny.
Oh, do you think this is going to be the last time? Oh no, this is going to be perfectly encapsulated in the 50th time that he does this. But, you know.
Makes you look disingenuous. It makes you look like you're just doing stuff to shit on people.
Yeah, he could very easily. I think he could just say like, "Oh, maybe there are places in the past where we've made a mistake too." The issue right now we're talking about isn't the behavior that somebody commits; it's the behavior they defend, right?
I think both are valid.
Maybe, but in this situation, what you want to do in this debate is be ameliorative to the fact that what you weren't listening to before, because they didn't have enough money and didn't have enough clout for you to notice, is that a legitimate argument that was possibly brought up by people that you would say, mad cause bald, cause poor, cause broke, are now going to look at you and say, okay, so now that the person who's richer than you or is equal to as rich as you has said it, will you address it? Your reaction is still, mad cause bald, cause dumb, cause broke! And that doesn't help you if what you need to do is explain the reason why you shouldn't get sued for $11 gajillion. Realistically, it's closer to what I said before on the last broadcast. They will sue you for, let's say, a minimum of $1 per every playback, per every watch view that you've ever had. Amy's a streamer, so she knows what I'm talking about. If somebody, for example, Amy, wanted to sue us for playing, I don't know, Playback Cardi. I'm not sure what kind of music you would probably listen to on your stream if you really wanted to just, like, never talk and only ever play music. If they wanted to sue you or me for listening to, like, Playback Cardi, or for me listening to, like, Vaporwave Mix number 6759, we would probably be sued for, like, maybe, what, $8,000, $10,000 for, like, maybe 800 views, 1,000 views.
All the replay watch time that I have on every single lo-fi playlist on my Spotify song that I've played while streaming, because I only play music when I stream. So I have like a total of 500 like listen hours on a lo-fi playlist on Spotify, and that's just a playlist that I stream. That's like 500 hours worth of music, you know? I'm probably looking at like, yeah, I'm broke the rest of my life.
So, like, when we're talking about the angle of how he's just like, nah, bro, this man's guilty of the same shit I did, and it's like, okay, we can sue him for $11 gajillion, but for you, we're still working out the fine print on the math, bro. Like, how many places are you just concerned just in the English-speaking world? How many places are you going to get sued from for the watch hours for the shit you fucking stole from major movies?
Totaled it up. XQC has like 5,000 watch hours.
Oh, then he's permanently fucked for the rest of his life. He will be bankrupt permanently for the rest of his life. Then
a Nintendo deal. Oh, your children's children will be working for us for the rest of their lives.
Like, he started this shit when he quit Overwatch in 2019, so that's like 3-something odd years of React content that he's just on the hook for. If you were to have every single person that could be listed as a member of the plaintiff and list every single case example that he's done and every streamer who's ever done it, as well as every broadcasting service that allowed them to broadcast the content that did it as a defendant to that case, I'm pretty sure that I would actually start reaching the number of like, what, $100 trillion? And that's not like him solely, but every single broadcaster that could ever be held guilty for it. There's a lot of compilations of them doing it. So, that's a lot of money. Yeah, and people repost those compilations too, so... Like, the contract line would literally read, we sue you in perpetuity. Every time you earn money, all of that money is garnished 98% by us. You get 2%. You get 2% of that worth. For me, like, I know what it's like to have my content stolen. Like, I'm a small person. I don't really, like, bother anyone. But somebody actually did steal some of my Overwatch clips from Overwatch 1 when I played on, like, console and stuff. Back when I was streaming on Justin TV and shit. So, somebody took clips, like some COD clips and stuff. And when Overwatch came out and Justin TV became Twitch TV, people took my clips from that too, and they uploaded those to YouTube. Some guy made $20,000 off a 2 million view video of my Overwatch clip before the ad revenue on YouTube was fine. And YouTube did nothing. I was able to take the video down, but I didn't get a cut of shit of that.
That is
I could have sued because it was basically an XQC copycat. I could have just sued, but it's like, bro, it's fucking cringe, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and it was a good clip to it. It had 100K views on my channel, so, you know, I was very proud of that. But somebody just straight up stole it, didn't credit me or nothing. I was like, you know, go fuck yourself. Your video deleted off YouTube forever.
Mm-hmm. So that perspective.
Suck an egg.
So that perspective of hearing him discuss things like that, it just keeps triggering me how he keeps saying that, and he's just like, "Do you understand how much money this is?"
So should I go on the internet and just say, well, Destiny, I don't like his stream because he always pulls his out, right?
I realize if Carl ever gets sponsored by a energy drink company, we need to make a drink called Carl's Choco Bong.
Choco Bong. Would it be chocolate flavored? If it's gotta be chocolate,
of course it would be chocolate.
If it has to be chocolate, it's gotta be like chocolate strawberry. Because I think straight chocolate, that's not quite Carl. But chocolate with hints of strawberry or blueberry or acai. Yeah, that sounds like me.
And a little bip of French vanilla, just for that flavor.
I mean, that's the light mode edition. That's the Carl white mode edition.
The only reason I see that is because I'm drinking a Gamer Subs drink, and there's flavor called titty milk. Literally tastes like sweet condensed milk, and I'm like, man, if we get Carl flavor, it has to be Choco fucking Bong. It has to be something funny.
Caramel salted Choco Bong.
There's one called Guacamole Gamer Fart 9000, I believe.
That's concerning. Does it taste like lime?
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's kiwi strawberry, I believe.
Based.
I have a tub of that shit. It's nasty to me.
But yeah, if I had to invent the name, it would probably be something like Caramel Chocolate Cocoa Bomb.
Interesting. Interesting.
I mean, if it's gotta have chocolate in it, it's gotta have some kind of toffee. You need something sweet to go with the bitter. And then you need something fruit flavored to balance it out.
And then whenever
okay, Mr. Barista from Starbucks.
I mean, dead ass though. I took those mixology classes. I don't know about you.
Wait a second. Well, I said that because
I am a professional alcoholic.
I mean, you talk about sex, so it's kind of like the same thing. I think it's kind of disingenuous. Like, you know, it's just kind of stupid.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that real quick? The last couple of seconds?
I did.
Maybe.
So should I go on the internet and just say, well, Destiny, I don't like his stream because he always pulls his out, right? And then whenever I go into debate, say, well, I said that because, I mean, you talk about sex, so it's kind of like the same thing. I think it's kind of disingenuous. Like,
what the fuck what are you fucking talking about, Felix?
That's what I was trying to figure out. I was like, maybe go back a couple of seconds. Maybe he's making a point here. No, this is just he just talking. That's what that is. Oh my god.
This is Carl's level on the digital blackface combat, just like incoherent rambling.
It's a whole lot of talking, but not a lot of actually saying anything.
I don't know where he is.
I don't know.
They're valid.
Like they put the mute icon over his brain instead of on his fucking mouth, and he's just talking with nothing in his head.
Well, Destiny, I don't like his stream because he always pulls his out, right?
Well, I want to go into his stream to talk to Destiny because every time I talk to Destiny, he always hypothetically pulls his cock out, and
then whenever I go into debate, say, well, I said that because, I mean, you talk about sex, so it's kind of like the same thing. I think it's kind of disingenuous. Like,
And then when I go to debate him about that, he brings it up, and it's like, well, bro, we were talking about sex. Like, pulling my cock out's the same thing as having a debate about fucking sexual understandings of children having life sciences, bro. What do you mean? It's the same thing. Forehead?
So I think the first start is, where are you with this? What does that point even mean? Like, oh my god, I'm with Aiden on this one. Well, I'm actually wondering if he has some type of like cognitive disease, because that didn't track anywhere.
That's, I don't understand. I think he might actually. Okay, you want my real opinion on XQC? I think he probably has like a sub 80 IQ. I just have to be honest.
Maybe.
I know someone with a sub 80 IQ smarter than that.
That's, you know what? That's true. That's being rude to people who have sub 80 IQs. Like, because you have people who have like Down syndrome, for example, who a lot of them do have, they get rated like under sub 80 IQ or something like that. But they're like normal people otherwise. I mean, they have a disorder that's serious and that they have to deal with in their lives. It's a major, major
and IQ of 60.
Hello, Richard.
Hello.
I have an IQ of 60, so I can't legally work. And I'm smarter than this guy.
I mean, that's what I see. Maybe the IQ thing, isn't exactly accurate. I feel like he's just, we said this earlier, he's just internet brained. He's so internet brained that he can't, I don't think he can process normal human thoughts. He's just like, he's completely out of it, dude.
I think he's thinking he's making cohesive points, but the look on Destiny's face is uninterested. Usually when Destiny's engaged, he is sitting in his chair, he is talking fast, he is slow as shit, he is not engaged, he is just sitting here going, why am I talking to this human adult child who is trying to tell me about a point that this guy on the playground made, and he doesn't understand what he's repeating to me.
And the thing with Destiny, I would say, is that Destiny talks really fast. Destiny... look, Steve, I've had to figure out how to deal with that in my own life, of how to slow that shit down and not talk like a machine gun. But I just, honestly, I don't think XQC, I think XQC is so internet brained, he can't even comprehend the things that Destiny is saying because they're so outside of his point of
wheelhouse.
view.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's outside of his wheelhouse. This is not his bag, right? He's out of his depth. He should be in the floaty wings in the little end with the little kids, but he doesn't want to do that. He wants to hop in the big end with the big kids, and he's drowning, but he's like, I can still swim. No, you're drowning. Just fake it. You're drowning. We're watching it, and we're just like, this is content, but this is sad.
He's like the sidekick of a hero character who's a part of a ragtag crew of people who's like the main character cast of an anime, and it's a mecha anime. And he's like, finally, my chance to prove that I'm just as good as a pilot too! But it's a red shirt episode, and he's the one who's gonna die to give, like, side character number 2 his main hero resolve so he can get an upgrade that's gonna be made into a toy for that season. And he doesn't realize that he's that guy. And he's like, every single time I try to do something, it's like the universe is trying to kill me. And everyone's looking around the room like...
So you're talking about Krillin on Dynamic.
I mean, I guess. It's like, who wants to tell him? Who wants to tell him?
I took him out, and the big bad guy's behind him like, I don't think so, Chief.
Like, everybody else is looking around the room, and it's like, everybody knows what's supposed to happen here, but everyone's like, I don't want to dread it. It's like, you ain't gotta look, baby. Just turn away. I got it from here. Just avert your eyes. And Destiny's just like,
put up the tarp and get the shotgun. You guys look away.
It's like Destiny's just like, bro, I've explained to you what the problem is, because he said even in the middle of the debate, no, bro, you're done, you're cooked. So he's just like, I have to walk this through you again. I told you how to win, and you didn't listen to me.
It's just kind of stupid because you're just thinking that that's flat out wrong.
It'd be like two people debating drug use, and one guy used to be an addict for like alcoholism or whatever. And then the guy's saying like, listen, I don't think we should drink. I don't think it's good. We should like discourage kids from drinking alcohol. And then you're like, well, didn't you used to be an alcoholic? The guy would be like, yeah, but I shouldn't have been. It was bad, right? Like I think Ethan said like,
But
yeah,
he
they've ripped
did
off.
say that.
Didn't he?
Did say that.
Didn't he say that if they have ripped somebody off, that's a bad thing, and he wouldn't want to do that, and he said that was a mistake?
But he, okay, so I think the fair point would that he showed any sort of actual. It's easy to say, I regret this, lol, right? I think a big point would be to show that you.
Isn't that what you did?
Care enough because you're not a thief, right? To try to make up for it. Maybe de-damage them.
Oh, so you're arriving at the Carl take. Wonderful! Great! Wonderful! Open up your fucking pocketbook then.
Compensate to have a conversation with him, but he doesn't actually care. He just pretends to care because it's a card to put on Twitter.
It's like looking in a mirror of retardation.
It is.
He just
really.
pretends to care.
Looking through a bizarre mirror.
That's what I'm getting at.
He arrives at my position, and yet he's like, no, that's how he feels. It's his take.
He just pretends. If he actually did care, he would do some maneuvers to repair the damage. But
really? Wow! Great! Anything else, Felix?
So if you come across a thief and the same behavior, and you say, well, that was a mistake. He just pretends. If he actually did care, he would do some maneuvers to repair the damage, but he hasn't. So if you get across a thief and the same behavior, and you say, well, that was a mistake, and never go back and fix it, never go back and help it out, well, it seems like you don't actually
How
care.
has he been wrong? How has he been wrong? How has he been you could maybe call Ethan a hypocrite a little bit over the Teddy Fresh shit, which is not the same thing, by the way. But what do you want him to do? You did this. It's the oh my god, accept the results of your own actions, you child.
He's not gonna do
Word for word, my exact point! But no, bro, I'm innocent. What about him?
What about Ethan? Okay, look, the Teddy Fresh thing, a lot of people have an issue with it. I have an issue with it. I don't agree with Destiny. I don't have an issue with it. I don't agree with Destiny that it was all resolved and it was just some random employee who did that. Yeah, I don't buy that shit. But whatever. I don't care. They have resolved the issue, have they not? They are not selling stolen designs anymore, are they? They got called out. They fixed it. That's what you do when that's the proper response when you fuck up. You fix it. XQC, you've been doing... Felix, you've been doing this shit for 5 fucking years. And you've never changed, and all you're doing here is crying about the fact that you're getting called out for it, you fucking child. Holy damn.
Jesus fucking so painful. Carl, help me. XQC make brain hurt. No problem. Open up your wallet, take out $15, shove it into the computer screen. I'll do something funny.
Whether somebody lost anything or not, just looking a certain way, right?
Yeah, again, I think the big issue is
I
that,
think XQC made a mistake going to debate on Destiny stream rather than anyone else. Because, Destiny's a fucking retard, so...
Sometimes, possibly, maybe, but on something like this, he has so many people that are resources for him that he should be able to make use of them, even if he doesn't agree with their worldviews and their points.
Yep, that's the point.
There's no excuse for XQC to have a connection to Destiny, which then gives him a connection to Mauler and a connection to ABBA that should allow him to be able to discuss these things. There's no fucking way. There's just no fucking way.
I mean...
Right. Yeah.
Carl, no. There is a way. It's called content. We get this special guy up here to make all these stupid points, and we just smack him around for an hour and a half. And then when he leaves, we go, "Yeah, that guy was dumb, wasn't he? Yeah, he was." And that's the content.
To be fair, that is what Destiny... Not Destiny so much anymore. He used to kind of do that, including with me, many years ago when I did come on when I was drunk and high and say some really stupid shit. But Destiny has really moved away from that kind of stuff.
I know.
There are people who do that though, who are just like, let's just bring on any freaking moron that we can find to embarrass them.
Yep.
It's not really the case with XQC. But I don't think it's embarrassment. No, I don't think that's the case with XQC. I don't think the point here was to embarrass him. XQC embarrassed himself of his own volition.
This is XQC going...
knew
Yeah, go ahead.
He knows who Destiny is. He knows he's headed into a debate. He knows he's going to have to defend himself because he knows exactly what the claims are because he's known about the claims for years. So it's not like this is a new stuff for him. And after years and years of being called a content thief, he's never developed anything beyond this in terms of his level of ability to explain himself. No, it's because he doesn't have an excuse. That's why. Because he's a ding dong.
Mm-hmm. This is him going to the master of the school of Holy Fist of Debate and being like, Sifu, did you see my match? And his master's like, yeah, I saw your ass get fucking put in the wall twice. He's like, but how did I win? It's like, I did everything you taught me. It's like, yeah, but is you?
Like, you're assuming that he is, just because he's done a behavior doesn't mean he's defending the behavior. And because you're defending the and he's going to come at you way harder.
Oh no, Destiny's starting a fight.
Like, imagine somebody cheated in a relationship.
Cringe.
Rip.
And you have a debate about cheating, and
He's
some guy's like, I
basically
don't think you should cheat.
doing
And
the,
we
we should improve society
like,
so
well,
much, but yet you participate in society. I am very intelligent.
I'm sure this is about the men's rights video that she did, right?
I'm blocked by
No, it's about you talking about some fucking CIA John F. Kennedy bullshit and Destiny going, actually, you trust all the government institutions.
Interesting. However,
He's very bad.
interesting. However, this is not relevant to this stream.
Cheated.
I know,
The guy would say,
I'm
like,
just like,
yeah, I have, and it's
okay.
bad. I shouldn't have done that. It was a mistake.
Okay.
But your position is like, well, I'm defending you. That doesn't make those two people the same.
Yes, definitely. I agree with you. Does that mean you think that if he actually is better than that and he's on the high road, do you think it would be important to at least say sorry that he cheated? Do you think that's important for you?
Yeah,
in
but
that behavior?
didn't he say that? Didn't he say, yeah, if I did that, that's a mistake?
Huh?
Didn't he say literally that if he did that in the past, it was a mistake and they regret it? That he's sad that he did that if they did that? I thought he literally said, he admitted that, like, if they did that, that was bad.
So what we're saying is that if somebody cheats, he shouldn't actually talk to the person he cheated on, and he should just make a tweet and say, guys, you know what, guys? Yeah, I did that. Fuck, man. Maybe I should have done that, whatever, right? In the way he did, and just leave the person behind and just say, fuck it.
Well, yeah, but the issue is that, like, he said that he probably has, but he doesn't know of a particular instance, and I don't think you brought him a particular instance.
So you didn't check it. So you're throwing a grenade.
I could not stand listening to XQC talk.
Someone's at my doorbell. Hold on. Was there supposed to be another delivery?
But why is he so... here's the thing. Now he's copying an attitude with Destiny, which, again, I am not the biggest Destiny fan in the world. I will give you that. But, like, Destiny is trying to explain to him where he went wrong. Because he asked, but then he said, I don't care. And now he is intimately upset about the fact that Destiny is explaining to him, these are the several things you have done wrong over and over and over and over and over again in that debate, and you should probably...
Good news, everyone! My order of Uncle Tony's Right seasoning came in. We just ran out, and now we got another fucking can. Oh, we are back. 1 second, I gotta put the switcher away.
But I mean, he literally walked himself in to what is essentially the debate part 2 and got smacked around again because of his bad ideas on this debate.
Fill this bottle up real quick.
You know, I've always wondered if XQC's brain is just full of fucking jizz.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna say that. I mean, I could, but I definitely could. But I think that it's XQC. Just he is internet poisoned. Again, you've been on the internet for too long and gotten too many bad takes from the internet. You think this is the way it should go, and while you were coached to win the fight, or at least defend yourself better, this man went in there and did everything completely wrong, and now his coach is like, you know you done fucked up, right? And rather than saying, Sifu, senpai, I understand, he is still trying to debate with the coach on why he failed in this entire endeavor. This is where we are right now.
Yeah.
I didn't lose. He just beat me bad. Yeah, that's the point.
I didn't lose. It's like, I didn't lose. He used a specific secret technique that only you and I recognize. And like, yeah, but you didn't counter it.
I showed you specifically how to counter it. But listen, that's not the point. The point is like, listen, you've got poutine between your ears. You're not paying attention. You gotta like focus on the point.
Maybe somebody died. I'm not gonna check, but guys, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not gonna throw grenades anymore.
What the fuck does that mean, Felix?
And I don't think you brought him a particular answer.
So you didn't check it. So you're throwing a grenade. It's like, well, maybe somebody died. I'm not gonna check, but guys, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not gonna throw grenades anymore. Did somebody die? Maybe, I don't know. I think it's kind of, bro. Come on, you know.
I threw a grenade. Am I gonna check the hallway to see if I threw the corner? Nah, bro. I assume somebody died. I heard somebody make a noise. I heard a world scream. Ah! I gotta check and see if that's a fake out or if they're checking it. Nah, bro. I threw a grenade. That means you're dead.
This guy.
I understand the point he's trying to make. It's just a retarded point.
It is. I mean, he's really trying to say, oh, well, you know, I did it right. You just didn't understand that I did it right. No. You didn't do anything right. You didn't bring sources. You didn't bring anything backing it up. You didn't verify that you won.
Well, see, that's what he's saying. He's saying, well, he didn't show and verify the thing. I'm supposed to expect and just take his word for it. But the way that he phrases it is when Destiny asks him this, he then says this retarded shit.
Well, maybe somebody died. I'm not gonna check, but guys, I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not gonna throw grenades anymore. Did somebody die?
Somebody did a thing, and I'm supposed to recognize it, but nobody's recognizing it. Is it not my job to do it? Is it his job to do it? Is it anyone's job to do it? Like, I have to. No one's gonna check the thing. I just have to take his word for it. No one's saying it. You have to take his word for it, but you do have to do your fucking job. You do have to show the evidence. And when you say this kind of shit, what you're implying is, especially since this is a video game concept you're applying here, if Amy and I are playing a game, we're playing Apex Legends, she tries to try and teach me how to be a better Pathfinder. If I don't get down the fundamentals of clearing a corner and being able to clear it using an arc star, specifically to prepare myself for being then able to combo up and punish somebody with my abilities, to pressure them, I don't get to say, well, how the fuck am I supposed to know that somebody's around the corner? I threw the arc star. That was good enough, right? I'm supposed to just press the fucking pixel angle. I pressed the pixel, and then I hit them, but then I got hit by, like, 15 angles. And she's like, yeah, Carl, you're supposed to, I taught you how to do that. You're supposed to put the fucking lifeline up, and then you go around, and Octane's gonna boost you. What the fuck is wrong with you, goddamn retard? If that were to happen, and she was to describe to me how dumb I am for not understanding how to do the basic fundamentals of gameplay, this is you not doing the basic fundamentals of your research, let alone debate, to number one, find out if there is harm, then two, after establishing that harm, then facilitating the thing that you just were able to now fully define when it was you being criticized, how you were supposed to do what he already did that you refused to do because you don't care. It's flabbergasting hearing you say that again. Also, Amy, how do you like my impression of you?
It was ear scratching, just like me.
Maybe, I don't know. It's kind of, bro. Come on. You know
it's not more like throwing a grenade. It's more like he littered once. And then
I think XQC just shouldn't debate anyone. He should have just like stopped while he was ahead.
Agree.
Haven't you littered in the past? You're like, yeah, I guess. And you're like, well, did you pick?
He wasn't even in the building, but somehow he wandered into the stadium, and it's like, all right, I guess you're here. Let's have a match.
Up the trash, and he's like, I don't remember. It's like, oh, so you must not care about littering. And it's like, if you could throw him a piece of trash you throw on the floor, he'd probably go back and pick it up. But I mean, like, if you had like a particular instance of him violating somebody else's copyright in a really egregious manner, then you could probably get, I'm sure he'd probably just say like, oh yeah, we should have done that. That was bad. That'd be my.
Well, there was 4, and he didn't want to approach any of them. I don't like.
That wasn't egregious examples of him violating copyright. You've only really played 2 of them in context. The worst one is a presentation of a journalist demonstrating how someone, content creator Logan Paul, effectively fucked over people, then walked back it in a very obvious YouTuber apology where he was talking shit. Now he's saying, I'm sorry, CoffeeZilla, I should not have been that wild with my statements. You don't lick cocks like your mother. Second one that we saw was Meat Canyon, because we didn't see what the other one was. We only saw 3 of these videos here in this context. The second one...
Wait. So he is trying to get on to someone for making a critical hit piece that requires him to employ the things of fair use, like editing, presentation, alteration of the original media subject, versus him sitting in front of his goddamn computer and watching a YouTube short 30 times?
Yes, a YouTube short that's covering Meat Canyon, a video that's covering the talking points of a YouTuber and his bad YouTuber apology and drama, and then the last one, which is the one they tried to play here, him trying to talk about a subject matter that has to do with media and genre about XQC himself, criticizing Hassan and XQC, and interlaced with lackluster reactions from Ethan as a broadcaster. Probably on a live stream, probably on Leftovers, if not H3 After Dark.
Oh my god.
We don't know what the fourth video is.
It's a mystery at this point, but I think that those three have pretty much explained exactly where he's getting everything wrong. But you know, that's just me talking.
Dude, this makes my fucking brain hurt. Listen, I'm high, but I'm normally still like intelligent when I'm high, and I cannot comprehend what the point XQC is trying to make.
Don't worry, I speak dumbass French.
I'm a professional raging retard myself, and I cannot comprehend. Like, I love to troll people. Like, if I'm wrong about something, I'll still argue with you because it's fucking based. You know, it's funny.
I mean, yeah, you already gave up the argument 5 hours ago. It's like, now I'm just doing it to piss you off.
Yeah.
It's like, what is XQC waffling about?
Don't worry, I speak professional dumbass French.
I think the 4 that you presented, though, that doesn't really mean, like, having like 40 seconds of silence was never really his initial claim. That was never really.
Then don't say it. Is that hard to do that?
Well, I think he literally told you, he's like, I shouldn't have said that. That was bad.
Yeah, but after that, I wanted him to reel back on the points that he did that I think were wrong, right? That was one, and there's multiple other ones, right? And I was trying to get it, but he doesn't want to reel back. So why does he get to say dumb shit on the internet for clicking points on Twitter?
God,
and we get called out. He gets to just run away and say,
wrong in a debate? Crazy.
Okay, so did you catch what he just said?
I did.
Where he was like, oh, you're just gonna use this for points on Twitter. That's not what this is, you idiot. Like, this is an actual conversation he's trying to have with you on a topic, and you think that this is all for clout and for, like, internet points. That's what I meant by him being internet brained. Like,
realistically,
he only assumes.
Like, realistically, it's him trying to get you to understand the same thing that I'm trying to press upon the audience here. The many angles and arguments that a copyright lawyer will use against all of us to fuck YouTube as a site, Twitch as a site, Kick as a site, Rumble as a site, Odyssey as a site, and any broadcaster that will ever repeat any kind of potential of a breach of DMCA like this on a massive margin scale for a purpose of precedent, and trying to get you to understand, do you see why this is an issue? Do you understand why you can't just be lazy? Do you get the reason why people are at your throat like this? He's trying to impress that point upon him. He didn't get it. Now he's going to Destiny, somebody who's supposed to understand it, and usually does. But he, again, is still doing the same thing of, well, I don't understand why he was coming at me. Like, what is this? Like, what is he doing it for? He's doing it for clout, clearly. When the copyright lawyers come to you and they take you to court, possibly in handcuffs, because you are basically a $1 million mogul phantom thief who actively publishes the violation of the crime online, live, make sure you tell them that, listen, you guys just take me to court and you put me on the grandstand in front of the SCOTUS. This is just for clout, bro. This is just for clout. Oh, they're making you pay those trillions of dollars along with all the other streamers who are guilty of it, and they start enacting precedent rules to punish the rest of us because of your dumb actions. Remember, it's just clout, bro. It's just clout. Every single time you get sanctioned and you see that yellow and red sign, as well as your channel's video being blocked in all countries or in some countries, or being monetized directly, or being illegitimized as monetized on the platform, it's just clout, bro. They're just stopping you. They just hate you. YouTube just hates you because they're clout sharks, man. That's what it's about.
Yes, it's the haters. It's always the haters. I'm just trying to figure this out because it's like someone having a real good faith conversation with you, and the only way that you can understand it and respond to it is bans. Not really good bans, but just like shit bans that don't match what you're talking about. And I noticed, like, when Gila came in, this was in the last stream, when Gila came in to talk about Teddy Fresh, the immediate reaction change from being all about bans, bro, changed when Gila showed up and actually talked about things because it felt like his parents were there having a real life conversation with him. And as soon as she stepped out of the room, fucking bitch, that's the level of energy that it felt like it was dealing with a child.
Whatever, bro.
Well, he's not.
What a perfect case example.
Mommy issues. Understood.
And I was trying to get it, but he didn't want to reel back.
Literally the next sentence after that. What a pause Andy moment, Carl. My God.
Why does he get to say dumb shit on the internet for cookie points on Twitter? And when he gets called out, he gets to just run away and say, whatever, bro.
Well, he's not. I don't think he's running away. He's apologizing. He's saying I shouldn't have done that. That was wrong. Right.
Wait, there was more though.
Oh.
What do you mean?
Elaborate.
Well, there's more points I was going to approach that thing that he said. I want to reel back on because they're wrong. Like if somebody gambles, drinks, and smokes, and I say, hey man, like I think the issue of smoking is pretty bad. It says, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have smoked. Let's move on. It's like, yeah, but what about the drink? No. Let's move on. That shows that you just don't give a fuck. I think you.
If somebody tells you, hey, it's bad to smoke, drink, and gamble, and to eat exorbitant amount of fat food, yeah, you're right. Those are probably bad things I shouldn't do in my life.
He drinks and he smokes with cigarettes.
And it's like, well, yeah, you agree that alcohol is bad. Yeah, all of it's probably bad. Well, can't you say that the rest of it's bad too? But we just agreed that it's all bad.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Why don't you give me an itemized list, bro?
This epic copyright violation will get 100 updates on Reddit. It's fine.
He wanted an itemized list of. He said I walked the point back, and you want an itemized list of like everything that he said and walk it all back, this one back and that one back, and it's like no, he just walked the whole point back. You don't understand. It encompasses everything he said. You incompetent moron.
You can understand that, right? There are multiple points.
But I think
no wonder why his dad was able to steal from XQC. The dude
True.
is literally oblivious.
True.
Somebody were to show him like a.
And he
unless
still
you think
wants
he's just
to
lying about
stay
everything.
with her. That's crazy.
That's wild.
Guys, I think this is starting to make sense.
True.
Thing. Is that what you think? Do you think he's just being totally disingenuous? He doesn't actually care about any of the copyright stuff at all?
Yeah, 100%.
But isn't he like one of the few people that like, because he's a YouTuber, wouldn't he actually really care about this? Isn't he like really incentivized to care about this?
As much as anybody else?
Well, not as much as anybody else. He literally, this is like part of his job. Like I feel like YouTubers would care about this more than anybody else. Like actually, like this would be stuff that would actually trigger the out of them. No.
Yeah, but as in what?
As in like seeing streamers like doing what they perceive to be stealing content.
Okay, he didn't display to me that he actually cares. I think
because he hasn't gone back through every single video he's done to try to find if he's copyright infringed on somebody.
All I had to do is get one.
Hey, yo, chat, is this real?
No,
Is he like
how many hours
struggling?
to find it?
Pretty much.
Brother, XQC sounds higher than I do, and I'm actually fucking high.
He's splashing around. I'm just waiting for him to finish the magic point he's trying to make.
You know, Fringy mentioned during Irrelevant's EFAP analogy that can often tell us about a person making the analogy than the things that are being compared. Realistically, yes. The way that people tend to try to relate information to people can be a way to see into how their mind operantly works, and whether or not they know how to adjust and code switch for the situation which they're discussing. So, using an example of esports games with myself and Amy is a perfect case example where it's like, you might not understand if I try to explain it with the extrapolated point as a lawyer would. But if I extrapolate this out in something that if anybody can be able to recognize and be like, yeah, Carl, why is that? Why are you so stupid? She like explained it to you perfectly how to push the corner. Then it makes perfect sense. And realistically, that's what we have to do in a lot of these situations. We have to find a way to get things to relate to people, especially when it's for people like XQC, because he clearly doesn't understand concepts. Pause Andy? Pause Andy means you stop and you pause the video right before somebody finishes a sentence, and you try to lay into them with using the lovely point from XQC, a pre-text, a pre-act to someone's work, and then you start up again, which changes the context of how they will view the next thing they say. So if I was to say a sentence, the sky is blue, and someone was just pause Andy right when I got to the point of the sky is, and said, the sky is, click, say Carl's about to say that sky is blue because he thinks that's supposed to be like that, but really we know that through the psychic ancestral blood rhythms of the African-American spirit, that the sky's actually red, bro. It's red! That's a pause Andy.
You know, speaking of splashing around, if I had to equivalent XQC to like something in the fucking universe, it would be Magikarp.
Yes.
It's a water type. It fucking splashes around and is fucking useless.
He hopes it will turn into a Gyarados, but he never will.
They can't even breed. Like, Magikarps literally cannot have children. They reproduce through asynthesis. Like, that's what I think XQC is heading towards.
You must understand that XQC he's providing us a bereft of content today. This is beautiful. I'm completely fine with this.
Mm-hmm.
And then like let's say
I guess you could define murderous rage as beautiful. I mean, whatever floats your boat, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But if you were to find him an example, he probably was like, "Oh, I shouldn't have done that." And if you were like, "We should apologize to that creator," he probably would. And if that creator, like, I feel like you've harmed me, like, give me like $50 or $100.
No, okay, I get it. So you're saying that because of what I'm saying, right, that I don't do better. When it's crazy that out of any examples you can take on YouTube that re-uploads React, even Hassan, I quadruple the understanding and the relation that I build with the creators that he does. We go above and beyond to do good. Literally.
I don't believe that, but okay.
Really. And if somebody wants a video out, doesn't want it, wants the money out of it, we're like one DM away, right? That's it. It's that simple. We try. He says, "Well, that's for money."
Yeah, okay, but here's the issue: is that like, if you would have just laid on that point, you probably would have been fine. Like just like, oh well, if any content creator feels like they've been hurt, like, but it feels like they're.
Well, you avoided it.
Well, but then bring it back to it. Don't let him run the debate, because it feels like you were making the argument that like they shouldn't even care. There is no harm, and that's fake.
Oh no, I don't think you are watching. Then I made a big point.
That's what you said before the debate. That's what led. That's what led to the debate. Your energy entirely switched up the moment you had to be put in place by Mahler. And when Mahler established that, oh, you don't care? Okay, I guess we understand that you don't care. You kept trying to fight him like there was something more self-out. He's like, no, I understand your position. You don't care.
Wait, XQC fought that Mahler?
Yes, twice.
The Mahler?
Yes, twice. Twice.
Oh, nah, I gotta see that shit. Do you have like a re-upload of that shit?
I do not. However, you can be able to watch it on EFAP. He has uploaded every single part of the React Words. That's part 3 and part 4. Part 3 is the one that he had with him directly, with Destiny and Abba also there. And then the 4th one is going to be Destiny and Abba, and I think Mudohar as well as XQC and Korontos. You'll be able to tell which one Korontos is in. It's easily recognizable.
Anyway, he just.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be interesting to watch. I'm gonna go back and watch that shit. I bet that's fucking hilarious.
Get ready to get triggered by Korontos yelling like I'm a fucking Neanderthal.
Keep reading back to me. He just keeps running. It's boring as fuck.
So if a person in a debate is trying to run away from a point that you have, you bring them back to the point. The same way that Destiny, every single time somebody tries to cut him off, or when somebody tries to cut me off, because I haven't actually been in a debate in a while, but somebody tries to cut you off, you restate the point until they answer the point. If they can't answer the point, you make them have to concede, well, you're not answering my point, you're waffling, you're running away from the situation, just answer my point. So, for example, when Destiny went on to the Saint and the Sinner's podcast, where the Saint and the Sinner was trying to railroad him into an argument about being against homosexuality, and claimed that Destiny didn't know what an NFT is. Destiny repeated multiple times to find out what an NFT is, explain what an NFT is, because there were particular points in said discussion, like when Saint and Sinner said, I'm teaching people how to be able to write an NFT from the command line. There is no such thing as writing an NFT from a command line. You cannot run an NFT from a command line. You could maybe look at the hash where your particular NFT data is stored and recall that data by pulling up the image itself or the line of data itself from where it is, but you don't write an NFT from a command line. That's never been how it's done. It's much more sophisticated than just I pull up Windows, I go to Vim shell, I look at Windows shell, I enter data, I made NFT of Bored Monkey. It's a lot more than that. The second that guy said that, Destiny just kept saying, tell me what an NFT is. I just want to know what an NFT is. Please tell me what an NFT is. And that's why Sinner muted Destiny, put him in the showroom, why Destiny started playing piano in the background, as Destiny is known to do when a person starts ranting in a debate, because not only does that, one, shift the energy away from control from them, because you're belittling them, because you're not even paying attention when I'm talking? No, because you're not talking about what I want to talk about. Talk about what I want to talk about, or I'm not engaging in this debate further until you decide to do it. It's like a form of quiet debating, if you equivocate it to quiet quitting. Rather than storming out of the room, I'm going to do something that I'm capable of doing that you are going to respond and recognize as happening, and you're going to feel pressure from me doing that. So if we were having a debate between Aiden and myself, and we were having a debate about something that I either don't care about or I understand, but the issue that Aiden might find to be trivial to me is maximally important to her, and I wanted her to do something else, I just started loading up OSRS and I started doing the Slayer boss that I was doing earlier all this stream and for the last 3 days. That would be a way for them to be like, is he playing OSRS right now? Like, can you pay attention? I'm like, oh, are you gonna talk about the thing that I want to talk about? Oh, no? Right back to playing. Oh, we're gonna talk about the thing we're gonna talk? No, let me, oh, look at that, I got another kill! Same shit. For Destiny, it's having a discussion, even though technically he plays other games all the time, but if he were to really, really hate League of Legends, for example, despite being a League of Legends bottom main, if he was just started in the middle of a debate, somebody's talking about some dumb shit that he doesn't want to talk about, you know, he somehow got into a debate with Signifier finally, and out of nowhere, here comes Sam Cedar and Shark03. He just loaded up League all of a sudden and locked in Tristana for bottom lane, and through the entire discussion, he's not listening to any of them. He's just playing League. Perfect case example. When the person is not doing a thing that you want, you either need to learn how to control the situation, or you need to accept the L on whatever it is that you're doing. For people who have a reason to bring someone else to them to have that discussion, Saint and the Sinner not being able to control Destiny, yeah, that's kind of a big deal. Especially when you want to try and, quote, make an example of Destiny. But then, after he did that to Destiny, the entirety of the Dalavan just run a train on him, basically griefing and trolling him for the rest of his broadcast. And whatever conversation that could have been had with Saint and the Sinner, I forgot what the guest's name was that came on afterwards, after they witnessed that shit show, they had a discussion about, I think, something about transgender humanism. So you guys can be able to go back and watch it. I think it's on Last Night with Destiny, if it's not on one of the other DGGX channels. Perfect case example, open shut. If you, Felix, think that he's if he's walking past your points and is not staying on the topic that you want to get him on, that you know you have him dead to rights on, don't let him control the debate. Actually fucking fight for your position to be heard. Make him say, okay, do you understand what I'm talking about, though? Do you understand the difference of this? Do you see the nuance of this? Because the nuance is the thing that you're complaining about, but the nuance of what you're complaining about isn't important for one, being addressed because the thing isn't actually that big of a deal as you're claiming it should be. He's ignoring your point because you're not demonstrating how he's at guilt and at fault of the thing you're saying he's guilty of. Because you're guilty dead to right on camera. You're saying, maybe sorta kinda, have you ever thought that it happened once in your life that you ever stole a candy bar? Like, maybe when I was 5, I don't remember what place I stole it from, but if I did so, I would say I'm sorry and I'd probably pay the money back with the millions that I have now. But does that make it okay? Does it make it right? No, it doesn't make it right. And it also doesn't make it right that you stole from all these people. But you literally did that last night, this hour. You're doing it right now as you're broadcasting, talking to me. That's the difference. You never had a point that you could hold him on there. And if you felt that you could hold him on that, you should have recognized that you should have been able to do that. But if you were skilled at debate, you would understand that. But if you were also skilled at debate, you would have done half the shit that you did that brought you here. So, it's a moot point, regardless of whatever you say at this current moment to defend yourself.
Like, I brought that point up explicitly, that I would 10x if there's a small creator that's actually struggling, because he says that a small creator is 400k subscribers. I don't even know what the fuck that's about.
Even then he walked that back, but his reply to you was, yeah, but have you? You never explained if you did. Are you gonna do that now?
Actual, like, small creators that have a good video that does good, and they're not very skilled at what they do on YouTube, but they get, like, a really good viral video, and if they wanted to, like, do anything at all whatsoever, we would go back and help them out in any way, because it's something that I enjoy doing, and I like that they gain from, right? And it can be mutually beneficial. If they don't think it is, we will repair anything we can. And I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, but have you?
Always done
That's
that.
the point.
We have had multiple creators in the past, and actually it's not a lot, it's like 2, that they want their videos up, And we're like, yeah, listen, we took them down. We're not gonna do more. It's something we could do. We will do. And they said, nah, we're good. You don't. Have to.
Lol, we had your videos. We watched them. We're not taking the videos down. We've made too much revenue off that. We're gonna continue making revenue off that. But anything else that you want to have done, we'll see what we can do about it. You know.
Here's $50 to fuck off.
Do anything, but
exactly.
Just don't put. And we stop posting it. And I think that's as good as it gets when it comes down to consent to post videos. I think the status quo is that you can people. It's generally an accepted thing to react in general because of the amount of reaction that's done, amount of complaints. I think do we agree with that? Is it kind of a status quo? That, like,
that's not a sentence. Say it again.
Yeah, react is probably good if you do it properly, right?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so then if it's that status quo, and then that whenever there is a problem, we try our best to work with them. And me, above everybody else, I think I do a pretty fucking good job with my editors of doing that. I'm the worst guy to go at it, to go about this, because his other podcast guy, Hassan, he doesn't do as much as we do.
Other podcast guy, Hassan. It's like an introduction in a game of No More Heroes.
Hassan, other podcast guy. Ba-doom.
He does not. He really does not. So, why do I care so much, and I do all that, and he just discredits the whole thing by just going to the next point? I think that sucks.
Well,
because you have nothing to show. It's show, not tell.
I don't think I've heard a single situation where he's paid somebody out of his pocket and it was done publicly. And even then, somebody can easily say, "Oh yeah, you probably do pay some of these people publicly," but there's probably more people that you've privately talked shit about that you didn't want to acknowledge, and you probably haven't acknowledged. So all of the people who probably worked with you publicly, maybe they have things nasty to say about you, maybe they don't, but they still benefited off of you stealing from them. But what about all those people that you didn't acknowledge who probably have you dead to rights? Did you listen to them when they voiced their opinion? Did you hear them when they were signal boosted to you and they brought their attention to you? Did you do it for them? More than likely, they're going to use that against you, and that will then be another L in your cap. Because for all the bits that you say, yeah, I do open-faced charity, bro, I do my best, bro, there's going to be one person waiting in the wings that's going to wait for their opportunity to expose you. And for them, for you, it's Tuesday. For them, that's you passing through and taking their entire livelihood from you, and them never living it down and never forgetting it.
Mm-hmm. This is the whole thing about what coulda, shoulda.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it boils down to. I could have, I should have. Yes, I get that you're trying to make the point, but like he's not trying to get across that I've actually paid people. Let me show you. Here's some DMs that I paid this guy. Here's some PayPal receipts if you don't want to show me something concrete that would show people that you actually did something, rather than just like talk about. We would make it right. What does that actually mean?
Mm-hmm. And yes, Fatal. Basically he is literally the M. Bison of content theft. He is probably responsible for somebody feeling bad about their content because they didn't get the kind of attention that they would have hoped from it. And him having the opportunity to give it that attention said, nah, brah, paid exposure. I'm about to start speeding him up faster because he's taking too fucking long to talk. But fortunately,
He really is.
but fortunately, I can translate.
I guess, yeah, maybe, like, I don't disagree now with what you're saying. I'm just saying I didn't feel like this was the focus of the debate. It feels like the focus of the debate was you saying you were doing nothing wrong with them, and you didn't care. Like, rather than like, well, here are ways we can make players whole if they feel like they were slighted. Like, it feels like you were focused on this way going a lot different. But I think he was like very much trying to keep it going one way.
Well, I mean, I didn't care because if I prove that I actually care and I do better, and I do care, right? I just want to anger him. To be honest, I think it's okay to just say, oh yeah, I don't care, and try to get at me. Well, here's why I care, and I'm better than anybody else. That's like, and then he just moves on. Jeez.
So he said, I just want to be able to say that I did this thing, that I'm going to do better and move on, rather than play the game of who cares least, which is probably the most annoying piece of content debate, not even debate content, just internet content brain that I fucking hate. I hate it so goddamn much. This is actually the thing that was what I thought was going to be the sticking point between myself and Enders before Enders and I just were able to agree upon what we were talking about, because we were basically nearly talking past each other in the particular light upon what we were discussing, because he was saying, oh, well, I'm not going to listen to any things that you're saying in your fucking video reply to me, Carl. I don't see the reason why I should respond to that. Yeah, like, I'm playing Diablo. To which I said, pause. let's stop that shit right the fuck there. Because I'm playing a card game right now too, and I'm giving you the ability to read verbatim what you said, and if you feel that I'm misquoting you, you show me where I got shit wrong. We're not going to say, I care so little than you, bro, because you did a video replying to me and I posted words, that means that I care least and you care more, and I don't care as much as you do. I fucking hate that. Because if we're both replying to the shit, we clearly care. So, let's not play the game of who cares least and talk about what we actually have to talk about. Because there's a discussion we can have here, and there was. And we were able to finally understand, oh, we are actually talking past each other because you believe I meant something that I didn't say, and I'm interpreting from your reaction, from that reaction, that you have a much negative opinion than what you actually had. So we were able to have an actual discussion where, with him, he basically had a shouting match and had to grovel on the ground to try and save face. I hate when people play the game of who cares least, especially when you have money, because the issue is that who should care is you and the website and the people involved. Because who cares least? The corporation who will use it to enrich themselves. They don't give a shit whatsoever. You gave them the open door, so they're going to take the slam dunk to enrich themselves regardless. They care permanently the least. So if you debate between yourself and somebody else, when there is a bigger issue at stake about who cares the littlest, who cares the least about the thing, all you're demonstrating is that this isn't that big of a deal for you. And that, instead of talking about it from a position of, I'm not going to minimize your emotion because I don't care about this thing you're passionate about, I'm going to recognize your passion, and I'm at least going to hear out what you have to say, because whatever I probably thought you would say is going to be more enriching than me saying, save it, I don't want to hear it, you guys are all the same. Because that's just minimizing people, which, ironically enough, is what brought us here.
It seems like you just got baited. In terms of actual behaviors up there, I should like what he does.
Do you really? Okay, I'm super curious on this. Do you really feel like he feels like he got molded in that debate, or that he was upset in that debate?
I mean, he's pretty upset to me, to be honest.
What behaviors did he exhibit that made you feel like he was upset? I'm just curious on this.
Getting heated, quite literally, cutting me off, yelling, and he was burying me in voice and everything. At one point, I just couldn't say anything for like, he asked 3 questions in 10 seconds, and I opened my mouth, and doesn't he just overrode me. So how can I make a fair point? He's just doing that. It's a child. He makes me look pretty good. I don't get it. He's just tweeting the fuck out.
Okay.
In his major points, I sit quietly and I waited for him to finish his point because I had an argument and I was waiting, right? I think that's the best you can do. If you have an argument and that's chambering until you're done, you just chill and you just wait, right? It seems like he made an argument, and when I was letting a counter argument, he just threw barrages of dog shit. That is not at least how you should begin an argument. I think it's just like in philosophy. When you start arguing points, right, make a big one.
This is a lot of code, bro. There's no way that you're internalizing that and saying, no, bro, he was mauling. Like, he was interrupting me, he was gish galloping me. You don't even know what that word means. You just know what he was throwing questions at me a mile a minute. He was gish galloping me, bro. He just wasn't letting me talk, bro. That's how I know he was mad and bald. He was fucking mauled, man. He was fucking mauled. Stop it. Stop it, Felix. Stop it.
Then the supporting one is small ones. Big one, bing, 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 right? So he would do a big one. I would do my big counterpoints, right? Instead, he would do his big.
I'm trying to get to the end of this video so that we can get to the next one, because the next one's 55 minutes. But Jesus Christ, he just keeps looping!
Arguments? I was my big counter argument. Can he just spams dog shit? And it's like, okay, well, I mean, we can sit here and do ad hominem and just yell and do dog shit if you want, because I'm really good at that. But we can have a little conversation. And he gave up on the other position. I just play his game. I think that's fair enough. That's up to me.
Okay.
I just gave up and I played his game. I allowed him to manipulate me emotionally and get the result that he wanted. Bold strategy, Cotton!
Let's see how that plays out.
Damn, I don't know if there's anything else. Do you want to go over a question about it?
No. Well, he gave me some pointers about, like, actual pointers on how to reel somebody back like that, and how to de-escalate when somebody has a behavior. I mean, I need more, I need to listen because I don't want to do that. I was very calm at the beginning, and I really, really wanted to continue that direction, but it's like he just didn't want to.
Well, because he's got an outline for the path that he wants to take for the debate, right?
Well, I mean, his outline is like, oh, we have a field. We're only going to use the top left quadrant. We're only going to use row 6, column 4. We're going to use this crop, this part. It's like, dude, at that point, like...
Yes, that's how that works. I look to the piece of the law that backs my argument, and I use that piece. Like, I could literally quote Aquila versus Carl Benjamin and H3 Productions versus Cool Cat, and I could make a pro and anti argument for copyright in both cases for both sides. I could easily do that citing one and the other case. I could use Aquila Hughes' example of being a content troll as a justification to further establish the precedent set by H3 versus Cool Cat, which is you cannot just destroy somebody's ability to respond to you because you don't like what they have to say, and that by this use of fair use through the form of remixing someone's content to basically take their facial reaction as they see the result of, in this case, a presidential election, moments away from embarrassment, using that is itself fair use because it changes the intended content structure and result from what was produced. You wanted to have a moment where you were gloviate about how somebody won a presidency, but in actuality, you were gobstruck the same way everybody probably was that tried to make said predictions about it going completely sideways from what you expected. But also, I could also use the example that if a streamer has a justified ownership over their own reactions in a bubble, the content that I produce, like what I'm doing right now, in a bubble, has the reason and right to be used as my copyrighted material, you wouldn't have the right to take my work and remix it, because then you're creating a form of content that could then be argued as a misnomer at minimum, or a misrepresentation at maximum. So, Aquila obviously, having her content used in a way to paint her as being gobstruck that, what? My political predictions were wrong? No! No, this is clearly cringe! So, this is wrong! And Carl Benjamin using that as an example to show how, see, liberal, I can't do Carl's fucking accent. See, this is the reason why, in liberal democracy, all of you are embarrassing us by how poorly you call the news. If I could argue in case that he wouldn't have a right to remix her content in the way that he did, to create a humorous edit of her, I could then justify that any person who was to make a soy jack, a wojack, a meme, any image gif, any macro that could be posted on the internet is a form of harassment, and therefore I have the right to address it. I can actively destroy the sheer effort of memes themselves for everybody else on the internet. And, reflexively, through H3 versus Cool Cat, I can also be able to use the justification that that same ruling that was used in Carl's ruling can be used reflexively against H3. Yes, you may be able to react to somebody's content, but the limit to which you can be able to claim it can literally be, oh yeah, I can do exactly what they did with The Last of Us Part 2 concerning just some guy. I can have a shell company hold your video in perpetuity because, yeah, you have the legal right to be able to challenge it in court. If I decide you're allowed to, I can just hold it in perpetuity. Nobody can ever get to see your video to the light of day again. And no one's going to be able to find out about it unless you reveal this information. But if I have the precedent to be able to show that, hey, he's releasing details and information that he shouldn't be, teacher, hoping that I'll disconnect myself.
Yeah, that shit's so fucking frustrating.
That's extremely egregious, because then you're going to say, hey, he's doxing us. You're using a shell company to hold my video in perpetuity because I'm proving you wrong in an argument. But you're not allowed to do it. It feels unfair.
That's the way. Okay, this is the thing you gotta understand. Is it these people? They don't give a damn. They'll pretend that they give a damn, but they don't. It's rules for thee, but not for me. Every single freaking time on every single fucking topic. And it's, by the way, I don't care who it is, what group of people, what thing that they belong to. You find this in almost every group of people, that they have this kind of mindset, because that's how people are. People always, just universally, it's individuals who don't feel this way. But in terms of the vast majority of human beings, they don't give a shit. It's me, and me. That's it. They don't care about anything else, and they don't care about being consistent. They don't care about being right. They just care about getting whatever it is that they want. And that's why people suck. But not all people are so terrible. But like, just talking about universal averages here. You know what I mean?
It's actually something that was evident to me when I was witnessing Dev's video on aristocracies versus meritocracies, because realistically, we would give the inference, and it would be a bad inference based on the fallacy of superiority and authority, that, hey, we shouldn't just say that it's obvious that just some guy may have not done something, because maybe they had a really good reason to strike it. They didn't. But if we were to give them that credence by saying, well, see, they're Sony, and who's just some guy? He's just some guy. That wouldn't be justification enough to be able to hold a video in perpetuity, so that people don't find out about the particular details that you believe is supposed to be the spoilage of the knowledge of the story going into the game. I would argue that, one, get better employees that don't leak your shit. Treat them better. Don't crunch the industry so that you can put out Joel and one golfing. That's my personal opinion. But, barring that, if you get mad that somebody leaks a dev kit view of the game and its story, they confirm story details that are leaks about the game, if what you want to do is to get in front of the story, what you shouldn't do is try to pick on someone that you believe is a smaller channel. You shouldn't use a shell company to hold the video in perpetuity. You must use the actual letterhead and copyright of your company. So you cannot use whatever the fuck the shell company's name was. You need to sue them and you to hold it in perpetuity specifically as Sony Entertainment of America. You need to say, listen, the reason we're holding your video is because we believe that you're leaking details about the game. The game literally launched Friday. You released this video on fucking Thursday. We will release this video after it's been a week of gameplay. Is that fair? If he had agreed to that, which I wouldn't have, because it's the principle of the matter at that point, if he would have agreed to that, like, oh, so the problem is that I'm spoiling the game for people. Yes, you can literally criticize us for everything else, but we want a week embargo, which is actually a fair argument, because that's the same level of limitation I would expect for a game journalist. If I'm forced to hold it for a week embargo because, hey, here's a piece of detail that you probably want to understand before you buy the game, and let's say the embargo is lifted, you send it to ESRB, people start buying it, people start playing it. If you really want to be fair for the purposes of journalism, it would have to be a day after ESRB release. So, launch day, day one patch, then his video is released, and people are allowed, here is a spoiler. This will spoil the entire game. If you do not want to be spoiled, go from this timestamp to this timestamp. If they were to do that, that would be justified and fair. Then, just some guy can say, well, I don't agree with the game's story because this, and this. I don't like that they killed off this character because of this. Jump to this spoiler here if you don't want to find out. And then summarizes without the spoiling section that tells the details about Abigail and about Joel and about Elle. Because you did this, and you tried to hold my video, and you didn't listen until I had to invoke copyright, and YouTube had to step in as legally as they're required to in this situation, as the adjudicator, I don't like that you did this, and it's going to make me distrust you in any video game that you ever make that is led by Neil Druckmann. That would be a perfectly fair assessment of exactly how to address that. Because the sheer issue that a lot of us have, specifically, especially with XQC, is the argument that you're making for your justification to defend yourself is the position of that of an aristocracy. You're seen as, and you are regarded as, and in your own right, heralded so, as one of the best of the streamer elite. Whether or not I believe you deserve to hold that title is immaterial to the fact that you have more money, more views, and more subs than I do. Regardless of how you got there, with whatever underhanded or over-the-table dealing you did, is immaterial. It's important to note, but it's immaterial to the fact that from the market stand view, I don't have the kind of money and the kind of power that you do in your moment. But that justification of power does not allow you to come around, take my shit, and then when I say, hey, yo, you can't just take my shit, bro, you say, bitch, I'm fucking aristocracy. What are you talking about? Paid exposure, get your money up. You don't get to do that. Because the only reason you got to where you were was that you had to work and grind to get to that point when you had to do meritocracy. When you did your effort of content being on Overwatch, that's what got you to where you were. But then you started taking shortcuts, and people are disagreeing that you should be allowed to take the shortcuts and then claim that you did it yourself.
So you've said all this stuff about aristocracy. Now, of course, I think you probably know Carl.
Yes.
I'm a monarchist.
Yes.
So I'm very in favor of an aristocracy, but and I think that there are values to that system. I know this is not a popular opinion. I don't really care. That being said, aristocracy comes from actual work. what it should come from value. What you instead get is an artificial aristocracy in that.
Yes,
it's people who get pushed forward because they have the most sanitized, most harmless, most bland content imaginable that can be served mostly to children. Let's be clear about that. I want to be really specific about that. People who explode on YouTube and Twitch are people whose content can be served to children. If there's anything in it that is not child friendly, unless it's leftist content like Hassan. Like Hassan's content, he curses all the time. It's political, therefore it's not for kids inherent.
It should be limited, basically.
But it's served to children. It's served to children, very young children, I think, Hassan's content, because, well, it's the politics that align with the people who run Twitch. So they're totally fine with serving 9-year-olds who aren't supposed to be on Twitch anyway.
It's
you have to be 13 to sign up for Twitch. You know, but we all know that's not what's happening, obviously.
It's basically an argument of the ennoble nobles and the noble nobles. The illegitimate nobles in, say, a system like that of China, is that of people who are supposed to be a part of this fair union trade commission that's doing things so well and so efficiently that it creates a destabilization effect of corruption with people trying to pay their way through the world to get ahead, versus the system of a noble aristocrat that knows what responsibility they have and carries that responsibility on their shoulders correctly to create the good times that then people then exploit, creating the bad times. And because these people have never understood and didn't felicitate the creation of those good times or what made those good times possible, they create the inevitable social rot that continues on into perpetuity. Because why fix the system? This is how it's always been. This is how I got my shit. Because realistically, in that system design, a lot of streamers work together to basically supplant themselves as the nouveau landed riche of old and new money. In this case, of old Twitch. So whenever somebody who represents new Twitch, like myself, comes through, that person is a potential threat because anything that costs them is going to directly be an affection on their bottom line because that is a direct competitor. So why wouldn't I undercut somebody who directly threatens my potential? I'm never going to let this potential person get to the point, if it's a business, be able to create a patent that affects my patent. I'm simply just going to clone their device. Funny enough, LTC is in the news because they are responsible for selling off a part that they were given the permission to use for a video, misused incorrectly, then sold off.
Auctioned. Quote unquote.
Auctioned! They didn't sell. Auctioned off. It's a perfect case example there. Gamer Nexus holding Linus responsible is what's supposed to happen. A noble, in the terms of here, computer parts building, they are holding responsible somebody who would have been seen as a go-to expert of the field. Somebody who is now labeled as an noble because of their actions and how they chose to respond. What a shit response that was. And effectively trying to make excuses, throw people under the bus, and demonstrating that you don't have the interest of the consumer in mind. You have your own interest and your own bottom line and your only interest and your own bottom line in mind at all times. Anybody who isn't Linus is going to be thrown under the bus. So, everybody else understanding and knowing, but never having said anything, because, hey, why kill the golden goose? Now that potentially the golden goose isn't going to produce anymore, everybody from long-standing members to community members to even the fucking Genki girl that he hired, like, I would say a year and a half ago to be, like, the female face to get Zoomers in as the fucking psyop goes, to get them to be interested in computer parts, even she is turning against him, you know, with the sheer allegations. Whether or not we think that it's because, well, maybe they're telling the truth, or maybe because everybody else is going out, the snakes are going to reveal who's the dirtiest, that doesn't matter. What we're seeing here is a case of somebody who was probably trusted for years to be someone of integrity is not. That's the sticking point that would stick in my mouth if it were me giving that argument. Because if I want to... It's like what I was saying to Enders when I asked him the question of, if you're going to be beaten in a competition, wouldn't you rather be beaten by somebody who outplayed you rather than somebody who cheated and scammed the system against you? If I'm going to be beaten by somebody who's better than me, I want to be beaten because I was the worst player or the worst seller or the worst businessman, not because you used a loophole or a back door or a side room deal made with the powers that be to put you over me. Because if we're talking in terms of YouTube, that's literally what happened to political content during the alt-right to alt-left pipeline. Those who are a part of what we now call Wonder Bread 2 decided that everybody who was their enemy is literally a Nazi and literally a pipeline to the alt-right.
Literally
So
a
they-
Nazi.
So they went to Mama Wojcicki, who's now out the door and replaced by somebody who's entirely worse than her. And said, if you make sure that they don't get views and make sure we get views to combat their opinions, we'll make sure the platform's better. But what ended up happening is that the very pipeline you claimed people were in, you created. You literally are the pipeline that made Xander Hall go from Pig Puncher to Xander Hall. And now we have to deal with the dumbass opinions of Alexander. Same thing with Lance. Same thing with Vosh. Same thing with Demon Mama. Same thing with Kevels. The process of creation that leads to worse and worse people is a direct result of what you claimed was happening. You didn't understand how it was happening because you didn't care to know. You just wanted them
No,
gone.
I didn't care. Yep. They just wanted it. Yep. Because, trust me, they want.
I'm
They
sure
want
you can
people
rant about
gone.
this. I'm sure you can rant about
Yeah,
this.
they want people gone. They want it way more than just a little bit gone. I'm just saying, they really want people gone. Just canceled from the internet is the least of what these people want. Because they're lunatics. But that's their shit. If they can get you canceled, that's enough for them.
So that's the reason why when they, in the terms of using cancel culture, they, instead of this turning on the people they consider their enemies and showing a sheer strong front, why they've broken down over the years and started turning on each other. Ultimately, either caving in and turning to new philosophies and ideologies or doing things that they said years ago they would have never done, but they do now because, hey, it's a new paradigm. Gotta get with the times, bro. Very much a Littlefinger-esque approach. But let's continue forward. We're almost done with this video.
Like, if you just want to talk about, like, one video, you can do that if you want to, but I thought we were talking about React. That's it. And React, overall. Well, no, it's only React on YouTube. If permission, if it's like, dude, like, just talk about React. It's what we're here for. But you just get running away and moving the goalposts. I don't think that's very productive.
And no, Fatal, I can't do British. Even with this voice that I use for one of my characters on my campaign, it's really fucking hard. It's really fucking hard, and I spend all my time practicing, and it's still fucking shite. It's still fucking shite. I'm pretty sure if I was to sit next, to Bill would fucking roast me and say, you fucking northerner, you can't fucking speak my language. Stop fucking trying, Carl.
Don't worry about it. Bill's not British. He doesn't care.
Of course not, but he still roasts me.
Yeah, I mean,
okay. Yeah, this is like the general piece of advice I would give. This is what I would say for future debates. It's a super tryhard, but like I think it would do really well to draft an outline and then try to stick to the outline when you're making a conversation because he's got an outline, he's controlling the flow of conversation exactly where he wants it to go. I think that would probably help you to do that in the future. And then that way, if you feel like he's pivoting or if he's moving to points you don't want to talk about, you have like an easy way to like control the flow of conversation. I think that would probably be the most helpful. Yeah. Or even like some kind of third-party moderator to like kind of appeal to like, hey,
that would help.
Slow down.
Yeah, I feel like I'm a host on his show, right? When you want to move along and move with the topics, I just want to, I mean, even though this is my show and I'm sitting at the computer, right? I do this all day, like you do, right? But for him, it's like his producer, I just kind of like went along with the pace, right? Anything that's as busy as a guest, right? Just kind of go along with it and whatever. I feel like it would take a lot of hours. We just stick to one point. I think he was moving the needle, right? So it's kind of hard to like. I want to be like, here's nothing, just go back and like.
I don't know how to do that. As long as you're gentle with the conversation, like as long as you're not like screaming at him, like as long as you're being chill, you're like, hey, can we move back here? Hey, I want to answer this. Hey, can we address this? Like as long as you're moving in that direction, I think people will generally be like pretty chill in the conversation. But the problem is if you start getting really snarky or really upset, then people are gonna be not as warm to you wanting to move the conversation.
Well, the reason why it was difficult a lot of times is they started like imitating me, right? And like he was doing new stuff like they've seen a child, like imitating my behavior. Doing. I said, okay. He said, okay.
Well, that was really people who'd already been like really rude to him. I think by that point, like you'd already been like an asshole to him like the entire time.
So I'm being nonchalant. You're gonna throw the whole thing away much.
I don't think you're being nonchalant. I think you're being aggressive and attacking him the entire time.
Well, I mean, he did add on and insulted me quite literally. I'm vocating before I even brought the.
That's what I would say.
I did 2 strikes to myself. 2 strikes.
No, if you, I would say go back and watch. You got really heated and really snarky really quick before he ever did anything to you at all. I think that was like the big issue for why he probably became so snarky. But you can also go back and watch it if you feel like that assessment's right. Because when I was watching, that was the thing that stuck out to me. I was like, oof, it feels like XQC's being like really mean here for no reason. It felt like we got. That was just the feeling.
I don't know. I think it was derating already. Like, I'll go in with the VOD. I felt like I did a decent job as the first 10 minutes to really just kind of let him put on as the first.
If you thought that was a good performance,
yeah, I know.
you unironically need to watch. Well, I would say first need to watch Hippy Dippy Championships. I'm pretty sure those VODs are still up, but you definitely need to just look at the Destiny versus actual Jake performance on the Hippy Dippy Championship. That being even though technically a cage match was invoked on that is an example of somebody who's able to perform because they know what they're fucking talking about. They have the ability to command the room, and the person they're speaking to is such a fucking flounderer that being forced to be held to a standard where in his environment versus people like myself and Aiden, Jake would try desperately to make a fool of either of us, but it wouldn't work. Especially considering what we're doing. It would be completely different because in this case, not only do you have the audience, not only do you have the audience perspective, you have the sheer. So you tried to use something about me, and now I'm going to explain to you why you're wrong, and then the moderators are going to try to come in and save you, and I say, no, this ass is mine, Cage Max, stay over there, Dylan. There's an entirely different element that goes with a good performance, and you know when you're having a good performance. Any person who's ever competed in an athletic sport or understands the thing that they're doing, if they really are on their shit, they know when they have somebody dead to rights. It's a feeling in your gut. You know what it feels like. It feels like victory.
Down so we can stand on it. But it seemed like as soon as he started, and then I was at a point, and he just kept cutting it. He just kept cutting me off on my first argument. He just kept cutting me off the first one. Like, can we at least get one argument in? Like, that's just weird. Like, I can do anything.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's gonna try to control the he's gonna try to control the core of the flow of conversation. Like that's the big thing he's gonna be doing, right?
I guess so.
But that's why having an outline would probably help. Because it would help you kind of like keep things on track a little bit more.
I thought it would be his job as the host of the fucking convo, and as him.
He's gonna do it to his benefit, right? Not to yours. He's not doing PR for you. He's
but they're doing no outline, and when we get somewhere, we're gonna show it away and end the podcast. Like, I don't know.
So what I'm getting here is that Felix believes that in a debate, the host is going to be ameliorative to the point of both the for and against party.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Even though it's his, I don't understand his logic on this.
We'll see.
You're supposed to be like nice to me, bro. Like,
we'll see.
It doesn't happen.
Yeah, that's his thought process. That's all he's ever been through his entire life is people
softballing him.
Softballing him, yeah, exactly. So he's like, wait a minute, what? You're being mean to me? But I'm a big famous internet person.
I'm a fucking internet big shot.
The thing that's wild.
I guarantee that's what it is.
The thing
he's just like, but I'm famous. Why are you being mean to me?
The thing that's wild.
Because you came in hot like a dipshit, and then you got the energy back, and then all of a sudden you're like, why are you coming at me like this, bro?
The thing that's wild.
He's never had anyone be aggressive towards him ever, apparently, I guess.
So, like, the thing that's wild is that if that's how he thought debates went, why does he think the phrase debate bro became a term?
He's talking to the OG debate bro.
I know. It's destiny, yeah.
Like,
he's been doing this for almost a decade now, it feels like.
How is it that you're speaking to the debate bro, and you're like, I don't understand. I thought you were supposed to be nice to me. You wouldn't let me get my points in. I just wanted to get 2 jabs. You wouldn't even let me get. I worked with this combo all the time, and he didn't even let me do my 1-2 combo. It's like,
why didn't he let me just fuck him into the dirt? Why couldn't he just let me do it? Let me hit you.
He really is a child. How old is Felix?
I don't know. Somebody Google it.
I'm on the host and organizer of the format, to be honest. And it feels like he wasn't really there for a resolution or like an actual conversation. He was there to guide the ship, and then as soon as things got heated, just fucking bounce out.
He's 27.
He did not let me.
No way.
Bro, you're younger than me by a year. No.
I would have thought he was 23 max.
Tyson, that's 21, and he's listen. I'm just saying. Like,
Listen,
I'm not trying to
New York ninjas are different. Okay, let's be fair. New York ninjas are different. Shit, we know this. If Chris was around, we'd be able to use Chris as an example of this, but Chris isn't here right now.
An argument. She just would not let me.
I mean,
at least initially, before the date, I just couldn't get an actual sentence in. Not even once. It was insane. I had to really stop and fucking get because I was like, dude, like, please stop. Like, this is weird.
Yeah, he definitely. He's very aggressive when trying to keep him quiet. Again, that's his prerogative. That's what he wants to do. He wants to go down certain argumentative paths and have you down there. But that's like the I would expect him to do that, right? That's his goal, right? He's having an argument with you. He wants to come out winning on. But then it's your goal, or it's your prerogative to keep him on track, then, right?
Okay, sure. I don't know how that works.
I'm not a debate with me. Like one of the strategies you're I'll literally like I'll say, hey, here's a question, and the person starts rambling. I'll cut them off. And I was like, hey, listen, you can do this, but I'm gonna ask the same question as soon as you're finished, and they'll have it. They'll finish. I was like, okay, that's great. You just said it, but back to my question. I need you to answer this. Like, you can do that over and over again. As long as you remain calm and cordial, like you'll generally look good doing it. So.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know how the arguments just like that. It seems it seems like I was out of bad faith. It seems like it just doesn't really make any sense. But I don't know.
What was bad faith about it? The other person trying to control the flow of the conversation.
Well, the narrative. It seemed like when the narrative flipped, he would just run away. It seemed like he didn't want something that changed.
I mean, if we're talking about a meta-narrative of a conversation, the meta-narrative of that debate was, is it acceptable to take people's shit and be completely flippant about it? And the answer is obviously no. Because if it's your shit being stolen, that's not how you're going to behave. So why do you find it acceptable to do it to other people? And if what you believe the meta-narrative is, well, you're as guilty as I am, so where do you think you get off telling me what to do? everyone's gonna laugh in your face. Period.
That's ridiculous. This is what you need to understand for whatever for narrative control you're talking about, right? Is the onus then is on you to ask a clear question and try to force a clear answer. Like that's all you can do. Yeah.
Wait. No one.
What your goal should be when you're talking to somebody is you need to force them to give a clear answer or force a concession or whatever, and that's all you can really do. If you feel like you're trying to flip it or whatever, like, otherwise they're just going to lead you around the conversation the way they want, and there's nothing you can really do about it. But again, like I think I'll do
that. Okay, that's a good point. I'll press rewind and just reel back until we get there.
That requires you to understand how to reel back, or how to speak.
He's all over the place. Good God, it's just sad.
This is not helped by the fact that I turned it on to double speed.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not getting that much pushback. I thought at least she would have like an actual good point that can like cut me off guard. I was expecting some pushback, like legitimate one. And I felt like I wasn't getting legitimate on any points. It's like we're just navigating and just running away, and it's, I don't know. You're right though. I should have run back more often.
Yeah, okay. It would probably help to, as lame as it sounds like, debating other people would probably help too, because Ethan is quite literally professional. They have a whole show, like they're doing everything, so it's probably hard to like start with him, you know?
Yeah. Here's the point. Like you didn't even let me explain what something good to happen meant when it's reacting something, right? I think in the past we've had a lot of times where I'll react something, and chat with that a lot, okay, and there's some stats behind it. I could have gone to that. Where something good happens, I watch a video, I have fun, that's a good thing. Chat's fun, cool. The creator gets views, pog, the thing goes viral, insane, right? And he gets money, and I keep my own share of the fucking
pog and regular speech.
Cringe!
To make something good is for people that enjoy more content. Across the board. And when people don't want me to I can do it. Right?
Yeah, I understand everything now. This is about your
I react to a thing and somebody else.
I think this is evidence that of what I said earlier. He's just internet brained. He's totally Twitch brained. His brain, like all his. Here's the thing, like when you keep. Okay, I'll tell you about something. It's interesting. There was a study that was done where they put this electrode into the brains of rats. And they could push a button, and it put right into the pleasure center of their brain, right into their serotonin center. You know, just direct induce me with pleasure, brain. And they found that the rats would just sit there, and they'd press the button, and they'd press the button faster and faster and faster, and their brains eventually can't keep up with it, right? Because it chemically can't, which causes serotonin deficiency syndrome, which is depression, a form of depression. And the rats will just sit there, and even while they're depressed, they would stop eating, they'd stop mating, they'd stop doing anything. They just sit there and keep pressing the fucking button to try and get their dopamine hit, their serotonin hit. That's XQC. He's so Twitch-brained that, like, he can't think outside of where's my next Twitch hit. I think it's truly that's what a lifetime of, or at least what years of being a Twitch streamer does to you. He is a rat with an electrode directly in the fucking dopaminergic center of his brain.
And because the majority of the time most Twitch streamers are basically trained on reaction to respond to every stimuli that comes through on our alert screen, as well as donations. Feel free to send donations here at any place for Kofi
to insert an electrode into Carl's dopaminergic system.
Even though we are trained to basically respond to on command and like not make a person feel like we're not paying attention to things. Unless, of course, it's like one of those giant $10,000 fucking sub-train donations meant to be a reaction to see how you react to getting a giant fucking piece of gratitude. We don't want to feel that a person is not being given attention to, but when you get to the size of which he is at, there is no way for you to be able to give direct attention to each and every one of those people.
Nope.
So you then have to then react to like the people who you know you're listening to and some of the arguments that you see going through on the timeline. Because that's when you start enacting slow mode. That's when you start specifically looking for tags. That's when you unironically must, by mandatory state, say, I can't read your message unless you pay X amount of dollars so that it shows up above the feed. And at that point, you can't really say anything about it because you literally don't know how to fucking respond to anything anymore. You don't know how to have proper call and response to your audience. Because every single time you get money, it's usually because somebody's probably unironically making a meme and a joke about you at your detriment, but you don't even realize the thing in question unless you're so fucking hyper alert and hyper aware of being made the butt of a joke that people are specifically acting on your behalf, whether it be a moderator, it be a Twitch member, it be a fucking power chatter, a power user that's relevant to your audience that puts you onto it. And even then, the advice that I would say to people is literally don't fucking look then. Don't do that. Not don't interact with your audience. Don't look for the negative shit. Focus on the positive things.
Yep.
Not many...
I mean, as a Twitch streamer, I mean, that's kind of how we're kind of taught. Guess what, Aiden? I'm a Twitch streamer. So I get to throw that one out. Right, yeah, right. But here's the thing. Like, whenever you're dealing with the Twitch culture, there's two different types of streamers. There are self-aware streamers who are paying attention and understand that you cannot interact with everything, and that you can't go down this like dark rabbit hole of like poggers, guys. Oh my God, this is so it almost like feels like you're devolving as a person.
That's what it seems. It's like
it's one step to remove.
It's over stimulation of the dopaminergic cortex in that the dopaminergic system. Excuse me. That you're just. It's the rat pushing the button. It's the rat pushing the button over and over again, and until its brain fucking crumbles.
It's one step removed from the NPC meme that's going around on TikTok right now.
Yep, basically that's all you're doing. It is literally like the lowest of low. I won't say it's low-hanging fruit content, but I will say it's the idea. There you go. It's the second lowest because you're literally just enacting a parasocial relationship via dopamine. They're giving you dopamine by responding to you or reacting to you or giving you money or doing things in the chat or redeeming things or pressing a little button. And you're responding because you're getting attention, so it's just like this parasocial thing.
Mutual,
back and forth.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, it's a mutual form of parasocial relationship. So when that person doesn't show up to your stream to press a little button, you're now concerned, like, did I do something wrong? Do I need to reach out to that person? And when you have 50,000 people in your chat, you can't respond to that, and everything's just moving so quickly that some people, like XQC, and I've watched his streams, he gets scatterbrained and can't, like, function when people are just, like, taking shots at him, and he doesn't know it, because he's like, oh, thanks, dude, for the $15. Oh, you're a scrub. Yeah, that's what happens. So.
Just like the sheer difference of literally the other day when Monkey Man did what he did, and if, like, in the middle of me reading out a message, something were to happen to me in the game that I didn't notice, and I look back and I'm like, oh no! My character dead! And then I go right back to being normal. It's like, thanks, Big Dick Swagger, for the 86 bucks. Yeah. At some point, people are gonna be like, is he human? This doesn't feel human.
Listen, I do this all the time when people are like, I'm going to say something that's going to be a detriment to the stream, and I see somebody throw a dono, I will go around you in a heartbeat to go to that dono. You didn't address anything I said. I know. Hey, Kumquat64 over here said, hey, nice stream, enjoying it. Thanks for the laughs. All right, cool. Thank you, bro. You have a good night, and fuck that guy. That's my reaction to most things happening on stream, but I'm at a size where I can address like individual chatters in the chat at some points. So.
Which is what I understand what your arguments are now. But there was I just away for a few minutes in the middle of that. Did you make that? What?
Well, he didn't let me. I was like,
I don't know why you're telling me that's right. I understand what you're saying, but like everything you brought up during the argument, that doesn't matter now, right?
Well, it's very difficult. When he like got really mad at that. Like, I'm some evil guy who's all for all money. When I have no idea what YouTube rep goes, I just, bro, the whole YouTube XQ clips goes behind my editor. I don't know what any of that money goes. I don't know the main channel goes like it, and I don't know how much it pays. And the channel goes for growth and whatever. It's like, it's not about the actual money of it. I don't know why I, like,
sure, did you tell him that? Like, because for them, they're just gonna see money, right? And I think that's a fair point. It's just assume that like streamers are in it for money, right?
I mean, if you see the world like that, I think things are kind of sad a little bit.
That's easy for you to say because you're a multi-millionaire. So
yeah, of course.
Really important part of the world. Yeah. I think it's a fair thing for them to feel.
Yes, and it's why it's intended. And then that the thing will be positive, and if it's not, that I'm a real back on it. And if there's a damage that it's caused, they get everything that they would have gotten. So that's a good thing. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it.
Sure.
I think everybody understands that. And that's fair enough.
Sure. I understand you're making to me now, but this will be an argument you make to him, right?
Well, I don't think you.
You don't think he gave up?
No. Well, you generally didn't. If it was all about revenue, I would just pay the editors a flat fee, and I would probably make like 1.5, 3 mil more a year, just flat out rev or some shit. Like, I would make a fast ton. If I about rev, the whole point is that YouTube is do good. Like, the whole point is that it makes something nice. Like, everybody for the people that watch the cut downs like that, and for them it's like this big evil, like Robin Hood, you're stealing. It's like, dude, it's not like that. If it was like that, people reached out. I had like 6,000 hours of React, and we have like 2 negative emails. Like, where's the data, bro? I don't see. The only person he had to prove the opposite was gonna he DM'd out of his own will. Which could have been paid actor for like here.
Yeah, why would you accuse him of being a paid actor? We have no evidence of that at all, right?
Well, I don't have any evidence he's not, so I mean.
I guess.
I don't have the evidence that he's not a paid actor, so I'm going to throw out that he's a paid actor. It's not a very good argument.
Hey, why not? Yeah.
On top of that, saying, well, see, you can't prove the negative, so as you throw out this negative, look at all the positive that I can do. you might not understand that that's actually a very bad begging the question fallacy, as well as a negative hypothesis fallacy. But proving the false equivalency of the statement is not going to save you from any person who could accuse you. Because if you say, well, there's no data to support that I steal from people, I actually do more harm to the people who are going to supposedly accuse me than good if that were true, but the data's not there. You haven't shown it to me. And I'm clearly doing more good than the harm, so I'm going to keep doing it anyways. That's not a very good argument. So, if, for example, every single time we breathed, we were actually killing very, very cognizant, aware, and sentient creatures in the air. Physical air homunculi, golems, all around us, every single moment.
Big, deep breath. Yeah.
And every single time we inhaled, we were basically inhaling their lungs. Usually, symbiotically, when we breathe normally, it doesn't hurt either person. But when we don't do it well, when we start hyperventilating, whether it be because we're having a medical emergency like a stroke or a seizure, or heart attack, or when we do so through the means of activity in places that have been designed for activity, so you start running around your neighborhood and you start hyperventilating, you accidentally killed an air homunculi's grandma and his fucking 3 kids.
Oh no.
I was blowing her back out, and then all of a sudden I killed an entire village.
Like, when you claim that, well, you can't prove to me that I did it, I don't see any harm being done here by exercising, I don't see in this spectrum you're talking about, but I were able to bring you a pair of goggles that can now allow you not only to synthesize and hear the speech, but to also see the civilization that's built on the layer next to ours in this 2-dimensional way. And now, you can be forced to stand trial in air elemental court for this mass genocide you've been doing all your life. You don't get to say, well, you literally just made this shit up on the spot. No, you've been doing it the entire time. You said you didn't know what the data was, now we brought you the data. They brought you the bodies that you killed with your hyperventilation, your breathing, and your rampant misuse of poggers. Every single time you said pog, you killed 5 children. There are 50 million children dead. And you say something stupid like, I don't know, bro. 50 million children seems a little low. If you were to say that, and they were to be aghast by you saying that, and you're like, what, bro? I just said there's 50 million children. I don't believe that'd be enough. You're like, bro, there's no way. Hold on, I hear an ice cream truck outside.
Oh my god. I hear the ice cream truck.
Keck W kept Dracula over here. Just having a...
There is indeed an ice cream truck outside. Hold up.
Wait, bro, are you in my neighborhood? I just heard an ice cream truck about 20 minutes ago. Carl
if only I had fucking money. Like physical money. I don't. I could go for a Sonic the Hedgehog ice cream pop. Those fucking eyelids are sour gumdrops, and they're great. Anyways.
What is that? That Sonic the Hedgehog ice cream? Yeah, sorry.
But they take you to Aeronomad Court. I do it live, folks. Well, they take you to Aeronomad.
My neighborhood. Why?
I take them to Aeronomad Court, and I sit them down. Welcome back, Harvey. And I sit them down, and I demonstrate how you've killed 500,000 air nomads over your lifetime, and you've killed at least half of that in children. You don't get to say, after you've been surmounted with the evidence, oh, listen, bro, I'm innocent. I didn't know that I was doing it. Well, you were, and now you were made aware. So we're going to give you this opportunity and chance before we put you on trial for the maximum degree. Let's say it's death in this case. We're going to give you the ability to be able to recreate those children. You just have to breathe normally for a year. I don't know, bro. That seems like a high fucking risk. Like, I pay poggers a lot, bro. Come on, man. That's not really fair.
You know this is on brand for me. Come on. Why would you do this? Why would you limit my content, bro?
Why would you limit my breathing, man? I'm just breathing. Come on. I don't think you could then use that supposed argument to save yourself from what would come next. Because then at that point, you've been made aware. You see what the damage is. You know what the statistics of the damage is. You have seen other situations where now that people have been made aware of this secret society that's standing on top of ours, they're like, oh shit, You remember that one day where your friend Lewis sat down way too fast and it felt like all the air in the room fell down? That's because he actively killed an entire family with his fat ass. When that happens, you literally cannot say anymore, I don't know. That's not good enough. You might not have known yourself, but somebody else being made an example made it possible. That would be the best thing that you could be able to do. It's like, okay, so I'm not gonna do the things that you want, but here, how about this? How about you announce my punishment to the world so that they can know that they're not supposed to do it anymore? Because I didn't know I was supposed to do it, but now we'll use that as an example. But even then, still, you'd be malding, saying, but why'd you have to punish me, though? Hassan kills so many people with his loud talking and his N-bomb drops. Come on, man! He talks way faster than I do!
What?
I don't know why we would assume, like, the guy's messages sounded, like, reasonable. Like, okay, I can imagine a real life person saying this. Like, I don't know why we would assume he's, like, a paid actor.
And if you want to make a really good argument and slam to the ground, right, you could orchestrate that, right? I'm not saying if it comes to the theory, right? But you really I sent one DM and...
That's a lot of effort that you're supposing there. A 400,000 channel specifically created and being paid as an actor by Ethan Klein. He's been preparing this argument for X amount of years of his degree and his career. This entire time, he's been garnering all those subs, all those users, all those likes, all this clout, all this money, all this success, all 3 of the pregnancies that he's had with Gila. He's represented himself the way that he has for all these years, specifically just focused to get you in a debate where he can then embarrass you and then demonstrate how you're fucking mad and balding at the age of 27, 28.
Yeah.
It's all specifically set up to just catch you in an argument, specifically you.
It's so egotistical.
It's so wild.
The one guy answered, and his whole thing was crazy. It was very much against you. It all lines up. Come on, you don't believe that.
Sure, but then, like, the honest thing would be on you to do the opposite. Well, I reached out to a couple people and this is what they said about the React content.
What? But he stats prepared. He just moved on.
Well, but then make him go back.
He ended the call.
Well, he ended the call at the end because it seemed like the call was over. But I'm saying earlier, like, you could.
No, I had stats. I told him I had stats.
If you wasn't like, listen, can we go over this one thing? I think it would have been fine.
I did.
No, you didn't. Stop. You did not. You were just insulting him and fighting with him over everything. You did the worm. Instead of doing the worm, you guys are like, hey, let's go over these stats. Ethan, can we just look at this? Ethan, I think this argument. But that wasn't what happened. You guys started shilling and then you started like moving on him. And that was it. What do you mean?
Okay, no, I did do the worm. That was my fault. I did, though. I did. Say, open up the chat.
He unironically did it. He unironically said exactly what we just said. God damn!
Dump some logs in there, and he just went off.
Okay, I don't remember that part. Maybe I just missed it. He just went off.
I did. Go back to the pod. I said, open up the chat. I have stats. I'm gonna dump it.
Go ahead.
I don't
So you should have just dumped it instead of doing the worm, dumbass.
I can't. Right? The whole him doing the worm thing was so insane. It was so stupid.
I had the stats, bro. Okay, did you go back to the point and redouble that point and go back to that point and redouble that point? No, I did the worm, bro. Okay.
The worm.
So at what point would he take you seriously enough to extend the time to have this conversation with you?
It is at this point of the panel that I'm going to teach everybody a French word called l'esprit et l'escalier, which means the spirit of the elevator, specifically escalator most of the time. When you walk away from a situation and you start thinking of shit that you could have said or could have done while you were in that situation, that's what that feeling is. This is very much that feeling from Felix. Bro, that's not their concern. You should have said it when you had the opportunity to. You missed your chance.
Maybe. I feel like if you went in less kind of more, I feel like you could have just like we can rewatch the whole debate if you want. If you want to go over it again.
I'm not watching that. Okay. Listen,
When you're not watching your performance, why?
Absolutely, 100% said it. Open the chat. I remember. I used to move my mouse on the right of the screen so I could get the icon for chat. So I could dump it, and I opened the monitor, and I even had it logged open because I was going to go dump it. He didn't want to. He just molded.
So malding. You're malding.
Yep.
Like,
but someone in my chat, and I could be wrong. They said XCC didn't. He said your ass is gonna get cooked when I dump these logs and stats, and then he didn't do anything.
Well, yep. Until he went off somewhere else. So you understand now that I presented something. If you didn't think the data, if you thought the data could be valid, it would have been a very good point to have it on the podcast, right?
Yeah, for
it
sure.
seems like he was brought up at a point that could be helpful to the whole thing, and he completely dodged it. You're being given a solution to a problem, you keep bringing it up, and then you move on. It seems like it could be in both parties' interest to say, okay, let's see it.
Yeah, maybe, but then again, the onus is on you to just like keep on track, right?
But it's not in this.
This is actual fucking livelihood, actually.
I mean, it's all part of the it's all like keeping people on point. One of the hardest things to do in a conversation. Again, because remember, Ethan has an outline drawn up in front of him with every single thing he wants to say. So of course, he's gonna keep the conversation going. If you don't hold certain points, he's just gonna move on to the points that he wants to make, right? That's his whole.
Yeah, it just something like I did have stuff to show, and I did say I didn't mention it, and he just wouldn't get it.
Stop looking, Phillips.
Give him some light. I think it'd be very helpful since he only had one graph that shows a declining video being watched that keeps declining but at a less heavy rate. That seems like a W to me, to be honest. I've seen the curves. That curve looks pretty healthy for him.
Yes, that's exactly what Destiny told you to say, and you did say that. However, that doesn't help. It actually hinders you.
He uploaded a couple days ago. He just, well, dude, he said he doesn't even know his own stats. The guy has no fucking data analysis knowledge, like actually zero.
He has no data.
Oh my god! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
He did said the line. Yes.
Oh no, he
said the line.
He has no data analysis.
You know why this hurts me? You know why this hurts me in particular? Because this is the dumbest shit I've ever fucking heard. Oh, Ethan Klein doesn't have any data analysis. What the fuck do you have, XQC, by the way? And what does Ethan have? Neither one of you motherfuckers has any idea what the fuck data analysis is. Are you out of your fucking minds? Could we do a little log linear regression, please? Oh no, what's that? Oh, you wouldn't fucking know. What the fuck? Doesn't have a data analysis. What
Listen,
lunacy?
Aiden, he's got the data. You know what that data is? You're
Data
balding and
yes,
balding
what?
and you're mad right now. Get your money up.
I know. Get your money up. Thank you. Great. By the way, data are, it's a plural. It's not your fault. I guarantee XQC would make the same mistake, and it's nobody's fault. But data doesn't have the data analysis. What kind of data fucking analysis are you supposed to do? An ANOVA? A MANOVA? Oh, are we doing a regression? What are we doing? Oh, we're bullshitting. That's what we're doing, you fucking weirdo. Okay, get those fucking words out of your mouth, you loser.
I hate when people use words when they don't ever use Excel.
Use Excel! Use Microsoft Excel for fuck's sake!
They even wrote it into fucking Google. You can use Google Docs and it's got it. God damn it!
That's that.
Okay. I mean, that's don't make him. I don't know what. Yeah, I can't even help it. No.
his entire chest meaning on him. I did stat. I statted.
I did a stat.
I did. Quantitative methods and quantitative methods of the class.
When men get beaten by women on statistics, you have to take a mad L on that one, homie. Come on.
I had the data. I had the statistics. What statistics? You know, them statistics. Okay, bro.
The thing. You know, the thing.
Prove what happens beforehand when there's already an established pattern before an event. It's stupid. Okay, here's how that works. Okay, you have data. Okay, and it goes like this. Okay, and your stats are going this 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, and the curve goes like this, right? And you go, well, dude, look at this at the end there. Look. Do you see what? What's happening to your chat? Well,
it's so hard to follow what he's saying right now, not because it doesn't make sense, but because what you're trying.
Because it's fast. It's just impossible to fucking understand what the fuck he says at all.
It's specifically right now what he's trying to talk about with the points with this is that you're trying to go off the reference of a visual medium, and you have not put a visual medium out there. Whatever it is you wanted you're talking about right now, you need to give to Destiny so he can put it on screen. Nobody can follow what you're saying.
It's still going down. So
his chat is actually yelling at him. Pull up the stream. He has Paint open.
Your impact at this particular zone is negative because it's going down. Well, look at the trend before it. It's all going down. No shit, you f***ing moron. Like, you don't need a time machine to put it. It's all going down, you squad. What a balder. Like, what an actual f***ing balder. Imagine using
You're back at it again.
And actually try to use it as proof of anything.
He's looping again. He's looping again.
Fucking credit from business school. Actual f***ing know nothing balder, man. Like, what the f***?
He's balding.
This is a new one. Boulder. He's Boulder. What if we know what molding is to him? What is boulder? What is a boulder?
I don't know.
He's bald and he's old.
What is bolding?
Is that what it is? Is it bald and old?
I'm taking a wild guess here. I don't speak special.
I mean, his chat literally has an emote that's boulder.
Is boulder balding and molding? But it's already what molding is.
This is new to me, bro.
Molding is already when you are mad and balding. So what is bolding?
Is this a dig that was invented for Matt Jarbo that we've adapted for Twitch? I don't know.
Apparently, you had to go pick up boulders, I guess.
I didn't see this part. This might have been the part I stepped away from, and they said this was your strongest argument. So maybe this was that part I missed. That was the best part, but.
It didn't decrease more. You were actually wrong about that. I can show you the stats behind it.
I have a real question.
Yes.
What is with the persistence and the existence of boulders in stupid internet arguments? What is it about boulders? What?
It's peak Jarbo aesthetic. That's
why. Yes.
Oh, he's trying to reach that peak Jarbo aesthetic. I see.
Yes.
Okay. That is understandable.
He has to get to the point of being able to mold about his girlfriend's daughter.
Was it archivists or like what was his name? It's internet, some bullshit. Archivists, anarchists.
What? Anarchists or archivists?
You use this.
I think you said archivist.
Archivist or like
archivist. Archivist.
The YouTuber.
So what was his name? It's internet, some bullshit. Archivists, anarchists. Let's get in chat. Actual goats, size or something. Okay, you gotta use this.
This would be the person that he did the experiment with to test the numbers. The one that specifically told him, do not use my thumbnail and do not use my fucking title.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god. Yeah, I'm not trying to show the guy who made the video, okay? That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm showing the fact that it's Ethan who brought this up, like it's like the smoking gun. Like, you need to understand stats, that there is almost a better argument for me for the fact that it declined almost less in actual curve. Literally. It did less than the trend presented before.
What are you talking about? The video, it's not about, the people who do this shit need to get this fucking, like, weird brain rot out of their fucking warped psyches. It's not that people think that you're necessarily stealing views from them. You are, to a certain degree. But it's that they're making sure that no one in the future will watch their video because they've seen it, who's watched your stream, will ever watch their video because they've already seen it. It doesn't mean that you watching it is going to immediately, oh my god, how is this difficult to understand? You watching and reacting to their video isn't going to respond and create an immediate decrease in viewership. That's not what's going to happen. It means that anyone who gets served that video in the future is going to go, oh, I watched XQC watch that video, and they're not going to click on it. That's the fucking problem. It's not complicated. Holy shit. But I know for XQC that's rocket surgery.
It goes deeper. Because what XQC has done is he's provided a market replacement value, because I did searches on some of the videos that he was talking about, and guess who shows up in the top 5 with the original video? And XQC actually beats their video to being number 1. So why would I go down any further to click on any other video when I see your goofy face right there with the content? Why would I have to go any further? Why? Why would I do
exactly.
that?
And we got over this shit. That's why it makes it blows my mind. I thought we dealt with this like 8 years ago with the Jinx shit. However long ago the Jinx shit was, they were over this. That like you can't just put other people's stuff and just re-upload it. But I don't think that necessarily, right? That this is what I want to say though. Again, just to reiterate. People aren't going to necessarily see like a massive drop in their own viewership, but they are not going to see the full amount of viewers that they would get, and they're not going to get credit for the viewership they are going to get because someone else has freebooted it. That's the problem. I think that's that's the best way of, I think, maybe explaining it. I hope.
You freebooted their future away, basically.
Yeah.
Because it's not saying the same day that you drop this, it's going to destroy their content.
Yeah.
No, what it's going to do is it's going to drive out the curve that you normally would have had. And just completely plummet it, because now you have a market replacement from a more well-known channel than your own, who is going to use your content as a market replacement with maybe 20 or 30 seconds of additional content. Wow, that's crazy. Oh boy, that's nuts.
Whoa.
Yeah, they're going to overwrite you because they're a bigger channel than, oh god, I hate that. They're a bigger channel than you, and they're going to be able to eclipse you and then take away your views from that video. So where it would have pretty much, I would say at some point, 3 weeks away, you would have saw the drop off happening. Right? No, you succeeded in doing that maybe a week or maybe 2 weeks earlier, because now you have a market replacement for your video that's going to show up in the algorithm. If somebody watches XQC, your video is going to show up on XQC's channel. That's why.
This is mostly driven by the Twitch meta of do whatever it takes to be in the top position, because the website automatically filters high to low. So if you don't set it to recommend for me or low to high, you will always see the, quote, top streamers, which is really to say the people who have the highest audience in the category, which is how most people tend to view things. They're not going to have the mindset, unless there's somebody looking for a person who might have an interesting take, an interesting view, or they just happen to click on the stream because whatever they happen to see in the title enticed them to do so, which I feel is probably the healthiest balance between how do you deal with a thumbnail and how do you deal with a title. For streams, since the stream is going to be a clip of whatever was being done in the last, I think it's the last 45 seconds, for the actual view over. If they look at that and the title and it's like, ooh, I'm playing Path of Exile and I want to see if somebody's made a build using the new Chieftain. Looks like Carl's testing it in solo self-found. Let's see what he does. If you compare this versus Ziz doing the... Because I know for a fact Zizarin is going to be one of the many content creators doing the hardcore solo self-found boss rush, because they always do. if they wanted to watch the content of all the streamers competing in the boss rush and specifically have all of their feeds up as a simulcast stream to see who's in the lead and who's offline and who falls behind, if that's what they find as interesting content, that's going to be on the top of the bar, and I'm not going to be able to compete against that. Not only because I'm not competing, but because I don't have the size to be seen. Whereas people who are specifically there to see me may have questions about my build, and then people who come along because of the title will be like, "Hi, Carl. Ooh, that build looks fun. How did you come up with that? How did you figure that out?" And that's where the engagement in that would be had, because that engagement is based on what I'm actually doing. Whereas rather than, "Hey, I see that you made a video about this build, but also somebody did the exact same build as you, but they put their video out about this particular build style with their variation first, and that streamer just so happens to be Ziz." Rather than Ziz cannibalize the video, we just happen to have a similar perspective. Maybe I chose to do a Fire Slam build using a axe, and he chose to use a Fire Slam build using a polearm. It's relatively different viewpoints because we have come to the same conclusion from different angles, which is the point of creativity there. Rather than somebody like XQC wants to play Path of Exile, but he doesn't know what to do, so he does a reaction to my build video, copies it directly, word for word, bar for bar, directly from the build of the Path of Building link, doesn't give a shout out, then re-uploads a video of him using my build, but puts his face on my build video exactly over my face on the build video. That's where the cannibalization is happening. And now, when I look at that and it's like,
Has he done stuff like that, though?
I don't think he plays video games where that would happen. But this is just the example of how that would happen. It's really hard to do that kind of theft, because that kind of theft implies that you have taken someone's entire work and effort, and you are now representing it as your work, which would not fly. Even if you were the littlest literally who, everybody would come for your fucking neck. Because they're going to start asking, they're going to start asking you, "Okay, how did you come up with that mechanic? Did you do the math on that? How do you know that that's how that damage flows out? Can you show us the work?" And because we have an entire program designed...
I have seen that kind of stuff happen before. It's been a thing now with some female gaming streamers who have been caught out
That I've
having
noticed.
their gaming footage stolen.
That I've noticed.
But, I mean, that's just women doing women things, to be fair.
This would basically be the effort of, like, if I were to make a video with you that we both did as research, and you did the math, and I did the presentation and the data gathering, and we both presented it together, that they took that data presentation, he put his face on the work, and then he got somebody else to replace me as the face of the numbers, and we came to them and said, "Is that your work? Really, it is? Can you show us how you did this equation? Can you show us how we did this math? Can you show us how you did this math and this math? How do you know that this works with this, and how this doesn't have this coefficient throwing off the number of this?" They wouldn't be able to answer that question if we didn't write down the answer inside the notes of the application, and we instead kept our internal notes as the master file to explain the data, because they didn't have that data. They just took the result. A kid cheated off us in our test. They took our test results, but then when the teacher asked them, "How did you get the answer? Show your work." They can't show the work, and we come along and we not only have the entire showing of the work, we show how we got the entire extrapolation to the final answer. We could say 2 + 2 = 4, but instead of them explaining how we exemplified down and simplified down that literal 5, that the 2 + 2 = 5 math, we show the entire breakdown of that mathematical equation, and they don't even understand how the coefficient between how the damage is applied or how the damage is nerfed is actually applicable, and whether or not something is nerfed or buffed or broken or bugged. Or something that they have to complain about to grinding your games to fix. Something on that level, you literally cannot be able to fake in that kind of an audience. Because so many people are autistically focused on the numbers that just in the curiosity of like, "Damn, that's an interesting build. I like his variation, I like his variation." Because most people would be like, "Oh man, they made the same video. I guess I might as well not bother." Other people would be like, "Oh my god, there's 2 versions of this build!" They literally are autistic about that kind of thing. So just by looking in the numbers, they're gonna find out that something's fucking iffy if somebody has literally the exact same copy and the exact same formulation. But rather than, "Oh, he used this unique, I used this unique, and Carl used this unique," it's like literally the same exact build published on the same exact date with the same exact cadence, the same exact jokes about the build. Then it's obviously fishy. Something to that degree.
I have a better argument against this than he has for it. He's trying to use it against me? What a stupid fucking moron.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, okay? But I think communicating in a helpful way would be better, right? So, do you have my stream open right now?
So, he communicated.
No, hold on, wait. I understand. Do you have my stream open right now?
Oh, okay, yeah.
He whispers under his breath. That's always fucking
Destiny be the one to say, chill, bro.
I know, come on, yeah.
That is telling as hell.
That you're trying to make is that there was an established trend.
And of course, everybody's probably seen this particular clip.
That if you look at the viewership, it looks like the trend was in this direction, okay? Theoretically, right?
Yes.
And the argument that you're trying to make is, even though the viewership might have decreased, we shouldn't be comparing the viewership to the next day. What we should be comparing the difference between the new viewership and where the trend actually was, right? So your actual comparison is here. So arguably, right, if you integrated these 2 points from August 1st to August 2nd, and then you took the difference of the two, there could theoretically be a gain in viewership, even though there's a loss on paper viewership, because the new trend is outperforming the prior trend, right? That'd be a way of explaining it, but instead you tell him a molding cuck. I don't think you actually like illustrate this point.
Which still is a load of more facts than his use of the graph itself, right?
I understand.
So in terms of actual truth, my proof is way higher than his is. You know, I call him bald.
What?
It's still more truth.
My proof is way higher than his is. What?
Say it.
I don't know what your goal is right now. You're trying to, if you're trying to convince him or his audience, you have to come at it from a nicer perspective. But if you don't like me on it, you can me on it. But then you can't be surprised when he's like, oh, I feel this calls him productive and hangs up.
Oh man, I did pretty good there, to be honest. I got mine's rap usage that was cringe as fuck. Okay, and on
that was cringe as fuck. Is this guy for real?
Yes, he is.
Yes. Again, he's so Twitch brained. He can't even think about it. All he has are like stock responses. He's an NPC. Yes. He's an actual NPC. He has no idea how to respond to things other than, bro, cringe.
For years on end.
He is imbibed deep Zoomer culture, and this is probably not a good look for this man. Almost at 30. Continue.
Yeah.
Like he thought he was like a smoking gun. Well, it's decreasing. Lol W. It's like some guy saying like, well, dude, whenever when you smoke outside, right? Well, you're causing the earth to freeze. Here's proof. It's the beginning of winter, and the temperature's going down every day, and you're smoking it. I mean.
What?
Okay, so if we extrapolate,
when you smoke outside, you are causing the earth to freeze.
Okay, so
right?
I'll extrapolate. If smoking adds to global warming and to the causing of the decrease of the ozone layer, and I can show on a graph where you going outside and taking 2 puffs of some Marlboro menthol lights is actively causing. I can show you exactly where. I can show you exactly where on the ozone layer desaltification.
Where on the where did I hurt the ozone layer?
Yes, I can show you exactly the pinpricks in the ozone layer where your smoking was caused. He's saying this equivalency argument is dog shit to me, bro. Because if I had that data, I don't know, bro. My data is bigger than your data because ... Which, let him explain this one.
Got him, dude, lol. How do you even debate somebody that has so little knowledge and said he actually thinks that? He's like trying to talk about...
Oh, shit. If I show people where they smoked and how they caused the pinpricks that poked even more holes in the ozone layer, how could I expect to debate against somebody who thinks that that kind of argumentation is a salient talking point?
Carl, I think I actually have brain damage now, and I feel like you owe me money in some kind of restitution. Because what the fuck?
Have you or a loved one been
XQC has caused me brain. What the? I can't even begin to comprehend.
I need you as an extra for one of those mesothelioma and just hold up Felix's face like he's caused me irreparable.
This has actually, I think, caused me irreparable damage. Like, I am trying so hard. If you go outside and smoke a cigarette, and then you do environment wrong, and then environment bad, big bad, me sad.
You gotta understand. This is the dude who was like, "You mean when? Is it condensation? What's that, chat? You mean that window sweat
what is condensation? The window sweat. Sorry, it's been a couple days. I forgot about window sweat.
I never forget about that. Whenever I feel like I'm having a dumb moment, I sit down and I think back to that moment. I'm like, damn, I am a fucking Albert Einstein in the blackest form compared to this man right here.
Bro, like if you're ever feeling a little bit down about yourself, you're in college, you're struggling with the class or something, and be like, man, maybe I'm not made out for this stuff. Just look at XQC. And remember, wow, at least I'm not that retarded.
I believe at this point, now that we've fully established, after we fully established the intelligence of XQC, we should now finally jump to the Hassan versus Ethan rematch.
Oh God, no! It's gonna break. I don't.
We've already been through the U student. We now have to go through the D- student.
Yes.
Let's go.
I feel like this one will be easier. I feel like this one will be easier because I actually have some fucking chapter notes that we can power through for this one. Let's see here. This one is the this is the teaser. That's at 1 minute.
I just love the starting point. Look at Ethan's face as you start this.
I wanna I gotta go find your Discord because I always lose it because but I just want to be clear.
Yes.
About. Just. I didn't know we then had to do Hassan after this. I thought it was over with XQC, and then
Fortunately, we only have to play up until 1727, because then this is what Irrelevant talks with Destiny, and then there's like a Ethan Hassan continue, but I don't think it's relevant after that point. So let's see here. I need to go to
just I thought it was worth just being like my fucking face when.
It's almost over, Bubble. It's almost over.
Oh, okay.
I gotta go to 102.
So are you against all IP law?
I don't know where the exact boundaries would be.
Apparently right afterwards he joined Destiny's stream. I guess Destiny was coaching him.
So here, so right here in this 2 hour and 21 is what we just finished air quote going through, right?
Incredible debater.
This would be debate react arc number 7.
To be honest, he's really good at it. So he went to the right guy, I guess. Didn't rub off though, I don't think.
Yeah,
I think you went way over the top really quickly. In terms of
I thought he went over the top like crazy.
So Ethan is watching the VOD of this conversation that XQC had with Destiny after the debate.
Asking questions and not letting me answer. He didn't want to bring up data. He bought one video. He bought my video, watched the whole thing. But when it's time to play my video, he just kept pause, comment. This is not a fair representation. It's not how we conduct an argument.
Sure. I mean, I agree he was cutting off a lot. That was true. And it was fair for you to bring that up to ask to finish your point. That's true as well. But like, when it came to comparing the videos, what do you think his issue was with your video over his video of you?
The thing I would say about cutting people off in this is like when somebody's actively deflecting from the conversation, from the point, then I feel like it's a good time to interrupt. Because I know where it's going, and it's not going to a good place. Because when it goes there, I'm just going to bring it right back. You know, it's like the deflector's playbook. It can be annoying sometimes, right, when I have these conversations and I interrupt people a lot. But it is very intentionally done because I want to keep them on the track. Because nobody ever wants to answer questions. Nobody ever wants to get to the root of an issue. And so it comes off as, I guess, there's probably a better way to do it, to be frank. There is probably a way that's more friendly, looks less bad, less annoying to watch. But I guess I haven't learned what that is yet. Not super experienced as a debater.
I think you build a bridge with Ethan. I think Ethan is surrounded by a lot of people that don't like me. I think Hassan and Dan, but who knows? I don't know.
XQC asked Destiny for help moments before Ethan Klein debate. That's awesome. Should I watch that?
No.
Let me ask you about the take you had. So when I was talking to XQC...
Well, I feel like Hassan has different facial hair and head hair like every 2 months. Did he rotate his stuff right now? Or?
Yes, he keeps rotating his looks. Because he hates being called poverty culture, so he starts trying to look like, in this case, a Texan. He only looks like a Texan out of King of the Hill.
He looks like a dude
what do you mean poverty culture? What does that mean?
Every single time he gets criticized for his horrible takes about socialism and world economics, he will then look towards anything that, just like XQC can, about anything he can talk about the person. And then when he gets to an argument that he thinks he can use, he always starts it off with, you guys always tell me that I'm wrong and that I'm not allowed to have an opinion because socialism is window house. You guys just want me to be upset and poor just like you guys. It's all poverty culture.
Well, Hassan, here's the thing. Okay. Thank you for explaining that to me, Carl. Hassan, it's not that they want you to have no house, it's that you live in a fucking mansion and you have $1 million car. That's kind of the issue. And then you say, but the working class, bro.
Your car could literally...
all these rich people, fuck the rich, bro.
Like, his car could help me literally refinance my house and do a lot of money around here. just by selling that shit as a liquid asset. But poverty culture, bro.
Yes. Yes, this is the same guy who basically is like, oh man, listen, we eat the rich and shit. Meanwhile, he's taking people's money from their Amazon fucking workday and just sitting here going, yeah, man, I'm going to get sushi for lunch from this high-end sushi place. He ate your entire paycheck on stream while you're talking to him like, yeah, great ideas. Yeah.
Look, you know, like I'm going on vacation in a couple weeks. And I have to be honest with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I feel there's a part of me that has felt ashamed every time I've either gone home to visit my family, or I've been on any kind of vacation. Or now, first of all, half my vacation is it's a vacation in quotes. Half it's for work. Okay, like to go on podcasts and stuff. But I feel ashamed when I do that stuff. Because it's like, well, you know, I mean, like, you know, because I have a YouTube channel, so, you know, I make my money from people watching my videos and through donations and stuff. It makes me feel ashamed. How do you not feel like just a little bit like if you're just going to spend your money on a fucking Lambo or a Porsche, whatever he has, how do you not feel when you're I'm a monarchist, for fuck's sake, and I'm like, oh, that's maybe not cool. I mean, I think it's probably cool because like people gave you the money for a reason, but like, you're a socialist / damn near communist. It doesn't make you feel like kind of a piece of shit that you're taking the money that people gave you as fellow
it's the sweat
comrade
off
communists?
his brow. No, it's the sweat off his brow.
He did say that.
He's sitting in a chair for like 18 hours a day, like streaming and shit.
He has actually said that exact line, is that him sitting there and streaming is the sweat of his brow.
That's the reason why he feels as though he cannot allow you to leave his chat when he gets up to take a pee or grab a sandwich.
But he will never waste an opportunity.
Mommy make tendies for him.
But he'll never waste an opportunity to smite you out of his chat room when he feels that you've said something that he can optically twist to feel as though it's good for him. And ironically enough, as we're going through these videos, look, right there, the video I was referencing, the fucking debate. It's right there. Thanks, Watch Together.
I don't know what you guys feel about that, but like that's just to me, like obviously people are donating to you because they want to support you doing what you're doing, whatever it is, you're streaming or whatever, or making videos, whatever it be, maybe. But I don't understand, and I'm sure that Hassan would respond like, "Oh, that's just like capitalist indoctrination." I don't think it is. I think it's called and I don't want to sound like, because I'm going to sound like an asshole when I say this, but I think it's called something like it's kind of this thing called humility a little bit. Humbleness of being like, well, I really, you know, I don't want to like, you know, I want to, if people have given me money, I want to make sure it goes to nice things, but or things that are like necessary, but you know, at some point, occasionally I like to take a vacation, so I do feel a little bad about it, and I don't know, should I feel bad about it? That's what I'm asking for. I'm asking for reification.
I would say no, because you deserve to go on a vacation. Everybody can deserve to go do these things. Most of us rationalize in our head that we shouldn't do it because we probably don't need to right now. But realistically, you have to make time for yourself. Yes, like even then, it's like mixing business with pleasure. But still, you deserve to have the ability to plan for a vacation and take a vacation. No one should be allowed to browbeat you into working yourself as a workhorse till you die.
I don't think anyone ever has. It's not anyone else who has. It's me who's done.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
You must let you go on vacation. You must let you put your feet up.
I'm like, oh, what if I don't?
Yeah, everybody gets that guilt going on vacation. It happens to everybody, but it's just the idea that when you're sitting around talking about,
it's for a whole week. You know, a whole week. I'm just spend a whole week not working. I mean,
yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that though. Like you're allowed to have
me.
Reaffirmations are the best, but no, everybody's allowed to have a down moment. That's the I'm a workaholic, so I understand that. But the idea is you need a down moment, because if you don't, you're gonna end up just kind of like
you're gonna insane.
You're gonna go discourse brained, and just this is all you're going to do is just like seethe all the time because you're interacting with this shit all the time.
Yeah.
And he said, "Oh well, no, you don't react hard enough either." And you said this is why Ethan's argument is not good, because it always devolves into, yes, you don't react hard enough.
At the end of the day, there are no clear-cut guidelines, no clear-cut boundaries on like
Andy.
what to do, no like standardized best practices, and the argument always.
Yes, there are standardized best practices, you dipshit. React, you moron. It's not difficult. That's the standardized best practice, Hassan.
See,
actually react.
What he
no
would
one
say.
gives a shit as long as you do.
What he would say in response to that is, "What do you mean by react?" What I would say is, you need to contribute. You need to contribute a humorous, a studious, or an educated perspective or performance to what you are witnessing, or you do not and should not react to it, period.
Yeah.
What? In the eyes of the audience.
It is the cost. It is the price you need to pay. It is the price of entertainment. You need to entertain me while you're taking people's shit, or you don't have the right to do it.
Especially devolve into.
I think I circumvented that pretty good. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm not.
It will always evolve into you're not reacting hard enough. Obviously, there are boundaries that I think aren't established, but like most people understand are bad. However,
that means they are established boundaries that you are pushing past because you don't care.
And he knows them. And he knows it's an established boundary that he's pushing past. He knows it he knows it completely, fully well. And he's just fucking around.
Especially if you're doing like long form content.
What do you mean? What do you mean by long form content? Because if you force yourself to stream for 12 hours a day to try and stay ahead of all the algorithms and news stories that you could potentially cannibalize live on camera, that is not a justification for you to take other people's shit.
Production like you do, because you have your own version of that as well as like the members only broadcast. There will always be
legions of writers,
lulls and moments of like dead air or even you getting up. But that's also live reaction.
Here I'm talking, and I made it clear, I'm talking specifically about his YouTube channel. Now, I would never claim that about streaming because I agree that streaming is too much of a gray area. In the context of talking about his YouTube channel, I have to disagree that it's not about react harder. There's clearly zones. There's like S-tier zones, which would...
This is a form of kind of like a continuum fallacy, where like, what does it mean to react enough? It's probably hard to know exactly, but there's probably stuff that's clearly right, and there's probably stuff that's clearly wrong.
One of my old reaction videos, which is like highly produced with sketches, it's like obvious, right?
Yeah.
And then there's a massive gray zone, which this podcast would probably even fall in, which would be like high up in the gray zone.
I don't think so.
Well, regardless, I'm just trying to show you.
Of course you don't think so, Hassan.
The videos that we watch are pre-cut.
That doesn't matter.
What does that have to do with anything? What? Are pre-cut?
I think it does matter.
Well,
even because
it doesn't matter. Fair use doesn't. It doesn't.
If
matter.
it's been
saying,
cut,
like, the way I see it,
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you're not reacting to something, and by the way, here's the difference: is that as far as I've seen, is that they in leftovers, Ethan and Hassan actually react to things. So I'm actually, I think that Ethan's actually being a little bit too self-critical. I do think that what they do on that show is fair use because it's fucking Ethan Klein doing it and not Hassan by himself. Because if it was just Hassan, he'd just sit there and be like, "Mom, where's my tendies?" Which is what he normally does. But yeah,
I mean, I see what you're saying. There's 4 people on a panel. It's his producer, it's Gila, it's him, and whoever else he brings on. They're all interacting with the content all the time because they're going back and forth or side commentaries or side parts. Like even when he was shitting on who was that? Fresh and Fit.
Yes.
He was actually talking to his producer who was making the face like shut up. But it's still reaction, it's still content, it's still people interacting over the course of the video long to actually talk about the thing that they're talking about, which is the content.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's the move. But yes, there is a line where it's like there is an amorphous gray area with streamers, but you know damn well where the line is. Like if I'm just sitting there, just head full of fluff, just blinking, and I've got content playing behind me, that's not really gray. That's pretty direct.
and I agree that that clip of Ethan watching the Meat Canyon video, that was not transformative. That was fucked on Ethan's part.
Mm-hmm.
But unless he was doing it as a promotion, then that's a different conversation. I'll give him at least that. If it's promotion, you're taking your big channel, and Meat Canyon and Ethan aren't. I would say Ethan has more
chill,
viewers. Yeah. Yes. So if you're promoting Meat Canyon and you're saying, "Hey, go watch Meat Canyon's videos," that's a different conversation. I can give you that. That is a gray area. But it is shit reaction, yes. If you're defining it as a reaction content.
If it was a pure promotion and the whole session started out with, "Let's watch this Meat Canyon video. Meat Canyon's amazing. Have you not seen Meat Canyon? Go subscribe to him right now. Let's watch one. Then you can go watch his other content." Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't think you should play the whole video, but I think that's kind of okay. He's got a bunch of videos, so.
Yeah.
Highly edited
sketch videos, your sketch react videos are.
Well, he just said that's not what he's talking about. He said he's talking about this podcast, right?
Those are S tier.
Yeah, those are S tier. This podcast would be like a little bit below it, but it still is like we're cutting this live. But every single thing that we're looking at, we already know what we're going to be looking at.
By gray zone, I mean like we can have a discussion about it.
Sure.
It's all debatable, and that's the nature of fair use. It's all up to a judge and jury to decide based on the merits of this one particular instance. And so that's what I mean. There's like a massive gray zone, and I would include like myself at the top of that gray zone, and then like maybe potentially even Sniper Wolf at the bottom of the gray zone. Below the gray zone, there's like unacceptable, dog shit, straight up content theft.
Yeah, just
that's
like
where XQC is.
Directly uploads of someone else's YouTube video would be at the bottom. No, I don't disagree with you on that. You pulled up Vince's video, or Vince's statement on it, but there's still not enough data on whether or not that is valuable or not, especially if like certain,
what do you mean?
Is it displacing in the algorithm? Is it good for a mid-sized channel?
It doesn't really matter.
Well,
like, it'd be nice, but it doesn't really matter.
I feel like
the reason why
3-year-olds are pretty stupid, especially when drunk or intoxicated. Not to say the writers weren't wrong there. I just think young adults show reckless disregard for people's shit and think they are immortal.
I mean, like maybe, but so much so you're just gonna start destroying
adolescent egocentrism.
The reason why this is always not like a you can't do this, you piece of shit, stop it, and then everyone changes their attitude towards it immediately. The reason why this keeps resurfacing over and over again is because there's inconsistency, not enough data on whether or not it is appropriate.
Doesn't matter.
And, well, it matters because for the most part, creators don't either out of fear that they don't want to get into trouble with a large content creator, or because they genuinely see value in it, they don't complain about it.
No one sees value in it.
XQC.
Shut. Oh my God! Can you please stop this complete fucking fabricated lie? It is only these massive content creator losers who have this fictitious idea that smaller content creators see value in them freebooting. Who has ever said that? Ever? The only reason any smaller content creator has ever said that they see value in you stealing their content is when you then apologize and host them. That's the only time it's ever happened. And then you give them a giant shout out. That's the only time it's ever happened, as far as I can tell.
Clearly exemplified by now attacking Vince on Twitter. I don't know if you saw this.
I did see that. That was really
I will say, originally XQC was saying paid actor. Some people were digging up some more information for this Vince guy. He might actually be just an Ethan Smith was a bad example, but X presented the argument horribly. I don't know enough about it, but people are saying this Vince guy has been shitting on X for a long time, but he's like a huge Mizkif fan and responds positively to every time Mizkif reacts and shit, and he's just like, it might literally just be an anti-fan of XQC. I don't know that 100%. That's some shit that I saw in the subreddit, but...
I mean, can you pull that up? I fucking hate that.
I was wondering why Ethan hates Sniper Wolf so much is because she's fighting with Jack's Films over reactions, which is Ethan's friend. Gotcha.
It was definitely he's not doing well, I don't think, at this moment.
He's re-uploading videos.
Yeah.
Period. Like straight up.
With very little feedback.
No. That's not even applicable. Like XQC. He uploads videos of him adding 0 runtime or like 2 seconds runtime, and all he says is that's crazy, chat.
I agree with you, but even though I agree with you, that conversation is still like, I don't like the way you're reacting, and that can be expanded.
No, it doesn't, because
but it can be expanded to someone like yourself even.
You're wrong. Saying
it can't. Yeah.
Crazy chat is not. It's not additive. It's not critical. It literally doesn't transform. You're sitting there, re-uploaded a video. It's not. You cannot debate that.
I'll give you.
That's my problem with it. I felt like you were running D for XQC a little bit when I watched it.
No, because you're like, if the IP holder is like, I don't give a shit.
You are though, Hassan.
Indeed, you are. You're running defense for yourself and him.
Watch it.
Yes, the reason why he's running D for XQC is because he does the exact same fucking shit. That's why.
Of course, going to be examples of people that say, no, actually, I don't like that, and I had no way of like even communicating.
That's crazy, chat.
Getting that to XQC because I was terrified that his fans would eat my ass. The reality is that unless you are directly engaging in commentary on the video that you are currently watching, you can't even use it as a narrative tool in most circumstances. I know this from my days working at the Young Turks, and I know this from what I technically do in violation of like the actual fair use laws, even when I'm uploading my YouTube videos, right?
He admits he violates fair use laws?
Apparently.
That was a weird kind of... What? What did he mean by this?
What did he mean by this?
Yeah, what an odd thing to say. So, Hassan, you admit you violate fair use laws.
But there's no line, though. There's no line.
There is a line. The dotted line that he signs for his checks from Twitch.
Principled stance, and Hassan is trying to argue from some consequential stance. Well, at the end of the day, like, hurt, whatever, doesn't matter. But then Ethan is just like, it doesn't matter. Like, it's just the idea of it is bad. Even if it's not the idea of it is bad. Sniper Wolf edits the fuck out of her video. She still looks sometimes really criticizing owners, but other reacts are far worse.
No, she does not.
Hurting people monetarily? No, I don't think so. Who do I agree with? I mean, both people make fair points, but they're arguing two different issues, so.
Unless I am directly engaging in media criticism, if I'm using a news clip as a narrative piece, that is still something that I'm technically supposed to license out.
No. There is an exception for journalism and fair use as well. There's a clause for journalists and news stuff.
You still can't use someone else's footage.
What you do is not journalism. None of you. What you do is journalism.
I can't. Let's say, instead of me introing my video,
hello?
Rudy Giuliani,
Base police.
Wanted to see some titties today, and we're going to take a look at that and then go directly into like, I don't know, the news article that I'm reading through. Instead of doing that, if I played an ABC News broadcast, if I put that clip in there and I don't actually immediately commentate on that clip or criticize that clip, that's technically a violation of fair use. But
so again, it depends on the whole context of the.
Ding, ding, ding. Remember when I said that about news organizations? Yeah.
Clip, but okay, let's say it is. So what?
The reason why I'm saying that is because there's a lot more that could be utilized. There's a lot more IP that could be acted on in a legal sense.
Hold on,
that currently is not acted on.
This is XQC's opinion.
The focus is changing.
Yes.
You're saying the IP law is too onerous, and I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the law necessarily. I'm talking about the
principle. The idea.
This notion that certain stuff that people do is just outright unacceptable and not up for debate, which I think that you seem to disagree with like React Harder, this whole React Harder meme.
The reason why I brought up the other side of it and how IP law, if enforced to its maximum degree, would be really messed up. Cloud amplifier. When I put this up, if this is showing in the background, like this could technically.
Technically, I'm pretty sure cloud amplifier is a pre-amplifier, not an amplifier, but actually, pre-amplifier.
Oh, look at that.
Come and say, we didn't give you rights.
Reactions.
Yeah, I know. Look at that.
Yes. And like that is
anyone for anything.
That is something that I'm
pre-amps go before amp. Good one, dude.
Terrified of.
It's a case by case basis. You can sue anyone for anything. You know what I mean?
Which is precisely why the conversation always goes back to: are you reacting hard? I don't like the way you're reacting. And then it's entirely in the hands of the IP holder. And therefore,
okay, let me ask you this. We all agree. If you upload, we're going to talk about Vince's video. I re-upload it to my channel wholesale. Unacceptable. Yeah. So now I re-upload the channel of me just sitting there in the corner like this. It's the same video re-uploaded, except there's just a square of me sitting like this. Just blankly the whole time. Is that acceptable?
It's dependent on what Vince thinks is acceptable or not.
I wonder if I'm.
You can't be serious, Hassan. No, you can't be serious.
He's really stupid, though.
Yeah, he really is.
I wonder if Ethan views Hassan a little differently after these arguments. I wonder if he has like a different takeaway.
That means it's not, because you don't need permission to transform content.
Correct.
Yes, but...
So you think that it's not straight up indefensible to sit in a box and stare at the camera while the video plays?
Well, I think that it is. My personal opinion on it is that it is.
Oh, and then Hassan does the weasel thing. This is what he did in our debates. Where instead of giving an actual personal, he'd be like, well, personally...
It's absolutely...
Even though I do this all the time.
Indefensible to do that.
Constantly.
However, given that it's entirely up to the IP holder themselves to either make a claim, DMCA the channel...
You can say about
oh my god. Oh my god. Please, hang on. So this is, it's not... I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want, and if you have a problem with it, you better make a claim. By the way, you won't fucking win, because I'm going to take you to court, because I'm a person with millions of subscribers. And you as if I watch your video and you're somebody who's got, 10,000 subs or whatever, well, fuck you. And you know that you can't sue me? Fuck you. I don't give a single goddamn shit. That's what Hassan's saying. Let's not get that shit twisted.
Talk about that.
So the reason why I'm stating that, the reason why I'm mentioning this, is the reason why a lot of people are still going to be confused at the end of this conversation, because no matter what happens, we're not going to end up with...
They're going to walk away with the wrong opinion, which isn't agreeing with me!
Boundaries, like well-defined boundaries that are even enforceable, not legally, but like enforceable from a terms of service or enforceable through the YouTube
There'll never be terms of service because it's not a policy thing.
Yeah.
But I disagree, because I feel like it's pretty obvious when it's clear-cut wrong. Like, if you were to sit in a box and stare, which is essentially what XQC does. He adds stuff like, what?
That's crazy, chat.
What? So that's not different than sitting in a box and staring.
Crazy.
I don't disagree with you on that. I do think that from a content standpoint, I think that it is unacceptable to do that. So you mentioned Sniper Wolf. You said that it's in the bottom of the gray area, which means that there is like at least some level of debatability. That means that there's some level of acceptability. She talks through it, right?
Yeah.
More importantly than that, I think it's like pre-clips. Like it's pre.
What does he think that
like the clips she's reacting to?
It's like a bad faith versus good faith, and like I think that Sniper Wolf is. I'd have to look at it, frankly. I'd have to look at it really close.
I wonder if Ethan would finish a debate like this. I don't think this would happen. Or it would be kind of sad about it. But I wonder if Ethan would ever finish like a debate like this, and then at the end he's like, man, when it's a topic that I know a lot about, Hassan is really f***ing clueless. I wonder if all those political takes he gave were just as uninformed as his take on fair use.
I hope people figure it out. I hope they figure it out, Destiny. I really hope they do, but I don't think they will.
I pray that the day he figures it out, that he throws his ass out faster than he threw out Trisha Paytas.
Oh, that's actually funny.
If only he was able to throw her out of his extended family, but unfortunately she married his, I think, cousin?
I think it's his brother. I think it's Heel's brother.
You know, it's his brother.
Yeah.
Didn't she have a baby with him? Didn't she have a baby with him too?
Baby. Yes.
Yeah, they had a baby, yeah.
Yep. And now, while she's nursing the baby, she's over here doing NPC content.
Is Trisha Paytas doing the NPC content? fucking with me. Trisha Paytas is out here nursing her and what's her husband's name? Like Moshe or something. I can't remember. It's a very Jewish name. I can't remember. She's out there nursing their baby and making fucking NPC yum content. Bro, no way.
That is a lie, and you know.
Oh my fucking Christ, no! However, if there's anybody in the audience who wants to make a Kendrick Lamar meme of Carl yelling in pain, there you go.
You're welcome.
What if that crops up in the back of Ethan's mind? He's like, I don't know now. I'm not sure.
People would agree with you on that. Like people, like Jack.
Hello.
Oh, what's up? How's it going?
And I think that was actually just irrelevant popping into the chat room.
Oh no, I'm not sure.
People would agree with you on that. Like people, like Jack.
Hello.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. So this is it. That is the end of what we have to see there.
Oh.
You made it, Aiden. You made it.
You did it.
Aiden, I put something in non-podcast chat just for you.
Okay.
Oh my god, okay.
We arrived at effectively the finality point.
Oh no, she's really doing it, isn't she?
Yes.
Pain.
She's got like a weird makeup filter on.
I think this is.
Yes.
I think this is one of those filters, like the deep glamour filter for TikTok.
Yes, it is actually.
Oh God, why do I have to be so good at female fucking? Fucking Christ! Why am I so good at understanding women? This
what?
This explains why I hate some of them. So we have reached the point of finality within the content thief loop. XUC's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Hassan is fucking deliberately fucking stupid, but also
I think Hassan is stupid, but then he's also being deliberately
yes,
more stupid.
and then deliberately deceitful on the copyright issue.
Yeah.
Hassan has to try and defend XQC because he's so tired of being the poster boy of bad behavior on Twitch that he's relishing.
He has to defend him because he's guilty of everything XQC is guilty of, Carl.
And that too. He has to defend him because he is tired of being the face of issues, and he is relishing the fact that he's not the face of issues this time. But if he doesn't fucking defend the position, he has to succeed the position because XQC is revealing exactly how fucking egregious and money grubbing many of them are.
Yeah.
Ethan might finally figure out that they're literally only inflated fucking ego figures that contribute nothing to the space. And all of this is nexus around Destiny, who has the finger to talk to all of these people.
Yeah.
Where the fuck would we be without having Destiny here to have these conversations on behalf of other people? It's sad to have to frame it like that, but that's what it really comes down to.
Did you think about this back in 2017 when he was still like losing his shit on every stream?
I probably wouldn't have. I don't even think I looked at Destiny content at that time period. No, that would be year 1 Carl. Year 1 Carl was busy in his house actually dealing with setting up and figuring out how am I going to trick Jake to get onto a stream and allow me to broadcast the inside of his Discord so I can show the exact moment that he sends a hate raid to my channel. Yeah, I think this is around that time. Regardless, we have a thief, we have an idiot, and both of them have demonstrated why they deserve to be sued into the ground.
Yeah.
Where the fuck do we go from here?
I don't know, honestly.
Listen, Carl and Lloyd, or Harry and Lloyd, are doing their best here, okay?
Yeah.
They're just trying here. They're in that little dog-shaped car, just driving across the country, trying to figure this whole thing out. Where is the content at?
Where is the content at?
Where in the world is the content and the context?
No, but that was a Dumb and Dumber joke. But my point.
Oh no, I know it was a Dumb and Dumber joke. I actually thought it would be really good for a thumbnail. But ultimately, the issue is it's an industry issue piled on top of an ethics and moral issue on top of a business issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's, as I said on the first stream, it is a field day upon which a person could just simply booty blast anybody in court because it's a rock solid case that you can't argue the legality of. It's so air-clad the rules and the sheer acknowledgement from both of them that one doesn't care and the other one understands what he's doing is wrong but does it anyways, where the fuck do you go from here? What has to happen next? Who's gonna get sued? Who's gonna get sued?
I feel like I already know the answer to that. You know who it is? It's going to be Kick and Twitch first off, because they're going to ask the question, so where is all this bullshit coming from?
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to say, oh, so they're making the content over here on these streaming platforms, are they? Let's start talking to the streaming platforms. Which is going to fuck everybody into the dirt over on Twitch, but it's going to be a necessary reaction that's going to happen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then XQC and Hassan, because they have clip channels that they run on YouTube, they're going to get hit with the double dutch. So you fucked over streamer culture because you need to get your bread up, and you're going to fuck everybody else behind you being unethical. And then you're going to fuck up the YouTube situation because they're going to come down harder and cause another... I'm not going to say another apocalypse, but I'm saying it could be another apocalypse. Just putting that idea out there.
It'll be a doubling down of fair use and copyright to the point where for some of us, like whenever we play music, instead of our streams just having the music claims part of the ad revenue, our streams will start being counted when they do that as a copyright strike. It will destroy anyone's ability to be able to react to anything without having to specifically set up the tiers in which to do it. Some people might be given leniency, like EFAP, but only because EFAP has a almost near pristine track record. In the sense that when they've allowed bad figures and bad elements on to try and debate their topics, it has been very clear the error and element of how they interact with the hosts of the stream is directly in tangent to how serious or how not serious the person should be taken. So, if they wanted to be a conversation with Patrick Willems, for example, about Star Wars and how actually it's a film for man children, you shouldn't care about this. If he has to have this conversation on stream, and then he tries to use that content as a justification to copy strike Mahler's channel, that could be an inevitable point where Jenny Nicholson and any other person that could always post that one picture of the amount of time that a video is talked about, and they're like, never let it go, could potentially be used to supplant other channels. Because I'm sure there are plenty of things that are considered like EFAP clones that aren't necessarily clones but follow the same format, that you would see a very large fall in their creation because you can't be able to react to people talking about things. Listening to them is very difficult to do unless you are literally looking at the video on your camera frame and you're ensuring that it's literally a video that's been publicly posted. Because it'll fall under fair use that you are transforming and criticizing the content in question. If you choose to edit the video the way that Mahler does, where you actually speed through the content in such a way that there is no financial benefit to watching the content, it literally just demonstrates the point of how much time has progressed past what they've done as transformative work. Was that Bill?
Don't worry about that. Yeah, don't worry about it.
If
everything's okay.
I have so many questions. If they watch the content in such a way where they have the ability to transformatively watch the content, that becomes the new baseline that everyone's gonna have to copy and follow. And there will be people like Signifier who are definitely gonna hate doing that, because why would I do that when I make most of my money just clipping people out of context and like making jokes at their detriment? It would very much harm those channels, whether they were video essays or they were live streamers. Whereas live streamers like myself, you better get used to hearing fucking the hollow feigned sound of my foot tapping on the ground, because I can't play music for you unless I make the music. Or I find that fucking non-copyright music that is really, really ass that not everybody actually listens to, that they demand that you use on YouTube. It's not like the actual music that's copyright-free that you want to use, like Pretzel Rocks. Remember Pretzel Rocks, people? Remember when people tried to get you to use Pretzel Rocks all the time? And just like Streamlabs, they made themselves almost a completely premium service, so you can barely use any of their fucking content for what it was originally meant for? Yeah, I remember too. It was funny. It was great. But
Twitch tried that too, and people are still getting content claimed because they're using their own quote-unquote was it royalty free or like copyright free music service, and they're still getting hit for it. But you know, hey,
it all comes to a head that it affects everybody in a way where you can't even discuss the issue unless you're able to really have a very firm grasp on it. And even if you did, it's gonna be so nebulous to discuss either way. It'll be left to people like Aiden to do so in a long-form video, or me to do in a short-form video, where we just spend more time making fun of the people involved for being stupid, where she does the same thing, but longer with bigger words and more pictures from her stock website.
So someone has made an animation of Bill trying to kill me with a mace for singing the Barbie song. I'm sorry, I just saw it.
Based. Link it to me, I want to see it.
But,
yeah,
I know it's a flail, Bill, but people don't often know the difference between a mace and a flail.
Well, a mace is like a ballpoint pen. It's connected to the object, and a flail is if you were to take that ball and attach it to an iron link chain, and you add a couple of more balls just for effect.
Look how you've been depicted. You've been depicted as an Adonis with a giant flail who's trying to come and beat me to death. You don't like that?
It doesn't even have a handle.
Let's go party. 私はバビの世界でにもしプラスティックこれはファンタスティック君をバシカてくるそこらに巡してイマジネーションのちはクリエーションの
True though. Bill trying to chase after you with a hot dog chain mace seems really funny to me. I don't know why. But anyways, the only place that this particular kind of content could literally go to is it reaches a metastation point where people are going to get annoyed of this again in the future, and it's going to get to the next ratcheting point where it goes atomic again. I bet it's going to be Hassan. I don't think XQC is going to try something like this again unless he knows he can fight the person in question by them being smaller than him. Maybe it'll be Denims, because Denims feels like she wants to be the main character of the internet for a bit.
Oh yeah, I can see that one for sure. Yeah.
It's gonna become another fucking topic and issue. People are gonna probably talk about it. It's gonna get big. It's gonna probably boil over to like a bunch of debates and content that we can use and farm for fucking clicks, and then people are gonna quiet down about it because they're gonna be focused on whatever is distracting them at this time, which right now is Baldur's Gate 3 and the new video games that they're expecting to see down the timeline. I don't think someone's gonna go to court for it until it starts directly affecting the major news corporations. When the news corporations start getting personally affected because of these rules of copyright, and they have to now ask their lawyers the reason why that is, and they have to learn, oh, it's because of these fucking debate bro YouTuber streamers on Twitch. That's when the fucking Mitt Romneys and the fucking Justice Democrats are going to start putting their eyes on Hassan's content and looking at him, and AOC's not going to want to come around to Pokimane and all these other streamers to make her content because, Hassan's just chapped Sandy's ass just really, really good.
I admire on some degree your white pill perspective there. Twitch is never going to come after Hassan. These XQC, I mean, why did he leave Twitch again?
He got a bigger deal at Kick, which they
That was just because of the Kick deal was bigger. That was it.
Yes. More than likely, if Kick doesn't flourish out the way that people are hoping it does, he'll probably go right back to Twitch.
Of course he will.
Oh yeah, he'll pull a ninja and be like, oh well, Mixer. Man.
Oh right. I forgot about that.
See, Mixer
thing. Yeah.
See, Mixer and somebody else. I forgot who that was. Somebody Barney remembers. Ninja and his deal was pretty much a deal where it's like, I literally don't lose. I can literally go to this platform, I get this money, I sign this contract, it's in my hands, I stream here for a bit, and then once it starts fucking floundering and failing, I get signed out of my contract and I can go back and I just pretty much profited pure money. It only takes me like X amount of months of profit. That is a situation where it's like people are hoping for a market alternative to Twitch. The market alternative basically floundered and didn't work. And everybody involved is like, alright, that was a fun experiment. Time to go back home. There needs to be a situation where it's like there is a legitimate threat that will actually be, if you don't do this Twitch, this will be the death of your service. Because really, Amazon doesn't need to have Twitch if they really think about it.
My
They really don't.
I just saw that Shoeonhead and Destiny are currently involved in a Twitter argument. In which Destiny is arguing that JFK was not killed by the U.S. government, which has been all but proven. I mean, not just all, but it's been proven. Like, what are you doing?
I can't see it, Aiden, because I was blocked for making one too many armored jokes. Okay, I can't see
At Shoe or at Destiny?
At Shoe.
Oh, okay. Well, Shoe. I don't even know what the fuck. Destiny. What the fuck? There is zero proof of any JFK conspiracy.
What
are you out of
the fuck happened?
Just Destiny, what the fuck? He's gonna say there's no MLK, that the government didn't kill MLK too. By the way, the government fucking paid Martin Luther King's family, which was a tacit admission that, oh yeah, we totally killed him. I mean, like, I'm sure are you gonna argue that then too? What kind of fucking lunatic do you have to, Destiny? Come on, what do you like? I don't understand why you would argue something like this. That JFK, there's no JFK conspiracy. Homie, what are you doing?
He's just preparing the next content. He's getting the next CGG stream prepared and ready right now. What a diligent
show up.
What a diligent cook, serving up content for us to be able to farm. I feel like we've reached the point of the conversation where we can't go any further until we get like Mahler in here.
That would be interesting.
It would be interesting. Because I think one thing that has been really discussed with this is how do streamers of every type see this content, and what kind of faith does this make them feel like as a thing to look forward to when they get up to do their job. I think we've heard a lot from the large streamers, but we haven't heard from the mid-level, the smaller, and the literally who streamers, who are like hoping to make their chance in the view.
I think we've heard from the people who are people who steal and people who don't, right? The people who don't steal, people like Charlie, they don't support this stuff. People like Jack's Films, they don't like this stuff. You know, they've been very outspoken about it. Big content creators who are not in favor of theft don't like this stuff and have been outspoken about it. People who want to steal, unsurprisingly, are very much like, oh, what? Just let me steal. Why can't I just steal?
Just show me your wallet. Give me your shit. Can I have it? Can I have all of it?
And I agree with you, though, Carl, in terms of like the smaller size streamers. I guarantee you that like 90% of them, if not more, if not 95 plus, are going to be in favor of not stealing. Thank you.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I mean, again,
I would argue.
Go ahead, Carl.
I would argue that the number is probably closer, and this number is probably going to shock you. 37% would be.
Why?
Because there is probably so many people that are going to play follow the leader that many of them are going to say, well, yeah, this is just the culture here. Like, get got or get gotten. And they're not going to be people like myself that are going to say, listen, bro, there's an easier and better way to create content.
No, I think you're right. It might be a far larger percentage than what I estimated. However, I think that the reason why is because they're hoping to get picked up. They're hoping to be like, oh, well, like, yeah, I'm cool with you stealing my content. Can you give me a shout out, bro? Because I'm totally on your side, right? Hassan, XQC, please, let me on your stream. By the way, if you're one of those people, you're shameless, and I think that you're kind of scum. Sorry.
I mean, as a smaller streamer, I mean, relatively comparatively to those people, I've seen enough people do the same exact thing because it's just
true.
It's the culture here. I've watched people in different avenues of the Twitch world, from VTubers to face streamers to everybody in between, pull this Hassan, what is it? The Hassan reaction live thing, where they're all leaving a chair up and they're going to do something else. Yeah, with a video playing. They do this all the time. Like,
Now
I
only
hate
because
it.
Hassan has normalized it, but it shouldn't be normalized. It's stupid.
It's Twitch culture. Like, again, I
don't understand Twitch culture, to be found.
Well, I created BRB screens of my own volition, created shit from scratch just to not be that guy.
Yeah, a lot of people, people who I take seriously, do that stuff. But yeah, these people don't. And now they've made it a meme, and Hassan has made it into a meme. It's made it so that it's okay to basically like celebrate being a lazy piece of shit. I don't have any respect for that garbage. I just don't.
So without like a massive major corporation shakeup, I just don't see it. I just don't see it coming to a head until somebody's going to court. When somebody goes to court and they rip that fucking band-aid off, this shit's gonna move so goddamn fast. It was not gonna be funny. Because all of this free legal precedent, there's no way that there isn't a lawyer that has connections to people like Destiny or to people like Charlie, whether they work for them or they are related to them but work against the argument. They're going to just sit there and allow this to go by, because this is just a case of free money. They're going to contact all of the people in question. I'm taking the headset off because I need to put this on the other side of my dresser, put my headset back on. They're going to contact all of the people in charge, from Universal to Paramount Plus. I'm pretty sure that's actually the same fucking corporation, regardless. They're going to contact everybody. And they're going to sit them down in a room and have all the representatives at a shareholders meeting meet up and say, listen, there's a bunch of fucking no-name to literally making more money off our name streamers, taking our products and using them on their streams to entertain their audiences that literally are taking our bottom line. I don't care if it's less than 1%. We need to send an example that any people who blatantly do this will be dealt with to the excruciating effect of the law. Until that happens, it's not going to be that big of a deal until people start seeing the actual damage it can do.
Yeah.
By then it'll be too late. It'll be too late by then. Anybody else have anything they want to add?
I think we covered it all, because good God.
I wasn't here for a good chunk of it because I was like, I'm sleepy.
I mean, you were here last stream, but that's okay.
I was on the live stream for the most of it. Because I'm at work.
But I understand this XQC X-Men.
Bless your heart, you're so tired.
I just woke up.
The main gist I got is XQC is a fucking moron.
Most Twitch streamers are morons, but XQC is definitely a fucking moron.
Oh yeah, they broke the mold when they made this, man, and somehow he got, what was it, $1 million for switching over to
100
Kick,
million.
and I'm just, 100 million. That makes it hurt worse. They gave him 100 million to go over to Kick, and it's just like all he does is sit in his chair like L and make dumb takes on the internet. And I just sit back and wonder to myself,
L is more charming than whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I asked myself the question: is this the right line of work? Should I just turn my brain off? Give me a frontal lobotomy, bro. I just need that. I need the dump.
Yeah, there you go. Then you'd be as You'd be same level of intelligence.
It'd be an equal playing field for once.
Right.
I feel that if we have nothing else to discuss, I believe we have succeeded in reacting to the content.
We've done it, Carl.
We did it. We've done it. Okay, let's see here. Announcements. Tomorrow, Path of Exile will be happening. It is finally coming. It will be here, in my hands, in my grasp. You'll all get to watch. Some of you probably won't want to care, because it's video games, but it's okay. Look forward to Season 2 of fucking Interview with the Vampire. Jay's gonna pull me in by my fucking leg and make me fucking cry again.
Oh dear God, there's a season
we
2.
finally get it?
It's been in the works. It's been on delay because writer strikes.
Yeah, I know. I kind of figured.
That's coming through. Jay's working on her Barbie stuff. Tune in to... we should have D&D next week, right? Because you're going to be on vacation week after next.
Yes. So it should be next week. Should be good.
So, Rolling in the
Oh my
Isles.
God, yeah, actually, hang on. Next week is next Tuesday, and the Tuesday after it'll be 3 weeks from now that I'll be on vacation.
Yeah. So, next Tuesday, Rolling in the Isles. Tune into it on The Broken Crown. I will be there. Aiden will be there. Bill will be there. Possibly killing our characters in the dungeon. I'm still working through my fucking outline for Wednesday. I didn't think it would take me this long to get through it, but the more that I kept digging into the Henry Cavill and Jenna Coleman, Jenna Ortega. Jenna Coleman's an entirely different actress. The Jenna Ortega meritocracy issue, especially tying in with Rachel Z, it just started occurring to me how basically we're getting a perfect case example of why the streaming service of Netflix and all of these other things shouldn't really properly exist. Because alongside, I'm not sure if people knew, there was this show called... Get off my fucking suit, Luna. The cats were fucking on the wooden board outside my door. Or outside my window. They do that from time to time.
I don't blame.
There was a show for Paramount Plus called Grease, The Rise of the Pink Ladies that was being released to streaming services that just got eviscerated. Like, they didn't just cancel the show. They physically removed all record of it existing. And I started writing a script about the dangerous precedent that sets. That part of the writer strikes being such a big deal was that, yeah, you kind of want people to have the proper fucking rights that they should be earned, but this is also, you guys are odious and probably don't deserve these things because of how you've bastardized things like Star Trek. Yet, I do think that even if you produce garbage, like, we're going to mock the shit out of you, no one's going to be on your side once we get done making this video about you, garbage, you still get the right to produce that garbage, right? I might not like Batwoman. I know Jay hates Batwoman with a fucking passion, but also loves it in the hate-love relationship, hate-watching it provides. But you still get to have the right to post it. Even if I think that it shouldn't have ever existed, I deserve to have the ability to demonstrate to people why it shouldn't have existed, and you get the ability to try and win over an audience that can justify the existence of your show to entertain them. But I don't think it's acceptable that a service can just simply Thanos an entire production and labor out of his existence, especially after it's already been premiered on their service. I can understand canceling them. I do not understand removing them and acting like they didn't exist and basically trying to erase a product that should go onto a person's CV as a physical actor. It'd be the equivalent of this AI argument that's been going about, especially when there's a bunch of up-and-coming voice actors that have just practiced and talented their art, because this is something I looked into when I got into that situation about the AI person who made the Scooby-Doo Springtrap shit. That Shaggy voice and that Scooby voice isn't AI generated. It's made from an actual fucking TikToker. So when you have people like Great Isle going around saying, I'm gonna blacklist this animator for making this, and I'm gonna get in touch with every single person to ensure that he never gets work in this town again, what's the restitution for this? Are you guys gonna fix what you broke there? Because I don't think so. So
out of my hands.
Obviously not. Yeah, right.
So what happens from there? He's just gonna be permanently fucked because you jumped the fucking gun? Because you were easily manipulated and making an emotional argument you shouldn't have fucking made? It feels like it's fucking it's fucking Bayonetta 3 all over again. People jumped the gun, didn't know what the fuck they were talking about, didn't wait for information, then when they got the information they had egg on their face, didn't want to accept blame, didn't want to take responsibility, didn't want to admit that, hey, the game is probably mid, but the game deserves to exist, but also she probably shouldn't have said what she said, and also maybe don't go after Jennifer Hale, especially since she's a big union person who is willing to put the union talks in her own fucking home. Maybe there is a position between should they have the ability to make the garbage that we hate, but still be not fucked over by the corporations, or are we so black pill poisoned against the industry and against Hollywood that we say, fuck them, let them all burn? But then when people get bored and say, bro, there's nothing to watch, they're going to enable the sludge to still beat their ass anyways. Like, there's a position between letting Adam Conover try to get you to help him get him more money and saying, listen, Adam, you can go on strike. You can petition against the company. But remember when all of the people with you said to everybody that they should learn to code? And then when people were suffering and losing jobs because of the coof, you tried to prioritize your existence to justify writing political screeds in these show tunes and in these shows and in these media scripts for all these movies and skits that you wrote. Do you think those people deserve to be heard, or that they should be willing to listen to you when you didn't listen to them? You know, where's the equality? Where's the equality? I don't think that's gonna happen in this particular scenario. I would love if the writer strikes go into perpetuity, because the more things that get canceled, the faster the industry can be able to remove the rot, especially concerning actresses like Rachel Z, especially with the way that they are choosing to just go about the worst fucking optics. Because I feel like if you have worse media press material about you than Brie Larson, I think that's the danger zone where they have to start gagging you. You're not allowed to talk at these events until you're given permission by the company to do so. And there will be somebody with you at all times to remember and record what you said. But, yeah, that's a whole thing. You guys know who Aiden is. You know where to find Aiden at her channel. Everybody else here is a follower of me. If you guys are here because of me, I'm Carl, single player. Play video games, I have hot takes, and I post memes. Occasionally I shitpost so hard on the internet people get mad at me and I'm mauled. I make takes. I make shorts as well. I also write listicles and articles about things that are topical. Occasionally, every single Sunday, I'm supposed to upload them every Sunday, but sometimes some take me longer to research. I post videos about TikTok's insanity that are like topical of the week, similar to any content you've probably seen about that on other people's channels. If you want to follow, if you want to be able to support me, my links are below. And if you also want to give me money, you can do that too. Because remember, Carl's a terrible thing to waste. The complete removal of I'm listening here, reading from GTA Driver 1. The complete removal of a streaming service I kind of saw coming once companies took their stuff off Netflix years ago for their own. I think the problem isn't so much a service should take their proprietary material and create their own proprietary service upon which to watch it. By all logistical means, by all means, please do so. It'll make it easier to pirate your work off of, since I know exactly where to find that work and that it won't be hidden behind a paywall. But at the same time, if you're a person who wants to support good work, the best way to do so, if you're a content creator, is literally find that work, then get a pirated copy of that work, then be able to show people what it is that they're getting involved in if they were to watch that show, so they can be able to judge it with their own eyes before they ever took out their wallet and their pocketbook to pay for said service to watch said show, so they can find out whether it's worth the investment or not. It's pretty much the same philosophy position that a lot of gamers have when it comes to pirating video games. If I'm going to pirate your video game, I was going to pirate it to begin with anyways, but if I like your game and I want to make sure that it thrives and can receive support, I will then buy a copy of the game and I will tell people, yes, I did pirate the game when I got it. But I also then logistically pulled a Crunchyroll. I bought the copy and I supported the work legally, and I made sure that people knew that my opinions were informed by a desire and a passion, not for a desire to be money grubbing and say, lol, your work's free, bro, I'm not paying for a goddamn dime, you don't deserve my money. Because I think that's the most important thing you can do. Like, I'm pretty sure when it comes to shows like on the CW, there have been plenty of people who have probably pirated the work. I'm sure Mahler probably has. I'm pretty sure Jay has. I know Jay does. I definitely do for mine, because I'm not paying for your goddamn service so that you can try to put your shit behind a paywall. I know that there are some YouTubers who have a perception of needing to do so, but they probably do it behind the scenes where nobody notices, but for things that probably aren't that serious or big a deal. But it's part of the culture of criticism that again, in order for it to be able to criticize something, I need to see something. If I have to choose between giving money to Amazon to watch The Boys Season 1, Season 2, Season 3, and eventually Season 4 to be able to criticize how shit the show is, if I think Season 1's worth my money, I'll give them the sub money that would have been worth it for Season 1, but for the rest of it, I'm going to just give it my criticisms. Because you can't make a show like that and say, this is supposed to be a serious show, and then you got people doing fucking musical numbers. It just doesn't, the follow-through doesn't exist there. And that's like all of streaming service work. Like, Big Mouth is probably the biggest offender for Netflix as a whole, because on one hand, you got Stranger Things, and Totenfrau, and Warrior Nun, and all these other fucking depositable movies and shows. The less said about the Kissing Booth 1, 2, and 3, the better. But at the same time, when you have those, you have literal dog shit garbage, like Big Mouth and Human Resources, so it's like, this is clearly a vehicle given to Nick Kroll, because Nick Kroll is able to command that amount of money from the amount of clout he's built up in the industry. Maybe it's because he's Jewish. Who knows? Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's here. It's annoying. It's egregious. People say that kids should watch it, and they very clearly shouldn't. And then for every single one of those, there's a show like Disenchantment, where I'm pretty sure, even though Futurama is back on the air again, I'm pretty sure it's on Hulu now.
Yeah, it's on Hulu.
Even if you put things like Futurama back on the air, because you guys are just so addicted to giving money to Billy West and Katie Seagal that you gotta have them, you know, Joe DiMaggio too, you gotta have them. On the other side of it, you hear about shows and you see about shows like Disenchantment, where it's very clear people have a desire for content that, yeah, it's not good, it's not bad, it's no solar opposites, especially with the controversy around He Who Shall Not Be Named. You can have that content. You can have those shows. They deserve to have a place to exist. And if you want to use those platforms as a place to just dump a bunch of non-Western material on it, you know, dump the Mexican films, dump the Indian films, dump the Telugu films like Triple R and Bahubali, you can do that. You can feel free to do that. I invite you to. That's how before I discovered piracy, that I used to watch my K-dramas and my C-dramas. And yet, I'm not going to give you money if a show about fucking costume superheroes entertains me better than Season 8 of Game of Thrones. If you lose the plot that badly, I'm just going to freeboot your shit. At that point. But it's not because I freeboot your shit because I want to see the show. It's that I want people to understand what we mean when we say these shows are not worth watching. And in order to do that, literally, it is at the benefit for us to torture ourselves with this garbage content. So that we can be able to help you avoid it. If me suffering through She-Hulk Attorney at Law and making the Attorney at Cringe series helps you understand, yeah, the MCU's kind of dog shit right now, bro. They're not focused on how to tell a story that's condensed. They're more focused on this constant meta-narrative jerking, which that's all that show was, especially the ending, which, ironically enough, thanks Secret Invasion, was completely fallen through and spoofed on, despite people were like, oh no, the show's criticizing itself. It means that it understands it's bad. So if they know that it's bad, they're not going to do it again, right? Oh, they did it again? So what the fuck was the point?
No problem.
Those kinds of shows, they have to deserve criticism. And as much as they deserve criticism, they also deserve to exist. You can't just erase the work because, oh man, I really hate the work of Zack Snyder, so I should erase the entirety of the Snyderverse. Other than a big significant yes. I think it should exist as an example of what not to do. When you remove that work, and you make it so that you don't even have the work to reference, it makes it impossible to be able to hold a standard to the industry when... If you can have a long-running show like The Marvelous Miss Maisel be on the air for how long that it was on the air, and right alongside that is a show like, I don't know, Reruns of Community. If after a show went off the air, it stopped existing. Like, literally, the show no longer receives money, it no longer receives residuals, even if there are box sets of it, it only exists in box sets. Every single time you go to, like, the official websites of the back catalog of work that it's ever made, like for home box office, There is no message for there is no category for big love. There is no category for dead like me, which technically I'm talking about Showtime at this point, but realistically I group all the streaming services like HBO, Showtime, Stars, Cinemax. I group them all in my head in the same category. There's no category for Outlander. There's no category for American Gods, because I'm pretty sure that's canceled and dead in the water. Pretty much fired and or made everybody who wanted to be interested in working on the project quit. What the fuck going forward from there? You have no Outlander, you have no Wire, you have no Nurse Jackie, you have no Big Love, you have no Weeds, you have no Dexter or Dexter New Blood, you have no Sopranos, you have what the fuck was the name of that like prequel sequel that they made for the Sopranos? Does anybody remember?
No.
Fuck. But you have no what was the fuck was the name of that goddamn Sex and the City sequel? I forgot what it was called. It's something
Sex
really.
in the Town.
Sex in the Town? Are you sure?
No.
I thought it was something. It was a joke. I know that they made like a continuous series that was supposed to be like a Happily Ever After, but it had a really stupid ass fucking title that I can't remember the exact name of unless I'm physically looking at it. If you have all of these shows, and I know there's like the prequel of like the Carrie Diaries, which I think starred that one girl whose name I can't remember. Carrie Rose something. If you have all of these shows that get made, they get shit on, then they stop existing entirely. I don't think that's okay. That doesn't feel good. It's like if we had video games that just released from the interim, and once that video game it released, it was no longer referenced as a piece of material. It's like, damn, that was a really good game, that game that we no longer talk about because it's not relevant. Those industry standards that we put forward in that game were so good. I hope we see it again in future games, but that game, it was really good, but it never exists anymore. If that was the way that we treated these things, I don't think that's acceptable. It's not a good boating industry standard because it encourages a pump and dump strategy. That's my personal opinion about it. The prequel to Sopranos was The Many Saints of Newark. Thank you, Blitz. I don't think anybody should ever review Cuties. The less said about Cuties, the better.
Yeah, thank God.
But anyways, that's the content. And I will allow my playlist to play me out. I need to find the particular piece that I want. Where's the goddamn thing? Where is it? There it is. That's not it. So, I'm Carl. This is my chat. This is it versus chat. Thanks again for Aiden coming through. Thanks again for Bill being loud in the background. And now I leave you with the passing words of a Carl. Read them out, Carl! Sponsors for Single Player Carl and Radio Coon are provided by BBC Migraine Powder, Jib and Toby's Ethnic Enrichment Playground, Cringe on Demand, Blockbuster Entertainment, I love these things. Seasoning, Smart Negro brand Colonized Sheep dating app, Immemorial Malt Liquor, and PointDexter.com, and the generous donations and watch times from viewers and haters like you. Thank you! And if you'd like to support Carl, consider leaving a wonderful donation at Ko-fi.com, Subscribestar.com, YouTube.com, and Twitch.com/SinglePlayerCarl. Make sure to support your Nicktree today, or you hate black people. You're listening to 148.8 Coon. Don't ever let me fry you talk about your parents. It'll make you appreciate that you still got a daddy. If you ain't got one, don't you worry. I'm gonna be your new stepdad. I'm wild. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
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 Adiosito, Basader.
Don't you be a goddamn member in my chat room. This is America!